Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite. Definitely did not vote for Candace Owens, Adam Friendly.
What's up, everybody? What a great show we have planned today, Sitch. This is going to be amazing. I'm so excited. Woo!
Yes, right now, I don't know if you guys know this, but we have a battle going on, a war raging on over the soul of the Democrat Party. Who will win? The evil neoliberals, the moderates, the neocons, or the wokies?
Sitch, I am offended that you would insinuate that the Democratic Party has a soul left, okay? How dare you? How dare you?
Wow.
Yes, wow. The soulless Democrats, the zombie of the party once in favor of the middle class is looking for a soul.
Yes. Okay, so, but first I want to play this. Now, this is funny. This is Nancy Pelosi's being interviewed, and we've learned that Nancy Pelosi, who is widely credited with getting Joe Biden to leave the race, forcing him out of the race, we learned that she and others thought that there would be an open primary and that Biden would not simply throw his lot behind Harris.
Yeah, why didn't they figure out that ahead of time? Why wasn't that part of the negotiations to oust him?
Well, here, let's listen to this, and then we're going to talk about that, because there's some theories, right? There's some theories going on here.
Sure.
We're set up for what comes next.
Should there have been an open primary, though?
Well, see, we thought that there would be, the anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary. And it's like,
holy shit, they're already spilling all the beans, Sitch. That didn't take long.
Yeah, literally, like the next day, she's like, "Oh, what the hell? Why the hell did he go support Harris? It's supposed to be a primary. What's he doing?"
Crazy. That's so crazy. Usually, these tell-all books come out like 6 months later. It's like everyone's running to a mic. Nobody wants to blame here. Wasn't my fault. I didn't do it.
And also, now that was the only part. Well, there's another part later in this bonus too. But there's a claim from one of the guys of Pod Save America. And I don't know if this is ever, I tried to find the other day. I didn't see anyone else confirming this, but he just like randomly claims it. So I don't know where he got this from. He says that there was some internal polling in the Biden campaign that showed that before he dropped out, that if the race had been held like in June or something, that it would have been like a landslide, 301 electoral victory for Donald Trump.
Wow.
And that's part of what persuaded him. Well, I guess he won. I mean, Trump did win by 312, so I guess it didn't matter. But, that's what the polling was. And that's why he dropped out. So, okay, here's the question. So Pelosi, who probably had her finger on the pulse of what was going on in the party, thought that there was going to be an open primary. That makes me think that Obama's people and everyone else in the Democratic Party also thought that Joe's going to drop out. It's going to be an open primary. They're going to kind of try to figure things out later. But Joe does this thing where he drops out, and then I don't know if it was like 30 minutes later, an hour later, he just endorses Harris. And remember, we talked about this when it happened because it was weird. He like endorsed her over Twitter, right?
Yes, he did.
It wasn't a video. It was just like, I'm dropping out on Twitter, and also here's an endorsement for Harris. So here are my three theories, okay? Potential theories here. Number one, Joe Biden honestly believed that Kamala Harris was the best person for the job and really wanted to support her.
That's laughable. Really? Okay. That's a theory?
That's theory number one. Well, we have to go with potentials, right?
Okay.
We'll have to go with choices. Okay, so that's choice number one, right? Choice number two.
Well, hold on a second. They had massive disagreements over the border stuff. Like he sent her down to take care of border stuff and she utterly failed. And there was a big who to blame on that. So there was contention between Biden and Harris over that already. So the idea that she's like the best candidate just seems okay. Theory two.
I'm putting out potentials, right? I'm not going to say which one is the correct one. Obviously we don't know.
Right. Okay.
These are just the potentials.
Right. Theory two.
Right. All right. Theory two is that Joe has a massive ego, and he knows that since, he's going to be asked to drop out, and he's like, there's a lot of problems with the economy, and things are unpopular right now, that he would get, like, whoever's going to take his place is going to attack him personally, and he doesn't want that. And so he talks to Harris, and he's like, listen, I'll support you. I'll make you the candidate, but you got to not attack me, right? I know where the bodies are buried. You know where the bodies are buried. We have to have some kind of like mutually assured destruction. Like, you don't attack me. And maybe that explains why, a lot of people were pointing to, when she was on The View, she's asked the question, what would you do differently if you had been president? And she couldn't answer this very simple, obvious question.
Right. Horrendous strategy, but it definitely could be the case. And it's a horrendous strategy simply because his legacy is tied up in her legacy. Like, if
You're
she
correct.
loses, he's going to get thrown under the bus. He's going to be labeled worse than Jimmy Carter.
Right.
So look, terrible strategy. Like, she's got to be able to punch him and clean up his legacy later, halfway through her first term. So terrible strategy, but definitely could be the case.
Yeah, James Carville had an interesting rant about this, where he said loyalty doesn't matter when you're running for president. All that matters is winning, and then everything else comes in afterwards.
True. See, great.
It's sad, but it's true. It's completely true.
Yeah, she could have punched him, vigorously, and then cleaned up his reputation after she's president.
You're correct, and you brought up a good point, which is that if she wins, Biden's reputation can be salvaged. If she loses, it's destroyed.
Oh, it's over. Look, you think Trump has the bully pulpit for the next 4 years? Whose legacy is going down? Obama's, Biden's?
Right.
Like, Harris doesn't even have a legacy.
Well, and also everyone will blame Biden for the loss anyway, because he waited so long to drop out. Okay.
It's another thing, look, that we said long ago about the open primary thing. Another thing that totally points to it, obviously, Pelosi's from California. Gavin Newsom is from California. And dude, he was so prepared for an open primary. He didn't do that debate with DeSantis for nothing. Like, Nancy Pelosi had to be telling, oh, Gavin, it's going to be open. It's all you, baby. It's all you, baby.
I mean, or Shapiro or something. Yeah.
Both of them. Yes.
Right. Okay. Here's option 3. And this is the most fun one that everyone wants to believe.
Oh, good.
That Biden is so egotistical, so narcissistic, that he was so livid, he was so triggered, he was so mad that he was being forced out of the race, that he decided to sabotage the Democrat Party by choosing Harris, knowing, because he'd been working with her for 4 years, knowing she was a horrible politician and would probably screw the whole thing up.
Okay. I love it. I want it to be number 1. I do think it's incredibly short-sighted, but who knows? Biden is not really all there. So what he's thinking about his legacy, who knows? I mean, Jill Biden probably cares more about Biden's legacy at this point than Joe does.
That would be interesting if Jill, I mean, we don't, the story is that Joe had some talk with his chief of staff. No one ever said anything about his wife there, but that'd be interesting if she had some input, and maybe she was a big, Mamala fan.
Oh, hilarious. I thought they didn't get along. So I can't wait for the tell-all books. I'm going to read them all and report back to you guys. It's going to be a complete shit show.
I think it's a combination. I think the most likely thing is a combination of option 1 and option 2. I think Biden did think that she was capable, which I think is hilarious. Maybe it's because of his old age and his diminished capacity. But also, I wonder if part of it was he was going to be like, oh, my legacy is that I will get the first Black female president elected.
Oh, my God.
Right? Like the total, identity politics DI maneuver.
They didn't even do it that good with women. Everyone's thinking they're going to destroy it with women. They actually didn't do that good at all. And if you think about it, this is exactly what I said months ago, that women don't want some dingbat representing them. They want the first female president to be epic, monumental. Yes. And look, she just wasn't that. Not even close.
It was funny because that's I heard that's what Sammy would tell me constantly. She's like, I don't want Kamala to be the first president.
I heard lots of women. I heard lots of women say this.
Good.
Look, the equivalent is, look, I like Homer Simpson. I think Homer Simpson is funny. I don't want Homer Simpson to represent me as like the first president, right?
Right.
It's
right.
like
the first male president.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want him representing man as like for anything.
Right.
Like he's a funny character that we laugh at.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess the question is, well, I guess Donald Trump skates by because he doesn't like he's not the first white man. He's like, the whatever,
Are you comparing Donald Trump to Homer Simpson? Sitch,
I
please.
am. I am.
Please.
I am.
No. I think it's so funny, and so many of these responses too, they're going with like the strong man thing. And I keep thinking they see, when they say strong man, they see it as like a put down. What they really mean is like authoritarian.
Yeah, of course.
But I think the normie listens to him and goes, "What's wrong with strong men? Hey, well, what's the matter? You want a weak man as president? Is that what you want?" Just terrible messaging. So,
Republican pollster Frank Lutz told ABC News on Sunday that whoever told President Harris to focus on former President Trump during her presidential campaign committed political malpractice.
oh yeah, of course. Supposedly, Biden had a bunch of accomplishments too that none of us know about because nobody said anything.
Right.
It's just,
right.
it was so, I got so tired of hearing Trump bad, Trump bad. It's just, it's boring.
Because Harris is not, she's, as I said, and I will stand by this, and I think I actually want to make a video about this too.
What?
There's two videos I'm actually,
Clip this.
one of them I'm actually working on right now. But yeah, but it's just, I want to do a video on how bad of a speaker Harris is and compare her to not only Trump, but Hillary and AOC and Obama, and just show like how her inability to explain anything and to have any level of authenticity when she spoke was just off the charts.
I know.
And and the problem is, and I think I got to do a video because I got to show it, because a lot of people are just politically biased one way or the other, and they can't actually, especially if you're pro Harris, you can't actually perceive what I'm saying. I think more people now start to perceive it because the election's over and people will kind of go back with a like clearer vision. But during the race, if you were on the left, you could just not see it. Okay. So this is kind of funny.
Any more on this video? Or
yeah, there's one other part of this. So it's really funny. So, they bring up Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders has been on the news kind of attacking the Democrats for the loss and everything. And it's so funny. She's like about to attack Bernie Sanders, but then stops herself because she knows it'll be like too bad publicly, I guess.
Party is for America's working families. So since you pursue it, what? Go ask Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has not won. Let me, with all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him. For
Bernie Sanders ain't won shit.
He's about to be like, Bernie Sanders doesn't want a fucking presidential. I mean, I have great respect for the man. He's a wonderful person.
He just won his 4th term in the Senate. 24 years in the Senate is nothing to scoff at, right?
That's true. But
as an independent,
a presidential race or a primary either. So there was, oh my God, there's this take that made me die laughing. It was, Stephen Michael Davis had a great tweet that was like, everyone is going to, it was before the election. He said, whatever team loses, everyone's going to say that the person lost because they didn't do more of what their own personal politics are.
True. Yep.
Perfect tweet. And it's funny because I was like listening to a bunch of Kyle Kalinske videos
over
the last couple of days.
Oh no.
And he had a video that was like, he was like, the only person that could beat Donald Trump is Bernie Sanders in 2016. We have to go back in time and have Bernie Sanders stop Trump from ever becoming president in 2016. That was the only way. Nothing else could possibly stop him.
Yeah. I mean, they're both, a lot of people who voted for Bernie in the primary ended up voting for Trump in the election. So it's I saw this epic rant with Jank talking about money in politics too. And I'm like, she had so much more money. What are you talking about? Like, she destroyed Trump in the money department. Yes, she lost.
Yep. Because she's a terrible candidate. I mean, listen, she had a lot going against her. The food prices was probably the #1 killer, plus immigration was the #2 killer. So you had those two things slamming her. So it'd be difficult for any candidate. But then it's always hard to tell, because if you had a good candidate, if we had a legitimately, like, even if you disagree with their politics, if you had a good charismatic candidate, you could be like, oh, well, it just doesn't matter because the environment is bad. But when you have a terrible candidate, you're like,
true. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Is it the environment or is it the candidate? I don't know. You can't really tell.
I think my gut so far on looking at the numbers is that if the Democrats had a good candidate, it would have been, I think it would have been different, because if you look at like the percentage points, Trump wins in like 3 or 4 swing states that if they had flipped, the Democrats would have won or Harris would have won. And he only won by like 1 to 2% margins
Right.
in these swing states.
It's close.
So it was pretty close. And the turnout was depressed for both parties. So especially the Democrats, but okay. So here's this is
Our
a very
good
funny
old
clip.
friend.
This is David Pakman, like right after the election results. Okay.
I'm going to tell you something that is terrifying me. I always try to come here and put a positive face on everything, but there is something going on that is terrifying me. When I woke up this morning,
Why did he put up this picture himself, or his staff did, of Donald Trump laughing in his own face? Like, this is a scam. So many people clip this and are like, "Oh my God, it's over for the left." I feel like this is a scam. I feel like this is a grift.
Totally a scam.
This is a
the major
100% grift. Okay. This is David Pakman's like, I need, like, okay, now that Trump is president again, people are going to flock to my channel because they're going to be afraid. Give me the money.
Yep.
Give me the money. Okay.
So true. So true. David Pakman knows that this 4 years is going to be great for his bottom
Yes.
line.
Yes. Look, he's even smiling in the picture. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sad," but am I?
I know the face palm of it.
Yes.
He does. He's got a little smile there, a little smirk.
Yes.
He's like, "Oh my God, they're totally going to fall for this." That's called duping delight, Sitch. I've heard about this with psychopaths.
He's like, "Oh no, Donald Trump's going to be president again. I'm going to make so much money from the
Right.
hate clicks. Oh no."
Yes.
morning, we had lost 5,000 YouTube subscribers compared to where we were last night. Now, the first thing I thought was, is this a glitch? We've been on YouTube for 15 years or something like that, and subscribers always just go up. They just never go down. They go up. Is something wrong with my channel? Is someone attacking my channel? What's going on? So I started texting. And I texted Brian Tyler Cohen, and I texted Tyler Cohen and Brian Cohen and Brian Tyler, all of them. I texted all of them. I texted Jesse Dollemore. I texted Luke Beasley and Farron Cousins and Sam Cedar. And
Let's just like take a moment to appreciate what an insane reaction this is. Okay. So he's got like 2 point whatever million subs. He loses a couple thousand. He's like, I have to text literally every single content creator I know and be like, "Oh my God, what's happening?"
Has Elon taken over YouTube?
Like, what the fuck? If I was like any of these people, I'd be like, "Bro, it's like 2 a.m. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, chill the fuck out." I don't know why. Maybe you just suck. Maybe people are tired. Just relax.
No
Why are you
way.
texting me? What am I supposed to do about it?
Crying.
And also,
You've seen this video. The response is, "I'm losing subs too." Ah!
I know. Well, and it's like it's weird too, because it makes them seem like they're all in a cabal together, where they like plan narratives or messages or something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they do, but it makes it feel like that.
Oh, they do, Sitch.
No, I don't think so.
You know they do.
every single one of our channels since last night is hemorrhaging subscribers. What is it that is going on? Here is a graphic, as you can see.
Oh my God, look at the teeny tiny dip. No, it's over. It's all over.
This is so insane because this is just the last 90 days.
I know. Well, it's super zoomed in. So
Look at
the
that.
bottom is 2.3 million. It's not like it starts at 0, but
Right, but look,
right.
according to this chart, it looks like he's gained 400,000 subs in the last 90 days.
Yes. Right,
That's like,
right.
that's incredible. And all from just gaslighting about Trump being cognitively declined. That's his go-to grift, right? He's got to tell everyone, oh, Trump is losing it in the brain.
Well, there has to be. Okay. David Pakman must know
That
on a
he's
very
lying.
conscious level. Well, besides that, he must know on a very conscious level that if Trump wins, he's going to make more money. Because you're right. Like, you go through his catalog and it's all like his top, and the same
Oh,
thing with like all
yes.
these guys that
Yeah.
are like sort of, they're not like the super like leftist Hassan types, but they're like, you know, left of center, David Pakman, Luke Beasley types. Like, all their top videos are Donald Trump is in cognitive decline. Donald Trump's brain melts during conference. Donald Trump, you know, stepped on a dog
Yeah.
turd and fell face first into a punch bowl, right? And every time I click these videos, I'm like, really? And then it's never ever. It's like 100%
It's like a
clickbait.
half-second clip out of
Yeah.
context.
It's like Donald Trump sneezing, and then they like freeze like right as his like head goes up from the sneeze. Like, oh my god, he's having a seizure, and you're like, what? So yeah, so you know, so because that's true, and they know it's true. I mean, this is a guy who's so obsessed with analytics that he sees this tiny little drop, and he's like,
I
calling
gotta
every single
text
fucking person he
everyone.
knows. Yeah, right. So David Pakman must know on a deep level and on a surface level that Donald Trump winning is going to be just so great for
Yes.
his career. Because if Harris wins and Donald Trump goes away, because he'll probably go away. I mean, he would still have to do with the court cases, but it wouldn't be that big of a deal. No one's going to watch the Donald Trump, you know, farts in courtroom video, you know, for like a 2 million views or whatever.
Of course not. Yeah. It's over for him. No
So
more
he's gotta
texting
be-
pictures of his future Lambo to Hassan.
Maybe that's why he freaked out about this, because he knew that. So he's like, wait a minute. Donald Trump, even though I secretly voted for Donald Trump because I want him to win so I make more money, Donald Trump won, my subs are going down. What's happening?
Right. Well, this has to be, you can't watch all of those videos of David Pakman and not think, oh, it's Harris is going to win in a landslide. It's so obvious.
And then,
I haven't seen anything from the opposition. I'm completely in la la land here.
Right.
Subscribers just go up, 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 and they are down. It is not just YouTube subscribers. We are seeing record cancellations of paid memberships, record cancellations. These are the people that keep the show running. Now, for a moment, I thought, if it's just YouTube, maybe YouTube is purging people who are inactive subscribers. And once a year, usually YouTube does this and you see a little decline and then numbers go back up. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. And if that were the case, we wouldn't be seeing paid membership cancellations on the website. So now I understand what is going on. It's terrifying, but it is happening. A lot of people are checking out. I heard anecdotally from a couple dozen people who said, you know, David, I just can't do it anymore. I just can't do it. I'm checking out. I'm out. And the reason that this is terrifying, not only because it puts everybody in left-wing media's livelihoods at stake and at risk, it terrifies me because our instinct is the opposite of what the right does, and we will get crushed if this is the way we respond to a defeat. The right wants us not to exist. The right wants to decimate independent progressive media. And so when I lose 5,000 subscribers and Brian loses thousands, and
God, it's so weird because he completely frames it as the us versus them that they're always accusing Donald Trump of. They're like, Donald Trump is a strong man leader, and a strong man leader has to have an enemy to fight.
Mm-hmm.
They're guilty of everything they accuse Donald Trump of.
Of course.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
and Ring of Fire loses thousands.
And also, like, I'm sure a lot of it, you know, some people are saying they think, oh, people were leaving because they feel like Dave Pakman lied to them, which is possible. And part of it's probably there could have been a lot of bots or some amount of bots that were bought by, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if like the Harris campaign was buying bots.
Campaign, they have so much money to blow.
Right. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Harris campaign or some surrogate, or in the Trump campaign, some surrogate were like buying bots to pump up, you know, their perspective channels, because that could help the algorithm boost their content. Like, I'm sure that that's going on. And now that the election's over, you know, there's going to be those bot counts are going to go away because no one's going to pay for them anymore. But a lot of it probably is what he's saying, in that, like, I know with even my own parents, as they got closer to the election, they were like so freaked out. They just couldn't watch any more politics. And then now they're like, just not watch. They just don't want to watch the news
They're
because Trump
despondent.
won. Right. Yeah, they're like despondent on the whole. They just want to like
Yeah.
watch like fictional TV shows and just not pay attention to politics anymore. But the thing is, I know, and this is why this is kind of BS too. Like the people who care about news, people who care about politics, okay,
Oh yeah.
they're gonna come back,
There,
right?
of course.
It's an addiction. It's like gambling. They're gonna come back. They're not gonna just watch, the NBC sitcom for the rest of their lives. Okay, they're gonna take a month off and then they're gonna come back and be like, "What's Donald Trump doing? I gotta know. I gotta know. Tell me what's Donald Trump doing."
It's so true. It's so true. Yeah, they'll be back. I don't know if they're going to be back for David Pakman's perspective though, just because
Right.
it's completely so off base. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Will they carry that meme that Trump is cognitively declined into his
100%.
presidency? You think so? Just
He
because
makes
it's like ingrained.
Pakman and all these other channels. I'm serious. Go to their catalog. Their top videos are for
Oh, I
some
know.
reason
I
are
know.
all the ones where they say that Donald Trump's in mental decline. Those are
But
all
I
their
never
top videos.
see that in mainstream media. Like it's so rare on MSNBC. They're not like beating the drum about cognitive decline. It's like an internet meme. It's like QAnon.
That's why, but maybe that's why these are their top videos, is because they have to have something that's outside of like the mainstream.
They can't get on MSNBC.
Right,
Right.
but that's
yeah.
still yeah. Like look, if I go to Dave Pakman's channel and I hit popular,
Yeah.
okay,
It's all
and I have
first 10 of them is like,
well, like no, it's like the first, like first 3 or 4 rows are all videos from like 12 years ago, like super old videos that have gained millions of views. But the only one recently, okay, within a 6-year period is a 3-month ago video. Got 2.6 million views in it. Trump stuns crowd with serious brain fail. Fox cuts feed.
right. Oh, look at that. He even included how Fox is worried about it. Oh my God.
Right.
Trump is gonna lose it. How old is Bernie Sanders? I mean, I just saw him in an interview and he seemed great.
Everyone gets hit differently, but
What do you mean
Yeah.
as far as age goes?
in terms of the effects of
Of
age.
course, yeah.
Bernie Sanders is 83.
83. Okay.
I mean, he's doing pretty good for 83. I don't know what
He's doing great. Oh,
yeah, Donald Trump's 78, so yeah, he's 5 years older than Donald Trump.
he's 5 years older? Wow.
Yeah.
And he's
That
still
was
going
fun.
on about the millionaires and the millionaires.
The billionaires. He's 2
Oh,
years
yeah.
older than Biden, and yeah, he's definitely seems like he's got it a lot better than Biden. So, it's also funny
Yes.
now that since I have David Pakman's videos arranged by like popularity, he has a video from 12 years ago that has 2.3 million views. It's called "Smartphones That Can See Through Clothes and Walls." And the picture has
No
like
way.
the picture is like an X-ray of like a woman, but her tits have like sensors on top of it.
Wow.
It's
David
from
Pakman.
from 12 years ago. He looks like a child. Oh my
That's
god.
funny.
I'm pretty sure isn't Dave Pakman like in his 40s? I mean, he looks good for his age too.
I'm not sure. I don't keep track of that
He's
stuff.
40 years old. Jeez, he looks like a little kid.
Wow. Wow.
Anyway, let's keep hearing him cry.
And everybody's listens of subscribers understand that when the right loses, they get organized, they fund, and they create insanely effective organizations like Turning Point USA, investing in the Daily Wire and building out this huge network of right-wing ideas and influencers. So if you're feeling burnt out, I encourage you, take a break until the inauguration. It's months, okay? Mental health break, do it.
Please don't do that. Post as much as content as you can within this next 2 months. Post to TikTok, post to YouTube, post to Twitter. Just knock yourselves out. Come on, guys. We need this content.
Someone's got to find the screaming girl. Get her. You got to pay her money to
Oh my
reenact
God.
the scene in 2024.
I've scoured the internet for that one. Sitch.
Mhm.
I just want to see what she looks like today, but you can't find her.
I could have swore like 2 years ago someone posted a picture of her and she looked very similar.
No.
could've
Okay.
sworn.
I can't find the
Maybe it
pic.
was a fake picture. I don't know.
Maybe AI generated.
Right.
When we start canceling the subscriptions, we are in an algorithmic desubscription spiral right now.
I just look, if you're funding David Pakman, just the whole David Pakman attitude towards the conservatives, I think, is largely what lost the election. Like, you can't hector people. Like, and sooner or later you have to actually come up with some kind of platform. Like, you can't basically just say Trump bad for an entire election season and hope to win. So I don't know why. Look, I don't know why you're funding people like this. You should withdraw your funding from these people, because these are the people that literally lost you the election. Like, why are you giving them your money when they ended up producing losers? These are the same people that told you, oh yeah, Biden doesn't have any problem, right? They weren't trying to force Biden out so that you could actually have a primary and put up a candidate that had stood a chance of actually winning. These were the people lying to you. You should withdraw your subscriptions. These people did a shit job.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone could support any news pundit that said Biden was cognitively
fine.
okay. Like, that was insane.
Laughable. Laughable. These are your strategists here. These are the ones strategizing for you. They're the ones telling you, oh yeah, trans women in sports, nobody cares about that. It's a minor issue.
Oh, we're going to be seeing a lot of that today. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today.
Anybody on the left that said that, engaged in that sort of thinking, withdraw your subscription from. Like, those people are lost. You need better people on the left that are actually going to put forward arguments that working people care about. That's what you need to do. But look, we're going to see people double down on this sort of political correctness, this sort of wokeness, whatever you want to call it. We're going to see that because it drives clicks. People love to go to their channels and hate on conservatives. It's going to cost them the next election, but they don't care about that.
Because when people start unsubscribing on YouTube, YouTube thinks, oh, we probably shouldn't recommend this content because
yeah, that's smart. Don't recommend that content. It's garbage.
It's generating a lot of unsubscribes. So then the content doesn't get recommended. And then the message doesn't get out. And then next election,
the bad message,
they win by even more. So I do understand
the message.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
The instinct, but if we cede ground to them, they crush us everywhere. Now, we're up against a MAGA Supreme Court potentially till 2050. We'll talk about that later. We're up against a completely uninhibited Trump. I actually have an entire chapter in my forthcoming book, The Echo Machine, about exactly this. It's actually...
I know. We got to check this book out.
Got a book. Oh, my God.
He's got 4 books, man. This has to be something we could totally make fun of. The garbage tier content here.
Oh, it's the introduction. In the introduction, I explain how it's disgusting to me. It's disgusting to me that when you engage in politics, you can't just find solutions. First, you've got to convince people climate change is even happening. You can't just find solutions.
This is another thing that drives me crazy. There's nobody has done more. No one in the private sector has done more for climate change than Elon Musk. But they all fucking hate Elon Musk. Like, Elon Musk literally is trying to electrify the entire fleet of automobiles to get them off of fossil fuels, right? He started a solar company, right? Like, he believes in climate change and he's actually doing something about it, but they fucking hate the guy. This is the reason why he made his patents for battery technology open source, so that other car companies could come in and make electric vehicles so we could get off fossil fuels. Does he get any credit for it? No. Like, what the fuck, David Pakman? You should be telling your audience that Elon Musk knows climate change is real and cares about it, instead of making him out to be some sort of like villain.
Well, listen. When they attacked Elon Musk at first, it was total BS because it was about COVID.
Oh no, Sitch, no.
He was what?
I know what you're. Go ahead. Go.
No, because remember he was like he didn't want to keep the factories locked down and everything, and then
I remember.
Yeah, the left like freaked out about it and started attacking him and calling him horrible. I think that was where it started. I don't remember if it started before then. I think it was around that time period where it first started, and then, then he buys Twitter. and like the tax on him they increase like 100-fold, and they basically, and I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if Elon has legitimately become like ideologically radicalized by all the attacks against him, or if it's all just sort of like a grift, or it's all just for show, because he's like, I have to appeal to the right to protect me. I have to appeal to Republicans, especially Republicans in Congress, to protect me from Democrats regulating and going after my companies.
Okay.
That feels like to me, I think that's what's going on.
There's a difference between saying he's moved right on certain issues than saying like he no longer, like he thinks climate change is a hoax. That would be a tough claim to make.
Well, I don't think he still believes in climate change, I assume.
Yeah, obviously. But I'm just saying, look, Donald Trump knows Elon Musk was super instrumental in getting him reelected.
Right.
That's got to mean something when he's a guy that believes in climate change and he's got Donald Trump's ear, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be helpful. Like that is helpful. I don't see how you could see that any other way.
I agree.
Yeah.
But then the problem is that you have Elon Musk saying the stupidest shit ever on Twitter, pushing every right-wing conspiracy about how, the Democrats want to ship in all the illegals so they can all vote forever to make the country a communist blue country forever. And it's like, does he actually believe that? Or is he just making up bullshit because he knows it's what people on the right want to
Sitch,
hear?
what is the carbon footprint of all of those illegal immigrants? Okay, you got to think about that. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is considering that.
Right.
I get what you're saying. Look, and that's why I said, you're not going to align with people on every single issue. That's just how life is.
Obviously, but this isn't a question of aligning on like policy issues. This is a question of going from like a person who seemed pretty normy to like, I'm going to believe all the conspiracies about the deep state and replacing people and illegal immigrants, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if he actually believes this nonsense or not.
All this came in, like the reason we started talking about this was because David Pakman tried to make the point that nobody in the Republican Party believes in climate change. When one of Donald Trump's biggest supporters.
You're correct. He does.
Yes.
He does.
And you just, look, this is why you should unsubscribe from David Pakman, and you should not give this guy money, because he's fucking lying to you. Like, you should know that. You should know that this is a big fucking win for climate change, that Elon Musk is such a outspoken supporter of doing something about climate change. He's done more for climate change in the private sector than most of these people in government. And now he has Donald Trump's ear. That's good. That's a good thing.
Well, I'll be curious to see going forward. Will Elon have an effect on climate change in the government, or is not? Because they were saying he's going to be in the government efficiency area. So it's very possible that he has no effect on that whatsoever. So we'll find out.
Maybe we'll get those charging stations up and running so people aren't scared to buy an electric car.
Maybe. I didn't know this happened until I saw, because of all the hurricanes and stuff. Did you know that if salt water hits the electric car battery, it like catches on fire and explodes?
What? Oh my
God.
What happens if you drive one into the ocean? Is it like just a bomb?
It's like
a nuclear bomb?
Because I saw there was like this video, and it was like there's flooding happening, and all of a sudden their car like catches on fire, and there's like video of it, and it like just completely goes up in flames. And I was like, what the fuck happened? And then I looked it up, and there was something about the salt water on the electric car battery, like for some reason makes it explode or catch fire.
Wow. Okay. So, well, that's not good.
Though I don't know. Maybe
look. Yeah. Minor issue. We'll fix that. Minor development issue.
Right. Hopefully they can fix that. So.
Because half the country doesn't even accept the science of vaccines. I outline this in the introduction, but I also make the point in the book that if you actually care about the world for ourselves, children, grandchildren, other people, families, friends, people we care about, when you disengage because they've gotten so extreme, you cede ground to them and you say, do whatever you want. I'm disengaging, do whatever you want.
See, this guy he believes his own bullshit. His own bullshit.
No, I still think this is all just a grift. This is just a money grift.
Oh, really? So you think he doesn't even believe his own bullshit?
No, not on this. I mean, I think he does on some things, but not on this issue.
Right. Give me money so I can lie to you.
And we really can't do that. Okay. So my request to you today is, please resubscribe to the YouTube channel. Don't watch the clips for months if they're not doing anything for you. Okay. But all of a sudden in 12, 14 hours, the entire progressive media ecosystem is under a threat I have never seen before. We've never seen anything like this. Consider, this is the moment where we have to support independent progressive media. If it's not my show, that's fine. Okay.
I would refer to it more as a cesspool than an ecosystem, but you know, minor differences.
You call it a swamp? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. A malaria-ridden swamp.
There's plenty of shows you can support. Consider getting a membership.
Sitch and Adam, you can support us. Go ahead, subscribe, become a member.
That's right.
Be part of the cool kids.
Yeah.
Consider it. We have a code. The new coupon code is not again. All one word, not again. It really represents the dread that we are all feeling.
You know, I bet you at first when they were writing the coupon code, they're like, never again. Let's put never again. It sounds like it's a little too much on the nose. I don't know if you want to be so Holocausty, right? Just because Trump won.
Oh,
they're like, okay, we'll go with not again. That's soft never again, right?
Right. Yeah, that's better.
Consider getting a membership. If you want to understand what happened, I outline it in the book, The Echo Machine. Please pre-order the book. There is the...
We got to read this book.
Enough of... So this is... It's so weird because they're never going to get it when their whole narrative is that it's all about right-wing media lying to gullible people. Like that's basically their narrative. We're the smart people. Our media doesn't lie to us, even though that's exactly what they did for this entire election season. God, the lies were just so palpable. I'm seeing all of these videos now the people seem like normies. They don't really seem like content creators at all that are just saying, I fell for the lies about Donald Trump.
Well, part of what we're going to watch today, because, I mean, we're getting our beak wet with Dave Pakman because it's hilarious. And then the one after this we're going to watch is also hilarious. But we're also going to be watching videos that I find interesting where there's people on CNN and MSNBC. And right now there is this battle, blame game, soul of the Democrat Party. And I don't know how it's going to end, but I'm so far pleasantly surprised because even though there's lots of people and I have clips of them and we're going to watch them going, oh my God, the white nationalism and the patriarchy and all this other shit, right? There are a good chunk of policy people. There are a good chunk of pundits saying, no, it's the ultra progressive woke nonsense that has basically not only tarred the Democrat Party as a whole, but it draws too much energy away from economic issues. And that's another thing. Like people keep bringing up this point, and they don't really understand how politics works anymore. They keep saying, but Sitch, Kamala Harris, excuse me, didn't run on woke stuff. She didn't run on pronouns. She didn't run on trans women in sports. And then you could talk about how well she did in 2020 and blah, 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 blah. But it's true. She didn't really run on, like, she didn't super push the identity politics heavy this election. She had surrogates that do it, but she didn't really do it herself. But they're kind of missing something, which is that politics, I forget who said it. Someone very, very smart said this a few years ago. They said all politics now are national. There used to be this adage that all politics were local, but now everything is national. And it's because of the way that everyone gets their news is through social media and national news. And they're not, those social media, for the most part, national news, they're trying to appeal to as wide an audience as possible. So the only time that they're going to focus on local stories is if they can frame it in somehow a local story that has some influence or impact or represents the nation as a whole. So everything is national. And this was, I forget, might have been Frank Luntz was talking about this. He was saying how like a lot of people know who AOC is, but they don't know who their local House representative is. And they'll, vote against Democrats because in their mind, Democrats means like AOC or Nancy Pelosi or whatever, not whoever the actual candidate is in their district. They don't even know who that person is.
Right.
And so if the Democrats as a party gets tarred with the brush of being too woke, too caring about gender, trans issues, or whatever. It actually doesn't matter if the candidate at the top of the ticket is running on any of that stuff, if that's the vibe that the people are operating under when they go into the voting booth.
Yeah, that's completely true. Yeah, they get tarred with the vibe even if they fight against it. But Donald Trump did run like billions of ads of Kamala Harris saying that she was in favor of criminals
Yes,
being
of course.
transitioned. So I mean,
Of course.
yeah,
It's
it's kind of
supposedly
difficult to fight against, right?
right. Well, and she didn't come out strong enough against it and say that was stupid or wrong or whatever. So,
Yeah.
and supposedly that ad, I think, because we're gonna watch this hilarious debate between Cenk and some other
And
people
yeah, on the Young Turks.
on the Young Turks, and he talks about how that ad apparently was like doing super well. And we watched a clip the other day, but I forget what state it was. This person was Republican, was running for local office. And they said that just putting like, I forget it was like keep girls only sports or keep boys out of girls sports or something. It was just adding that little tagline about like girls protect. It was like protecting girls in our sports or something. Just adding that to her little lawn sign suddenly made like all these people want her lawn signs when before no one wanted it when it was just her name.
Right. Yes. Yeah, Democrats are completely out to lunch on that. That's another thing. They have this narrative that the Republicans don't really have any issues that voters care about. They just like gaslight tiny things that aren't really an issue into being an issue. And I'm like, maybe just for a second, come to the debate with some sort of good faith and think, okay, maybe they have a point. And if they have a point that's resonating with people, maybe let's understand why that is and try to resonate with those people as well, instead of just dismissing it as, oh, this is just gaslighting.
Right. Well, I
It's
think
so silly.
I think the number, and it's weird, people don't really talk about this, but I think the number one intuition that the like not politically active, but like normie, right-leaning Republican voter has is that they view the Democrats as the party that helps the cheaters and the lazy and the criminals.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that like the normie,
Because they do.
right? Well, maybe, but like the normie right-leaning person kind of has this view that, you know, I'm working hard, I'm participating in society properly, and you have either illegal immigrants who are cutting in line, you have criminals who are doing criminal activity, you have lazy people that are not working or whatever. Now you can argue whether this is correct interpretation. I'm just saying this is what the interpretation is. They have this view that like all these people that are basically gaming the system, and that the Democrats are the party of saying, oh, you cut in line, let me give you money, let me give you assistance, let me give assistance to all the cheaters, the criminals, the weirdos, all these people, but I'm not going to give you, the person who's been participating in society normally. No, you're a bad person.
Yeah. Yeah, you participate in white supremacy.
Right.
The assumption you can't have a successful independent nonfiction book unless you have like CNN or MSNBC behind you.
Is there more to this?
Oh, I guess not. We can move on.
I don't want to listen to David Pakman sell his goofy book.
You don't listen to David Pakman sell book.
Well, we can read it and report back to you on all the hilariousness of it. You don't
Okay.
need to read a copy of it.
That's true. That's true. He does have a video. I don't know what it is. I haven't watched it yet. It's called Dave Pakman. They're canceling me because I told the truth.
Oh yeah, he gets canceled once a month. He makes one of those videos. Oh, they're canceling me now.
Wait, I'm curious. I haven't watched this. I don't know what this is about. Let's see.
All right, my friends, I am really, really worried about something. On Tuesday, I laid out the case that if the election were held today,
Yeah, it's so grifty. It's got the grift all over it. Look at the look at the picture.
They're like, okay, David, the person who's doing the headshots, like, okay, David, I want you to look at the camera and I want you to give me a face, but I want you to look as incredulous as possible, as shifty as possible, right? Like, so you really don't believe the face you're making.
Right.
and polling held Donald Trump would likely win re-election. At minimum, it's 50-50. It's a coin flip. And I defended this by showing the polls. I showed the map. I was the messenger. And the message was we had better damn well vote because this is either a coin flip or Trump is likely to win. I received hundreds of pieces of hate email, but email can be anecdotal. What about the data? Well, the data is disturbing. The video I did on Tuesday generated, as of the moment we took this screenshot, 348,000 views, 348,000 YouTube views of that story, with a net loss of 85 subscribers. Now,
Okay, we got to move on. This is like, this is ridiculous. Look, he is literally making the argument that people want an echo chamber.
I
People on the
know.
left want an echo chamber.
Of
They're
course
like, how
they do.
dare you?
I know.
You
of
told
course
me
they
it was
do.
in cognitive decline. How can he be pulling ahead?
I know.
That's a contradiction.
It's hilarious.
How dare you, David?
They're mad because I told the truth. They can't.
Right.
It's funny because we've had this fight for years where people in the center or people on the right would say, okay, cancel culture is too awful. Cancel culture
Oh, yeah.
has basically like, it's not anywhere near, it's a shadow of the giant that it once was, obviously. Like back in the day, people got canceled for the most insane things. That guy got canceled because he said, hey, if you look at the polls, if you look at statistical data, cities that have riots tend to lean right in next elections. So maybe we shouldn't have rioting, BLM riots and stuff when there's election coming up. That guy gets canceled.
Yeah.
Right. Even though he was, a Democrat. So the cancel culture back, 4 years ago, 6 years ago was like off the charts. Definitely significantly declined. It's not gone away, but significantly declined from comparatively. And people like David Pakman on the left, we've watched videos of it. All the people on the left, they would try to gaslight the fuck out of all of us and tell us that canceling didn't exist. Cancel culture didn't exist. And they always say, well, it doesn't exist because Brett Weinstein has a podcast.
Yeah.
Or, the handful of people.
Jordan Peterson's rich now.
Jordan Peterson's rich now. It's like ridiculous. Like, okay, I'm glad like 10 people that were kind of, famous that got canceled and have made more money, but like the thousands of people that just lose their jobs, constantly every day during the cancel culture crusades that no one's ever heard of, right? Didn't get anything. But so that was what we got this narrative from David Pakman for like years. And now he's like, oh my God, I lost 85 subscribers.
I'm canceled.
Canceling me because I told the truth.
It's over. Cancel
Oh my
culture
God.
exists. Those 85 people are gone.
Please stop canceling. Oh my, this is worse than the Lindsay Ellis, when she got canceled by her own community.
Oh, yeah.
She reaped what she sowed. She ran away because she got some minor, like, talk about being a pussy and a pushover. She gets like some minor level of pushback from her tweet because the bad faith wokest people on the planet misinterpret her tweet and she just fucking pieces out forever or goes to Nebula or something.
Yeah.
Preposterous.
Crazy.
Okay. This video is pretty
Oh,
funny.
no.
Okay.
This guy. This sad sack.
Brian, I don't think we've ever watched our Brian Tyler Cohen video on the channel.
I've watched several, though.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
It's funny, too, because like all these guys, I think normally they wear like
A suit and
suits
tie.
and
Yeah,
ties and
totally.
everything. But like post-election, they're like, oh, I'm too depressed to put clothes on. I just put on like a hoodie and like roll out of bed.
Well, he's trying to give the perception that Democrats were actually, button up, organized. Now it's
Not anymore.
What's the point, right? What's the point?
Oh God. All right, let me read some super chats real quick. Stargate44, thanks so much for the $20. Says many said if the Republican candidate was not Donald Trump like Haley, it'd be a landslide. Republicans down ballots universally underperformed and split tickets. Why do you think is it that the party is still seen negatively by the new coalition? Republicans down ballots universally underperformed. I do think, I don't know if it would have been Haley because a lot of people in the MAGA movement didn't like Haley, but I think if it was someone that both sides, like the older conservative Republicans and the new MAGA movement, both liked, like if it was a DeSantis type person, I think it would have been even a much bigger landslide than it was. than this was already. Because even this was a lot of shift. There was a lot of shift to the right in the entire country. I'm sure you've all seen the little chart of the New York Times chart with the map, and it shows all the little red arrows and it shows all the rightward shift. But again, remember, Donald Trump only won by a handful of points in like 4 swing states. So
it was interesting that he kind of did a Super Friends thing, Donald Trump did towards the end of the campaign, where he picked up Bobby Kennedy, he picked up Elon Musk
and Tulsi
Gabbard. Yeah. So he was doing this. Like, it's not just me. He's basically parading around the advisors that he would take on, which I thought was kind of a brilliant move.
It is. It's a very good move.
Yeah, you didn't see Kamala Harris doing that. And that is kind of an unusual thing. We always talk about how they try to do a VP pick that is not going to outshine them. And look, JD Vance was another one, because JD Vance turned out to be like really brilliant in a lot of these interviews.
The sleeper,
like
he had the really rough start, but he came back, at the end.
It's just looking back, like Kamala picked Walz because Walz called JD Vance weird.
Right.
What the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Well, no,
like,
she picked, she said, or her staff said, the reason she picked Walz was because he was like a beta male. Because Josh Shapiro was like, I want to, he was more alpha. He would outshine the master. And Tim Walz made it very clear that he was submissive, that he would prostrate herself down before Harris.
He'll wear a ball gag on stage for you.
Right, exactly. You're the alpha dog here. So,
but look, sooner or later you got to vote for that person, right? I can't get the picture of Walz like screwing around with his notes in the debate, in the vice presidential debate, just looking manic. Like, oh my God, where's my fucking note? I was thinking, holy shit, he's going to be in a national security meeting. He's going to be like, where the fuck is my note? That's just not, for me, that was just instantly disqualifying at a gut level. I thought, this guy can't be president. He can't even find his note in a vice presidential debate.
No, he looked really big. A lot of people said that debate was kind of like a tie, but I disagree. And we talked about this because his look, he had a weird panicked look for like most of the debate. And I was super unclear why, because JD Vance was being like as gentle as a kitten through like most of the things. So I don't know why he looks so like anxious. I don't understand how these governors and these senators and stuff, they've been in politics for like fucking decades. And why do they still have problems debating or public speaking? That's like such a huge part of their job.
Well, it's on a so much bigger stage. They're on the national stage. Usually, he's a candidate in Minnesota. It's not as
really
big a deal.
Does it really not
it's
translate?
between like 500,000 people and like 300 million people. All of a sudden, you're just in front of the world. It's kind of crazy. But look, and another thing, they like a attack that they constantly had on Donald Trump was Donald Trump's a liar. Donald Trump's a liar. He lies more than anyone. You can't believe a thing that comes out of his mouth. And she picks Walz. Like, the media keeps digging shit up that he lied about. After 4 or 5 of these cases, you're like, oh my God, when does he tell the truth?
And his response was, "Oh, I'm a bit of a knucklehead when I
maybe
said that I was a veteran in the specific war, but wasn't."
Tell me one time that Donald Trump came out and said, "Oh yeah, I lied about that."
Wow.
Never.
So you're saying Wall should just never? He should just not admit it. He's just, I just lie. The news is fake.
Is
that the technique?
He's admitting guilt. It's obvious he is a liar, right?
I'm not sure that would work for Tim Walz, though. I don't. Not everyone can use all the techniques. I'm not sure Walz adopting the news is fake. I'm never going to admit I did something or said something that was untrue. Like, even if it's like they dead to rights have him saying something that's just not true.
So much of the media is lying about Trump anyway. So
I guess.
So much to point to.
No, but you said something that I think was a great point about how, near the end of the campaign, Trump has like the super friends.
Yeah.
He's established. He's got Tulsi and RFK and Elon. Assuming you like those people. If you don't like those people, then they're like,
did you watch that ad?
I did.
He came out with an ad on it. And it's just so like super friends. But go ahead.
I wanted to compare that to Harris. And this is kind of the problem. Like, and this is what Frank Luntz was talking about in that article. Frank Luntz was saying Harris talking so much about Trump is a mistake because everyone in the country knows who Trump is
Yep.
already. They don't know
Yep.
who Harris is. They know who Trump is. So it's a waste of time. And so I think that's part of why Trump can like have the super friends, because everyone knows who Trump is already. But so then if he surrounds himself with these other people, you know, maybe it makes some people feel more confident with shoring up some of Donald Trump's weaknesses. But it's interesting because with Harris, not only did you not know who she was, or I don't think people had a good sense of who she was, but then she didn't like the people she was running with or surrounding herself with. They're these fucking celebrity endorsements that, I mean, you know, they're not going to be involved in actually governing.
Totally.
So it's like more of the black box problem that we talked about with Biden, where with Harris, you're like, okay, who's on her Super Friends team? We don't know. I don't know any of these people.
Beyonce, what should I do about tax policy?
Yeah, right. Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So Billie Irish, how should I solve the housing crisis?
It is, so much of it was a black box. And this is why Donald Trump didn't want to debate her a second time, which obviously, I mean, the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, that's probably a good move, a slick move. I mean, I'd like to see another debate, obviously, as a voter, but
Right.
making her, like giving her an opportunity to kind of dispel the who am I is not a great campaign strategy. So
No. J-Mac or Circuit Far, thanks so much for the $50. J-Mac says, has anyone gotten their free hands made yet? Or is that only going to take effect after Trump's inauguration? Also, am I allowed to deport all the Browns myself, or do I need to call ICE? I believe you get the handmade after the inauguration, and I don't know, we'll see. Is Trump going to have a do-it-yourself deportation process or not?
a friend of mine sent me a thing on the Handmaid's Tale outfit. I don't know if this is a meme or not, but it was showing that the triple XL Handmaid's outfit is sold out. So,
That's got to be a meme. There's an interesting clip we're going to watch later, which is they were now this is just one family, so I don't know how indicative this is of like the whole, but there was some family that MSNBC was interviewing who, like, they literally had their relatives were illegal in the country. They were literal illegals in the country that could be threatened to be deported, and they're like, oh, Trump's not going to deport them because they're not criminals. And I was like, that's very interesting. We'll see what happens with that.
right. Yeah, that's what a lot of the controversy is over, but we'll see how that shakes out.
Ryan Wolf for $20 says, saw an old clip of Hassan a couple days after the election saying the right-wing propaganda is the reason young men flock to the right. The right's propaganda is just clips of the far left shitting on men constantly. That's exactly it. Yeah, and I retweeted something about that to the same thing. It's like you have 8 years or 10 years of the left trying to control every space on the internet, in in gaming, in any sort of hobby space. The left completely tries to take control of it, and then it like these spaces. It's so weird. It's got to be super weird for people who are like much younger than me that don't remember what things were like in like before 2014, 2015. Before 2015, before Gamergate and all that shit, and before the woke started to attack everything, all these spaces, all these gaming spaces, all these hobby spaces, they were like completely politically neutral. They had a slight, center left bias, probably, if you got into politics, but they were all completely politically neutral. It's not something anyone talked about. And then all these spaces everything had to be dominated by this, progressive ideology. And that's obviously what radicalized a lot of people, or pushed them to the right, I should say.
Yeah, obviously,
like,
nobody likes to be called a racist misogynist, right?
Of course. Agent Mongoose for $20. Thanks so much. Says, regarding the batteries in saltwater acts as an electrolytic fluid, causing batteries to short and experience thermal runaway. However, the batteries are sealed. This will only happen if the seal has failed. Well, thank you, Agent Mongoose. It's good to know. So
what happens if you submerge it?
I think that's the problem. Is like
fails, right?
If you just splash some salt water on it, it's not a big deal. But if there's like a flood and it just sits in it for a while, the salt water is corrosive, and if it's old, yeah. Shenanigans, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian. Says, I often listen to the stream to unwind before bed. Had a dream last night that Sitch finally did a name and face reveal, and his real name was Adam. Long live the Adam and the Adam Show.
Wow.
That'd be pretty funny if it was the Adam and Adam Show.
It's not.
It is not. No.
Nope.
Sorry. Anyway, let's get back to this. Brian Tyler Cohen here. Let's see what he has to say in his little hoodie.
Okay, so this is not the video that I wanted to be making today. I know a lot of you right now are scared and despairing and confused and exhausted. That's okay, you're right to feel that way. I know pretty much all of us were shocked by the results. We're obviously going to spend the next few days and weeks and months, I'm sure, autopsying what happened, and there's going to be the usual finger pointing from people who are going to say that they knew better. But to be honest, I think that the Harris campaign did run the best campaign they could have possibly run, given the circumstances. I also think...
Oh my God. This, I can only imagine the people that are saying this, that Harris ran the best possible campaign, are the people who are they've been championing her from the beginning. I don't know what Brian's position was in terms of Biden dropping out, but that these are people that were championing her from the beginning, saying, "Oh my God, she's doing so well." Yas girl, coconut meme, right? And now they're stuck in the position where if they come out and they start criticizing campaign decisions, they'll appear inconsistent.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. I mean, they also could be looking at this as if it's kind of like the Special Olympics. So they knew she was, a little slow, a little not on her A game. So they're like, look, what could we do? We had a terrible candidate.
Yeah, and it is this very interesting divide. We are saying, in my opinion, you're saying people on the left who have some ounce of self-reflection, and the people that are just delusional or just grifters or just ideologues. Anyone that says Harris ran the best campaign ever, don't ever take that person's opinion seriously in anything, because they have no clue what they're talking about.
You're skeptical of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that more broadly there are a lot of massive structural disadvantages that Democrats are contending with right now that, in retrospect, made winning this election very difficult. First and foremost, something that I've been beating the drum about for years now, the right has a propaganda machine at its disposal that hums on for 24 hours a day on TV and radio and TikTok and Facebook and YouTube and Rumble and Discord servers everywhere that pump out right-wing propaganda on an endless loop. The top 20 podcasts in America include Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Theo Vaughn, Dan Bongino, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Ben Shapiro. You know who we've got on the left on that list? The Daily and Pod Save America. All the while, Democrats continue, for some fucking reason unbeknownst to me, to...
So I brought it up here, okay. So I have, let's see, it says top 50 podcasts for the second quarter of 2024. Okay, so number 1 is the Joe Rogan Experience, right? Which,
nice.
I agree. I think Joe Rogan has gone in like a kind of wacky direction when I've heard him talk recently. But he offered, the number 1 podcast offered a sit-down interview with Harris for the key demographic or one of the key demographics that she thought she needed before the election, and she turned it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
For what, the Who's Your Daddy
Caller
podcast?
Daddy. Well, she didn't turn it down for Caller Daddy. She just turned it down, period. Like, she could have done both. Okay. So then it says the number 2 podcast is Crime Junkie, because we all know women love listening to fucking true crime podcasts.
Did she go on that one?
She did not. So, okay. Women, why? Why do you like true crime so much? What is happening here? There's some facet of the female mind that I don't understand. There's like, you know how little boys, when they're growing up, they like morbid, violent, gross things. They really like it. I liked it, especially when I was younger. Okay. And I feel like women, they just like that version of that for little boys is like that for adult women. Like, that's how that reflex manifests, is through these fucking true crime podcasts. It's so weird.
You don't understand women at all, Sitch.
You're right.
Women are often the victims of violent crime. So
they
they want to understand violent crime so that they can avoid that situation.
That is not it. You're delusional. There's
that's
not
exactly it. What are you talking about?
No fucking way.
This is the same reason why. This is why people like narrative fiction. Like, it's about problem solving. It's about learning information. You might be in this situation and you want to see how other people respond to it.
Chat, Do you agree with this? Do you think women are listening to true crime because
Yes,
they want to learn
they
to
are.
escape the true crime?
They want to
I
know.
don't believe this for a
They
second.
want to know, is this guy, look, I'm sure Sammy G can tell you.
No, they like
wanna
get
know
off
this.
on it. It's completely different. They get off on it. It's completely different.
They don't get off on it.
They do. What do you mean?
It
Girls get off
terrifies
on
them.
true crime. They literally get off on it.
You act like they're masturbating to true crime.
They are.
That's not going on.
They totally are.
Oh
Okay.
my God, you're a sicko. I can't
Let me-
believe you're saying this.
Look at this. Chat says I'm right. Chat says I'm right and you're wrong.
What has Chad ever gotten right?
By being in our chat. That's what they got right, obviously.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're here. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Okay. The third is The Daily. So he said I've never heard of The Daily, but he says it's some left-wing podcast. So the number 3 podcast is The Daily. Number 4 is Call Her Daddy, which Harris went on.
Right.
Number 5.
It's just silly, but
Or number
whatever.
5, I should say. The 5th one is Dateline NBC, which I didn't even know they had a podcast, or maybe it's just their show that counts the podcast. So number 6 is Smartless, I never heard of. Number 7 is Stuff You Know. Number 8 is This American Life, which isn't that an NPR thing? Or a left-wing thing? I think it is. And then number 9 is Theo Vaughn. And then number 10 is Morbid, which I'm assuming from the title is another fucking true crime podcast.
Another true crime for women to masturbate to. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Sitch
So
is so out of it.
on this list, you have the Joe Rogan Experience and Theo Vaughn are the only ones that they would consider right wing. So I mean, this is where like this whole world theory they've constructed is totally ridiculous to me, especially when, again, we've talked about a million times, I believe the number 1 political streamer is fucking Hassan, a socialist.
Oof. Don't remind
Oh, wait,
me.
and here we go.
That's depressing.
If we look at the other ones, you got, okay, number 16, you got Ben Shapiro. Okay, number 19, you have Pod Save America, which is left wing. Number 22, you have The Breakfast Club.
Oof.
So, I mean, this is a complete nonsensical.
Did she
Tucker
even go
Carlson's
on the
number
Breakfast Club?
33. Huh?
The
She
interesting
did.
thing about the Breakfast Club was they used the Breakfast Club in that ad about trans people because the Breakfast Club totally laid into her about that.
Mm-hmm.
And they used the clip from the Breakfast Club of them laying into Kamala Harris being for transitioning
Right.
criminals. They're like, what the fuck? If you even got, look, if the Breakfast Club is calling you out, man, you got problems. You got problems.
Oh, I know where he's drawing. The thing I was looking at. This is like the Edison research. So they do like numbers for podcasts on like total overall in the country.
Where are we
He's
at?
probably
on
just
there?
looking at the Spotify numbers.
Oh,
Because if you look at the Spotify numbers, it's like, yeah, Joe Rogan's number 1, and then number 4 is Charlie Kirk, and then number 6 is Tucker Carlson, and then number 8 is Candace Owens. Oh my God, how depressing is that?
you don't like Candace Owens?
Oh, fucking Christ.
Somebody wanted to make her the press secretary. How do you feel about that? Candace Owens is the press secretary.
That's the worst.
That is the best. What do you? That is an amazing pick. Can you imagine Candace Owens
I'll tell
in
you
the press
what,
conference?
No.
She'd be telling people fuck off right and left.
Exactly.
She'd be
Wait,
like,
that's
"How the
problem.
fuck you asked me that stupid question?" That's that's
Here's the
comedy
problem.
gold.
There's
God, please let it be Candace
no.
Owens.
You're right. First of all, in terms of comedy, yes, please God. let it be
Okay,
Candace
there.
Owens. Okay.
Look, we're
In
on
terms
the
of
same page here.
competency, God, no, please don't let it be Candace Owens. Inside every person, including Candace Owens, is 2 Candaces. Okay, there's the Candace who is on Piers Morgan, who's getting yelled at and is just calm.
Oh, I know,
and
so true.
Totally like looking good, like the other person's crazy. And then there's the Dave Rubin Candace who's screaming at Blair White. Okay, and looking like an insane person. This is the same Candace Owens that was screaming at Zoe Quinn and having a nervous breakdown, and got canceled by Zoe Quinn and became a right winger. So
Oh yeah,
I don't think that Candace Owens has gone away. I think it's still lurking beneath the surface.
that's the main Candace Owens. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well there
There's
you go.
2 Candace Owens thing. There's one.
Okay, you're right.
Candace Owens.
You're right. There's one Candace Owens, and then there's a mask she wears, which is in other places.
Right.
That's correct.
She has been doing good on the Piers Morgan thing though, so Credit
Yeah,
where
because
credit's
she's
due.
smart. Listen, Candace is smart. She knows how to play to the audience.
Yeah.
So.
Pretend that mainstream media is some partner in democracy, that they're on our team. I don't know how much clearer I can say this. They are not on our team. Corporate media exists to serve its shareholders. It is a business.
This is such bullshit, man. All the corporate media was all in favor of Kamala. What the hell is he talking about?
This is a very weird, like suddenly goes off in this random tangential direction or blaming
Against
the
corporate
corporate
media.
media. Yeah, very strange.
Yeah. Look, subscribe to me. Look, you have to support me. I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Corporate media is against us. If you watch corporate media in this last election cycle and thought they were on Trump's side, you are the one in cognitive decline, okay?
Yes. But that's why it sounds like such a grift to me. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's insane. I saw some stat going around that 90% of the media was pro Kamala and against Trump, which seemed accurate to me.
Right.
So, yeah, look, they all hated Trump.
Before it's anything else, certainly before it's some protector of democracy. And yet still, our side has decided that when there's a big interview, go to mainstream media. When there's news, give it to mainstream media. Let's keep validating the same outlets that continuously undermine us at every single turn. Sometimes I
See, this is so weird coming from him. Look, when we say this, we're saying, look, mainstream media is being biased against one candidate over another, and maybe that's unfair, right? He's saying, like, they're being biased in favor of his candidate. So what the hell is he talking about?
Well, no. So what he's complaining about, he's saying mainstream media won't let us play in their sandbox.
Right.
Because they still have a.
That's hilarious.
Because this is what he's mad about. So
we can be biased too.
Right. He's mad that on the left, like candidates and left-wing figures, they still view a lot of internet like podcasts as like the secondary, lesser, not important, like you know, child's, the kiddie pool. They still view it as like the kiddie pool, and they view the Tonight shows and the normal, cable news as like the A game. Where on the right-wing sphere, because the right really only has Fox News, that's like in the mainstream, they view all the streams and all these other things as still like the adult pool. And so they'll go and they'll do all these streams. So he's mad that essentially he can't book Harris. He can't book all the big guests that would go on the cable news shows.
Yeah, it's got to seem doubly unfair when you've got Trump going on all these small podcasts and stuff like that too.
Right. But see, this is just total, like, this is devolved. This has nothing to do with politics, really. It's really just devolved into, why won't the big people show up on my channel?
Yeah, basically just high school politics here.
Which is weird because, again, this is the post-election update. I think this is the first video after the election, and the complaint is just, how dare Harris not show up on my fucking YouTube channel? Like, that's the first thing you go to?
As if it would have helped. It definitely would not.
Oh, it would have, Adam.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't understand. He would have told her all the winning strategies.
Right. Yeah. Like more friendly interviews with the choir? Nah, yes. I don't think so. Yeah.
I have to beg politicians for interviews for my channel for months and months and months and months and still don't even hear back. And yet they'll fall over themselves to go talk to the New York Times. The same outlet that ran, 60 cover stories about Hillary's emails? That's who they need to confer more validation onto? That's who they need to reward with their time, with eyeballs? We desperately need a left-wing media ecosystem that rivals what they have on the right.
So wait, his complaint is Democrat politicians would grace news channels with their interviews and their presence when they dared to talk about Hillary Clinton's emails. So how dare they talk about things that make Democrats look bad and then get rewarded with interviews? Is that the argument?
Yeah, that is the argument.
Ooh, that's not good.
It's not a good argument, is it?
No. It's also weird he went all the way back to Hillary Clinton's emails. He didn't bring up like Hunter Biden laptop or something a little bit more recent.
Oh.
Maybe because that one's like realer. So he was gonna go to that, but then he's like, oh wait, I can't go to that one.
This was back before the New York Times lost their mind, right?
Right.
This was when they thought, oh well, obviously Hillary Clinton is going to win. Donald Trump is a laughing stock. There's no way he can ever become president. We can talk about Hillary Clinton's emails and it's not going to cost us the election. Like, as soon as that happened, they're like, oh, fuck. We need to completely change. Now we have to embrace propaganda.
Right.
We desperately need our politicians and thought leaders to embrace that idea. The fact that they don't means that we will continue to lose people other than the same couple of million people who tune into mainstream media every day. People who, by the way, are already Democratic voters, already high information voters, and don't need any more persuading. That is not where the persuadable people are. Find people where they are, and until we do, we will keep losing to the right.
Wait, does he think that the persuadable people are watching his channel? Come on.
Yeah, he's high, dude. He's fucking
Come on.
loaded.
What is he talking about?
He just dropped like 6 hits of ecstasy before this video.
What is no fucking way. If you want the persuadable, like undecideds, you have to go on the Joe Rogans. You have to go on the podcasts that are like kind of a little political, but not directly political. Everyone that watches a very political channel probably has a pretty good sense of where their alignment is in most of these elections.
Yeah, obviously. I heard somebody talking about how a lot of independents are watching Fox News now just because of left-wing media is so out to lunch.
Interesting.
I know I watch a lot more Fox News than I ever did. I mean, there obviously is bias towards the right, but at least you get some decent reporting. On the left-wing media, like you get nothing.
I believe there's a trend. I know there was. I don't know if it still holds true now, but I know there used to be a trend pre-social media where whoever was president, the opposite news source would like jump up in views. So when like Bush was president, you know, there's Air America and MSNBC, like their views go up, and then Fox News views go down. And then when Obama's president, flip flops, like all of a sudden Fox News views goes up and MSNBC and Air America's views go down.
Right. Makes sense.
The other barrier that we face in this election is that we are more broadly in a period of global high inflation that came about after COVID. And while some of us, you know, are privileged enough to be able to say that our top issues in this election are democracy and climate change, things like that, for most people in this country, people who, by the way, can't afford a $400 emergency, the cost of stuff going up in the grocery store was their top priority. And when you're mad, you blame the people in charge. And the people in charge right now are the Democrats. For a lot of people out
there. Well, listen, I got to give Brian credit. He's not just saying bigotry, racism.
Right.
So,
that's good.
And I think this is a correct analysis. Just if there's a bad situation going on, people blame whoever's in charge. I think the same thing happened with Trump with, you know, he was president when COVID first hit and the lockdowns were first going on. And so people say, oh, well, it's his fault.
Yeah, he got hit because of the pandemic.
A lot of people out there, it's as simple as that. And that has happened across the world. In France, Marine Le Pen basically neutered Macron. It happened to Sunak in the UK. Modi lost his majority in India, South Africa, Senegal. This was a miserable environment for incumbents, not just here in the US, but across the entire planet. And I know there's a lot of talk about, you know, was it the right move to put Kamala in? Could Joe Biden have won? Should there have been a primary instead when he dropped out? Should Biden have just announced that he wouldn't run again immediately after winning? And we can Monday morning quarterback this thing until we're blue in the face, but the reality is that I don't know if the best candidate on the face of the earth could have won in this political environment. Kamala ran a great campaign. Donald Trump ran a fucking miserable campaign. Dude literally suggested that Nancy Pelosi was a bitch, what, the day before Election Day?
I know. Wait, that's what they want. Why is that a mistake? What does he mean?
I know. Kamala Harris called Trump a fascist for like months.
Right.
That's okay. Right. Calling Nancy Pelosi a bitch. That's a bridge too far. Look, I think the country will survive if everyone in America thinks Nancy Pelosi's a bitch. Okay. I don't, this fascist thing is tearing the country apart.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. Harris's campaign was she just did not run a good campaign. Like maybe she ran a good ground game or whatever. Well, let me take it back for a second. Maybe her campaign ran as good as it could for her, but she's just such a bad candidate that I just can't. It doesn't matter at this point.
Right.
His
it was fun to
campaign trotted
watch.
out a comedian that told Puerto Ricans their island was garbage and he needed to be able to reach out to Latinos. But the reality is that Democrats are in power and they were going to be punished by people looking to punish those who are in power, just like they're doing across the entire world. That is the environment that we're in right now. So look, we're going to have days and weeks and months of autopsying here to figure out what went wrong. We're going to make changes. I'll probably figure out what changes I can make so that I can be most useful. We need to bring younger guys into the fold on the left. I joined Twitch this week to do exactly that. If you're on Twitch, follow me there, please.
It's so weird for people to approach the political situation like, I'm just going to be the cheerleader for this team, as opposed
team
to
sports. Totally.
right, as opposed to let me see what is actually true and what is actually happening in the world.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting that Brian here is so like upfront, just unabashedly upfront. I'm going to see if I can do what's best for the left, and that's what he wants, and that's what his audience wants. And okay, I guess you just want propaganda. Okay,
it's tribalism 101, and they are, look, in their minds, they're fighting the Nazis. They're fighting the white supremacists. They're fighting the greedy racists. It's funny, one of those clips that you sent to me, one of the talking heads uses the greedy racist stereotype.
That's why I sent it to you. That's exactly why I sent it to you.
I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
They can't help themselves. So just, it's insane. It is like a cult. They cannot see clearly. Like Jonathan Knight says, morality binds and blinds. It binds them into this team and blinds them towards everything the other side does. They just cannot see it clearly. The problem is, I think, to win a election, to win a political contest, I think seeing clearly helps Sitch. I think it really does, right? A lot of the stuff that people are saying is stuff we said months ago. So, yeah.
You're completely correct.
Yeah.
I'll try to do whatever I can to be useful and to try to compensate for feeling like I could have done more. But look, we're going to have, again, a lot of time to talk about what went wrong, but here's some practical advice for right now, for today. Take care of yourself. Make sure you have a community of people around you. Eat and drink and sleep. You're no use to the movement if you are exhausted and sleep deprived. And I know this is going to be a hard one, but it's the most important. Don't disengage. Take some time, take days or weeks, take the holidays, but don't check out completely. Do not reward the worst people by giving them exactly what they want.
See, he has to go there. He has to go there. These are the worst people. They fucking hate half the country. I have no respect for this kind of mentality right here, because this guy right here wants you to be frazzled, like in a state of panic constantly, because we're living in a fascist America, so that he can continue to make money on his YouTube channel. That's fucking disgusting. That so disgusts me. Okay.
But I wonder with this guy, I mean, I don't watch enough of Brian's content, because I think a lot of these people actually, they believe it. They honestly believe what they're peddling, or they convince themselves first before they convince everyone else.
I got no respect for it.
I don't either. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Just because there's like, it's like negligent homicide. It's still homicide. It's still fucking homicide.
Yes.
Yeah. You're causing massive tragedy in the world because you're an idiot. Okay. And look, and I've constantly said this, more damage is done in the world through incompetence than through malice. He's not doing it deliberately. And I'm not sure I even said that he's doing it deliberately.
Right.
But he is doing it. He does want you in a state of panic, and because he believes it too, he's in a state of panic. So he wants you to share his panic, but he's also getting rich off this shit. This guy's got a YouTube channel with like millions of subscribers. He's high on the hog here.
Of course, 100%.
He's getting rich, like as the mouthpiece of your mental illness. It doesn't matter that he shares in the mental illness.
And we're going to get to see too, because obviously Trump won. So we're going to get to see, is Trump going to be the like fascist dictator, authoritarian, or is it just going to be, pretty standard stuff or some combination of the two?
If he starts down that path, you don't think he's going to get a call from Elon Musk? You don't think Elon Musk is going to say, hey, we can do some good in the world here, and it's probably better if we don't start chasing after petty grudges? Like, you don't think Bobby Kennedy's going to say the same thing? You think Tulsi Gabbard's going to be on board with that kind of stuff?
I don't think they will, but
right.
Who else is going to be in that room with Trump? Who else is going to be whispering in his ear, worm-tonguing him to be like, use all your political capital to throw Shifty Schiff in jail. Your base wants it. Like, is Stephen Miller going to be pushing that? I have no fucking clue.
I've heard this too, because obviously, all of a sudden, all the usual suspects show up at Mar-a-Lago. Elon Musk has like 3 companies to run, right?
Yes,
he's going back to work.
Yeah, he's
going back to work. Yeah, right. Who doesn't have 3 companies to run? Steve Bannon, he just got out of jail, right?
Right.
Of course, he's going to be at Mar-a-Lago.
Of course.
Look, and I don't know if Steve Bannon has been at Mar-a-Lago, but I wouldn't be surprised, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that is something that we have to worry about. But at the same time, I mean, Trump doesn't owe Steve Bannon anything right now. He does owe Elon Musk Pennsylvania, tangibly owes him Pennsylvania, if nothing else, if the reporting is correct on the things Elon Musk has done in Pennsylvania. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I know there was some falling out, obviously, with Bannon and Trump originally. I don't know if water in the bridge. There's an interesting thing in the McMaster book. He talks about how Steve Bannon now he doesn't ascribe intention, but there's kind of an interesting thing that's going on where he talked about how Steve Bannon would spend, like, McMaster and a lot of the other people would come to Trump and they're like, okay, you need to solve this border crisis with immigration. You need to, like, the Taliban's trying to smuggle weapons here. You got, Canada's trying to fuck you on trade here. They're coming to Trump with like actual president things. And then Steve Bannon comes in, he's like, the Democrats are being mean to you and you need to go shit on them on Twitter. Like Steve Bannon would just focus on all of this, like the most low level political part of being the president. And he would constantly, McMaster would interpret this as he would constantly get Trump like agitated and anxious and angry because he would keep putting in Trump's ear that the Democrats are going to, destroy him. The deep state's coming to get him. Like, you just keep feeding all this information to Trump. Then Trump lashes out and then the Democrats react to it. And it kind of is like this self-fulfilling prophecy. And it was interesting because when I'm reading this, the way, I don't remember if McMaster says this or just my interpretation, is it's like with Bannon, you kind of get a sense of how much of it is like, this is what he believes, or how much of it is Bannon isn't actually useful at creating global policy for the president in anything. He's only good at playing the political game, essentially. And so when you're in the president's office, you have to keep making yourself seem useful. And so the way that he keep making himself useful is to hype up the things he's good at, which is like political skullduggery. And that would be also why the thing that was crazy, which is because when I first heard about this, I didn't understand it. When you find out that Steve Bannon was the one who seemed like he was doing like the overwhelming majority of leaking in Trump's office.
Right.
Even when it would go against things Steve Bannon wanted to do, you'd be like, what? Why is Bannon leaking so much? He was like the #1 leaker of shit that was coming out of Trump's office. And it seems weird. You're like, why is he doing this? But actually, when you're like, wait a minute, Steve Bannon is leaking because even if he's leaking things that he's recommending and then Democrats attack him for it, it proves Bannon's usefulness and his correct prediction about like how Trump has to keep focusing on attacking the Democrats and the Democrats attacking him as opposed to doing presidential shit.
So much of the politics, though, revolve around becoming a 2-term president, which has already been achieved. So
we'll see.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I do think a lot of it going into this next term is going to be who Trump surrounds himself with. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, definitely.
They'd want nothing more than for you to check out and give them a clear runway to just continue running roughshod over our country. The reason the ACA still exists today is because we all came together in 2018 and struck the fear of God into anybody who threatened it. If no one was paying attention, if people checked out because Donald Trump had just been elected, then 50 million Americans wouldn't have health care right now. So please do not check out. We need every person for the fight ahead. And I'll leave you with this, some semblance of hope, if we can scrounge together something. 8 years ago today, we all felt pretty similar to how we feel right now. Like, I remember sitting in my living room in 2016 with a whiteboard doing electoral math in my mid-20s and realizing the moment that Hillary Clinton had no more path to victory and that Donald Trump had won. And I started working in political media shortly thereafter, but within 2 years of that moment, we would come together to elect Democrats by the biggest House margin in modern American history in the 2018 midterms. I hate that we are in this cyclical hellscape, this doom loop that we find ourselves in, but it's informative in that we know what could come next. So we stay engaged, we organize, and we vote. And I know that's cold comfort right now. And
News. Okay.
Boring.
Yeah.
Boring.
Let's jump to this.
Boring.
This debate is
Oh my God, this is so
hilarious. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I love this conversation. Wait, let me.
good. This is
What was
great.
the time? What was the time code I gave you? Because we can skip like the first 10 minutes or so. What was it? Let me see.
It's so funny too, because I clicked on this video after you sent it to me, and I was already watching it, but I abandoned ship a little too soon.
Yeah, no, because I had watched it at first and I was like, oh, this, the first 9 minutes kind of boring, right? And then I just powered through and I was like, oh, it gets good. It gets good, baby.
It does, yeah. Cenk has been going on Piers Morgan regularly, and I think he's been doing it as like a little market research because he's like, I need to bring a little Piers Morgan back to the TYT channel.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, and also, listen, I think Anna's influencing Cenk a lot.
Hugely.
I can see the influence going. So
yes, hugely. Let's make it our 2025 wish that Cenk recants on Kyle Rittenhouse.
That will never happen.
Look, come on, we make a wish.
That'll never ever happen.
Look, we'll get some cancer kids.
No,
we'll shove them in Cenk's face.
Oh,
do it for the
God.
cancer kids.
I wish. I fucking wish. J Macker Circuit 5 for $20. Thank you so much. Says women like true crime and cyst popping. That's so true. Men like watching lively deaths and seeing gnarly wounds. We're all a little weird in our own ways.
Wow.
That's true.
But don't you think the men are watching the live leak deaths so that they can avoid? They're like, I'd never go in a trap door like that.
They're like, oh, when the truck crashes and the freak pipe like flies off of it, I would have done like a fucking backflip, like a Jedi, just in time to avoid the thing that would have decapitated me. Yeah.
No, they're thinking I would never tie pipes down like that. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah, but that's not the person that's dying. The person that's dying is a random pedestrian who's walking by.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I think people this is my sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's this weird part of our emotional landscape where people like to get a sense of like fucked up things happening to other people elsewhere, because then it makes you on some weird way feel a little bit better about things going on in your life. You're like, well, it's not so bad. I didn't get kidnapped and tortured and thrown in a basement for like a month.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what's kind of going on there.
Oh yeah. You feel good. You're like, look, I'm not being tortured in a basement somewhere, right?
I didn't get decapitated by a truck, zooming by. And also women just get off on it because they're perverts, but that's a different story.
Oh,
Duke Norton for $20 says, if we're going unhinged with our secretary choice, I'd rather have Trump pick Michael Malice. He'd be like a pit bull in a room full of chihuahuas. S-class, he's the best class. Then A-team's okay, I guess.
Sweet. I'll take it.
Okay.
So let's get to the part we disagree on. So in my opinion, the GOP does this every single time. I've literally covered it for for a quarter of a century. Feel bad saying that, but I have for straight. And what they do is they go further and further and further until they find the most extreme positions that the left is willing to defend. And then they go, aha, that's what the whole left is. And every time they do that.
Sitch and Adams law right there. Actually,
Yes.
I think it's Adam and Sitch's law. I came up with that first.
No,
so
I'm pretty sure it's such an
They'll find some leftists who'll go, I'll fall right into that trap. And I feel like
trans women in sports. Say it.
Yep.
Put pronouns in your bio, you bitch. Do it.
screaming, Admiral Akbar, it's a trap. It's a trap. So one of the things that Jordan just read you is so indicative. What have I been telling you guys? We fight for trans rights. They have complete equality. They get, whether it's, healthcare, employment, constitutional rights, you name it. And the American people are on our side and the Democratic Party's on our side, and Jordan just showed that to you. 80% of Democrats agree with that, 52% of all Americans agree with that, even despite all of this overwhelming propaganda against the trans community. But the minute you get the trans people playing in, trans women playing in women's sports, it falls off a cliff, and all of a sudden you're down to 26%, let alone undocumented trans immigrants getting taxpayer-funded surgery. My guess is that polls around 2%. So, and it's not an accident that the Trump team, once they started running that ad, saw in great polling out of that ad and ran it again and again and again. And by then it was their #1 ad, and they'd run it for $40 million worth. So, are you guys saying that that ad didn't hurt and that we should keep going in that direction?
I don't know. It's going to be hard to quantify what effect it had, but based on not just that one Gallup poll, but exit polls, other public opinion polls of what people's priorities were, we saw for months in the run-up and in the immediate aftermath, voters were largely motivated by the economy, economic policy, and their material conditions. So I think it might have changed the perception, but I don't think it was what motivated people to either stay home or vote against Harris or vote for Trump. You look at where it ranked on that list. I mean, there was 22 different topics on there, and it was dead last. So
why did they run it the most, Jordan? Why did it work the best?
I don't even think that it worked.
They should bring up the ad here, because he's missing a giant part of this ad, because this ad basically said Kamala Harris supports taxpayer-funded transitioning for criminals. And if you're in a tough economic situation, you're having trouble paying for groceries every week, and you're hearing my tax dollars are going to pay for criminals to turn into women. That is an economic issue. I don't see how you can see it any other way.
If you can find it, we'll bring it up. I don't know where the ad is. I'm sure it's
Oh,
on YouTube
okay.
somewhere, but I don't know how to look. I don't know what to look it up for. So
Well, I'm sure you've seen the ad.
I have seen
basically.
the ad,
Yeah.
right? But we should show it. That's a good point.
Yeah, the ad, and like I said, it has Breakfast Club in it. Everyone was watching this ad because this ad, I mean, they must have run it 1 billion times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so weird to me. And they even do a bit of this in here, where they take this is a issue that doesn't really affect anyone because trans people are such a small part of the population. And I'm just like, what? Look, a lot of people are not going to be victimized by violent crime, but they still freak the fuck out when violent crime goes up because they know they could be next.
Right.
If you think your little girl is going to be wrestling at school or playing basketball at school against some 7'4" trans woman, you're scared. You're like, holy shit, I got enough going on. I can barely pay the rent. I got to worry about this. I got to have this floating around in the back of my head.
This is the Jim
I think I found it.
Heath channel.
Reach money. Transgender.
List of 2024 campaign ads.
Oh, look at this.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Be sure to subscribe
Did you see
to
that?
Yeah.
Was Trump hugging like a nice black grandma?
Nice African American lady.
Nice. Look, how is this not economics? How is this not an economic issue?
It is.
They're like, look, you can't afford eggs. Kamala wants you to pay for criminals to transition.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's an economic issue right there. A huge economic issue. And the fact that
and
they
also,
don't see it that way. Go ahead.
there, as I said, so much of politics is a vibe in terms of you viewing whether the party stands for you and whether the candidate is competent. And even if, people keep saying, oh, she didn't talk about this, number one, she did talk about it. But number two, even if the person isn't personally affected by the trans woman in sports thing, it's indicative of how the vibe is shaped about the entire party, saying the entire party doesn't care about you. They're too distracted with all these completely insane issues. They're too distracted with helping. As I said, the Democrats have the vibe of, we're going to help the cheaters, the criminals, and the weirdos. We're not going to help the average American. That's the vibe that the Democrats need to overcome if they want to win back sort of that, middle of the road working class voter that they want, and actually focus on economic policies that, appeal to everyone.
True. Yeah.
And-
This is, oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying because this is part of the issue. This comes up a lot in this debate. They keep saying this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And it's like, okay, if it doesn't matter, then just denounce it and move on. Right.
That's perfect. That's exactly what I was going to say. Because this campaign has the perfect situation, because obviously Trump is feeling the same thing on abortion, right? Like, he has a huge part of the Republican base that's, pro-life. But he comes out and screams, I'm not going to sign an abortion ban, a nationwide abortion ban. I'm for IVF. I support IVF. I think the government should pay for IVF. He starts screaming that from the rooftops. The Democrats keep saying, oh, he's going to sign an abortion ban. He's going to sign an abortion ban, right? He's saying, no, I'm not. Does Kamala do anything like that? Does Kamala come out and say, I'm not in favor of trans women in sports. I think women in sports should be protected. Does she do that? No. She sits on her hands and stays quiet. Why?
No.
Why?
That's a fantastic point, because whether Trump does it or not is another story, but at least he gives off the perception that he's willing to buck the party.
Yes.
Right. To do whatever, he thinks the country wants or what he thinks makes sense.
When she sits on her hands, it says, yeah, hell yeah, she's going to do it. Hell yeah, she's going to do it as soon as she's elected. That's what it says. It screams it. So I'm not surprised. And look, we're watching this video, these TYT hosts. They don't want to see Kamala Harris say that. They don't want to see that. Oh my God. They'd have to make 10 million videos about how Kamala Harris is against the trans community. They'd have to cancel her right before the election.
But that's the problem, is that they try to do both sides. They say this is a non-issue, but then also if it's a non-issue, then the Democrat can't denounce it.
You said it perfectly.
Yeah.
You said it perfectly. If it's a non-issue, why not just denounce it?
Right.
Why not denounce it? Because it is a giant issue. It's a giant issue for them. Look, and I guess we're just hitting the back button, because they get in a full-on screaming match about this.
They do, yeah.
Look, obviously it's a giant issue for him.
Yep.
This guy wants to see a 7-foot trans woman beat down on your little girl in fucking grade school. That's what he wants. This guy wants that. This guy wants that for the trans community. The trans community is entitled to that, okay? So that they can have dignity.
Well, listen, I don't know about this guy specifically, but
look, they want to see your little girl with black and blue eyes. That's what they want.
Okay.
For dignity. For dignity's sake, okay? That's why.
Okay.
It's not about safety. It's about the dignity of trans women.
They don't want black and blue eyes from violence. They want, the trans woman to show how to do their eyeshadow properly, okay? How dare you? Listen, everyone knows they have to watch a lot of makeup tutorials, so they should be better at it.
You can't even have an intelligent conversation with these people. Like, we've had them on the channel a million times. Sitch will go into the studies, like he'll go and read up on all the studies, right? They don't want to hear about the studies, man. It's all about the dignity of trans people. They don't care if none of this stuff has any peer-reviewed studies, no scientific research, nothing. It's based on just gut feelings and like moralizing. They don't care. That's what they're down for. It's so weird too. I kept thinking, like, does this kid, like, because it is, I mean, it's kind of a righteous instinct that he has, right? He's like, I am the protector. I want to protect people. Normally people aim that at like their family. That instinct is aimed at, I want to protect my friends and family, right? He's got it aimed off at, look, I need to protect trans women.
Right.
It's so bizarre.
Years of Biden with Kamala Harris, and they said we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris.
But that was not their number one ad. Their number one ad was the trans ad, and because it was just polling through the roof.
It's also a messaging thing, and here's the thing: the Harris campaign did not have their hands tied. They had 3 times the money. They had $1 billion. They had an ad budget of $700 million. They spent.
Look, Jank, why aren't you chiming in here? Money in politics. The candidate with more money always wins. What happened? Jank, 3 times the money. What happened here? What happened? Maybe it's not the money.
Spent $40 million on that ad. Get out and spend 80. Spend 120 on
defending your most unpopular position.
No, you need a simple message on that, and you shouldn't throw trans people under the bus. You don't you don't just abandon something because it's inconvenient.
But that's not throwing trans people under the bus.
Yes, it is.
Wait, an undocumented immigrant comes into the country and says, I demand knee surgery.
That's not her policy.
But brother, you just got here. What are you demanding surgery from me for?
That is such an outlier. It's not even her policy. It wasn't in her platform. It was
Except it was her policy in
4 years ago, she mentioned it at an event. It wasn't in part of her platform.
All right, so let's go to Jules.
Well, Jake, I think
it is funny because he does conceptualize it as throwing them under the bus. So you could say the same thing about Donald Trump. Donald Trump threw the pro-lifers under the bus, right?
Right.
He threw the anti-IVF people under the bus. I mean, if you want to frame it that way, I mean, he wanted to win an election. And so he's in a better position to protect those people now that he's president.
I think what you're doing, and I love you, but I think you're falling for a massive trap that Republicans never fall for, which is, like you said, they set up this domino of this tiny issue that rounds down to 0 and say this is the biggest issue of the election.
And then he comes in, it's so monumentally blind. Oh, this tiny issue is the biggest ad. That's Jank's point. Jank's point is, why was this the biggest ad? Oh, it's tiny issue, just tiny issue, nothing to see here. Tiny issue, just mind games by the Republicans. Nobody cares about it. I mean, do they understand how elections work? That people actually, get in their cars and they go and they fill out a ballot and vote? How can it be a tiny issue?
And Democrats, not like leftists, but Democrats will jump in and say well, actually, here's the stats about this. So actually, we don't agree with let's say trans women in sports. But that's not what, when Republicans do heinous stuff, the Republicans just say, yeah, who cares? We're not even going to talk about it. Democrats insist on having the conversation about stuff that essentially doesn't happen or happens in such a small way as to be useless or ineffective to the larger story. And Democrats will jump onto it in an effort to demonize leftists and secure their own position. And that's really frustrating. It's crazy to me that trans women in sports is a massive issue when, again, the percentage of people that this affects literally rounds down to 0.
You just keep ignoring it, man. You just keep ignoring it. Keep burying your head in the sand. Go ahead.
Yep.
It's great.
Where stuff that actually matters and stuff that Republicans are doing is hand waved away with nothing, and it doesn't become part of the conversation. Nobody says.
Remember when they tried to cancel Anna for the birthing person tweet? It's just a non-issue, right?
And they did the same gaslighting. They're saying, Anna, why are you tweeting about this? This is a non-issue. It's like, if it's a non-issue, then just ignore the tweet and go on with your life. Don't have a conniption fit about it.
Literally Anna, who's trying to say, hey, maybe we should get our act together on messaging here. We sound like fucking retards. Right? That's basically the crux of the tweet, the argument of the tweet, right?
Right.
Maybe these crazy fringe terms are not so good for winning elections. Maybe we should wake up before the next election comes, right? No, we should cancel her.
Right.
How did that turn out, huh? How'd that turn out for you?
But you guys,
we should talk about that.
You guys are not addressing what I'm saying. So when I go on right-wing shows, I tell them, look, I'm for 100% equality and justice. That's the most American thing you could be. Trans people should have all the rights that anybody else has. And guys, this affects about 7 people in the country. You're trying to pretend that this is the most important issue. This is the least important issue, the smallest issue there is, and you know you're doing it to drive a wedge between us. And in fact, Dan Holloway, bless his heart on Drinking Bros, a right-winger, was like, you're right. That's why they call it a wedge issue, because it's supposed to drive a wedge between.
See, I hate that Cenk comes in here as the voice of reason, but he still clings to the bad fucking framing. If people are worried about it, it is an issue. How can you not understand that? If people are worried that their kid is going to be competing against a trans woman at the local high school, it affects them. They don't want to worry about that. They want to live in a world where they have no worries, right? Everything's smooth sailing.
Well, and also it's dishonest or incorrect. Maybe it's not dishonest. It's completely backwards for them to make the argument that this is a small issue that no one cares about, because we all have eyes and ears, and we've all been in, paying attention to the news and politics for the last 8 years. And there's been so many stories, countless stories about trans stuff and in schools and all this other stuff. And they'll say, well, no, that's just the Republicans that are trying to frame things negatively again in people's minds. And I'm saying, no. There's been so many pro-trans stories or neutral trans stories in mainstream news for the last 10 years about you have to accept trans people, you have to put the LGBT flags everywhere, about the controversies that come up when there's these bathroom bills or whatever. People hear about it constantly. So when people hear about this issue again and again and again, even if it is only affecting some tiny minority people, it completely rings hollow and false for you to come along and say, oh, well, this issue doesn't matter. It's like, okay, well, why have I been hearing about it on the news constantly for the last 10 years then?
Yeah, by a lot of the left. A lot of the left are doing these stories. So yeah, make up your minds.
And we just heard about it again with the, recently with the Olympics, with the boxer who seemed to be, they weren't trans, they were probably intersex, but obviously that kind of bleeds into the same conversation. So
exactly. Yeah. So nuts.
That's the right way to handle it. And so
see, he frames it. He can't help himself. He frames it as right wingers are bad news. They want to, this is only a wedge issue. It's not something people care about. Right wingers are evil.
Listen, he's speaking to a left-wing audience. Okay. Maybe they're not ready to take the full red pill to wake up into reality. Things have to be framed in a specific way.
Right. The right wingers are greedy racists. He's got to hang on to the stereotype.
He's still working within that framework, right?
I just, why? Let go. Take the red pill. Escape the matrix. Escape your ideological shackles, Cenk. We know
the
you
real
can
red
do
pill,
it.
not the fake one where you just end up becoming Andrew Tate or some retarded shit.
Yeah. Don't go from the the left wing matrix to the right wing matrix.
Right.
You got to run around in the Nebuchadnezzar.
Right.
You have to be free.
Remember our tagline from our original tagline was be a Neo, not a cipher.
Yep. Cypher wanted to get back into the matrix. He's like, oh my God, it's cold out here.
Yes.
The food sucks.
I need a new team. Put me back on Team Matrix.
Yes.
I think we all agree on that. But then you guys are saying, no, dig in when they find the most unpopular position and defend it until you lose. Why? Why would you defend a position that is deeply, deeply unpopular?
No one's saying dig in.
How you gonna let your trans puppies die? Oh
I just love how exasperated. Wait, let's go back for a second. I love how exasperated Cenk is. What?
I know.
Most unpopular position and defend it until you lose. Why? Why would you defend a position that is deeply, deeply unpopular?
No one's saying dig in, but don't abandon members of your community. It's the right thing to do to stand up.
But who's abandoning them?
Harris did.
How?
The last couple weeks of the campaign, she distanced herself from trans issues, from trans rights, because.
But which trans rights, Jordan? Which trans rights? They do not have the right to demand free surgery when they come here as undocumented immigrants.
Who is doing that?
That was literally Kamala Harris's position in 2020.
It was a hypothetical. It was a hypothetical.
But no, that.
But who is doing it? Is it happening at scale?
That's not even hypothetical.
How much money are we actually spending
Jordan,
on that?
It was actually policy under Trump too. It's not a hypothetical. It was policy, and Trump even continued it. You could have fought back that way, but guys, even if Kamala Harris did or did not defend it, you guys are defending it. It's the leftists who are saying this is the hill we're going to die on. Well, that's really ridiculous.
No, we're saying it didn't.
The looks on their faces are hilarious. Like,
I know.
What? I mean, I thought we were supposed to defend this. Look, you invited us on your show.
This is amazing. Listen, this is amazing. Okay, this is a wake-up call. Like the awakening is happening. Okay.
Yeah. The unwokening.
The unwokening, right? When you go back to sleep, but somehow you wake up again in a more clear reality. It's pretty interesting.
Right. They're both going to go at it. How dare you? We have to protect. So much of it is like, I just see as white savior complex. I really do. I can't see it any other way.
Maybe the way to talk about it on the left is you say like, okay, every time someone brings up some trans issue, you say, this is some tiny minority, it's irrelevant. Maybe the response is, well, you keep bringing up like white nationalism.
Oh,
right?
that's a good response.
Or some
right
kind
there.
of you're like, you understand that there's like a tiny, you have like the Groypers. The Groypers are a tiny minority of people, and yet, so much of the conversation is focused on the white nationalist movement. And then I think the response would be like, well, no, there's like a lot of those people. They're just all hidden. And you're like, okay, you understand that people on the right, that's what they think is going on the left with the trans stuff. They think like that's what everyone believes. They're just hiding their power level. You're like literally in the same boat. You're just in a different position about it.
Yeah, so true. So true.
Feels like we're being dragged onto that hill.
He is saying that cost her the election.
Look, guys, here's how the progression goes. So
it did cost her the election. I don't see how they can't see it. Like that is so fucking offensive. If you are having trouble paying for groceries, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're paying for groceries on a credit card, okay? And you see that ad, you are infuriated. You're like, what the hell?
Well, I think that's part of the problem. The one thing that I think that Cenk doesn't make, he doesn't make that point, which is very clear, which is, and the left can't see it, which is that the right people on the right perceive it as, and even the middle perceive it as, the Democrats just want to waste your tax money on a bunch of bullshit. And this is just an example of that bullshit.
We can't abandon, look, we have to spend your tax money on this. We can't abandon the trans community. It's like, okay,
they can't see it because they don't want to see it. That's why they can't see it. It's super clear to anyone who wants to see it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, there is a lot of social pressure, obviously. Anna experienced that just when she did the birthing person tweet, right?
Yes. Of course.
None of them want to experience that.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like, if these guys come out and they say, yes, Harris should have dropped, said like it was stupid for me to, I don't even know how she would frame it. Would she just say it was a stupid fucking position? Like, how does she walk back that insane claim from 2020, that same policy?
Look, Batya, I can't remember what podcast I was watching her on, but she had the greatest argument. She said, look, if Kamala Harris just came out and said, I'm not really ideologically attached to anything. I want to listen to you guys and do what you guys want to do. And, if something polls at 60%, I'm going to try to get it passed. Like, that would be a more compelling argument than any of the arguments that she made.
That would be more compelling than the arguments she made, but I don't know if that's a good argument.
It would seem 10 times more authentic than anything she did, for sure.
You are correct. It would seem, that's because Harris doesn't seem authentic.
She doesn't seem, and she doesn't seem ideologically attached to anything. Right. Do you really think she's in favor of all this woke stuff, or is she just like,
we don't know. I have no fucking clue. I don't know.
They go, okay, we hate gay people. Oh, that didn't work. But back in 2004, they go, okay, well, we hate gay marriage. Oh, that did work. Okay. Now, at the time, I go, wait, are we talking about constitutional rights? Are we talking about fundamental human rights? Okay, I know it's not a winning issue for us, but I'm going to fight on that, and I believe in gay marriage, but I could make an effective case for it. I could convince people of it, and we did. We fought and fought and fought and we convinced people, right? So then they go, nowadays they come back and they go, okay, well, attacking gay people is not working anymore. So let's attack trans people. It's so transparent.
I don't think any of the fights that the progressives had on gay marriage were helpful in the least bit. So I think obviously culture evolved, and the more people had relationships with friends and family that were gay, they just realized, okay, it's just like normal. So
yeah, I agree.
I think a lot of the fights that the progressives have actually set them back. Like they'd achieve better outcomes if they just shut their mouths. So a lot of the fights that they have are demonizing people who are against them, which I just look. Bender had it right on Futurama. You got to be slick. You got to be like a safe cracker or a pickpocket.
Right.
You got to convince people by being nice. Being nice works.
Parent what they're doing. And by the way, I would love for a Democratic politician to say what I'm saying now. Do you see how they're trying to drive hate towards trans people? Okay, so they attack the core of their rights. It doesn't work. Then they, if you remember in the beginning.
See, look, he even slips into this old chestnut of like the right just hates trans people. Sure, there are plenty of people who hate trans people, and I bet they vote Republican. I bet they are on the right because they believe in traditional family values and whatnot. But not everyone hates trans people. Like even people who don't want to see trans women destroy women's sports have nothing wrong with trans people. They're like, look, trans people are fine. Let them do what they want to do. Live and let live, right? But don't let them destroy the institution of women's sports. That's a bridge too far. Those people are reasonable people. You can't be framing them as people who hate trans people. And that's a huge part of the problem. You're just being completely dishonest about this.
Trump said they shouldn't be in the military. And that didn't work. And we're defending because that is core rights, right? Willing to die for our country? Are you kidding me? Of course we defend. They're weirdos that attack people in bathrooms. No, that's mainly straight guys, let's be honest, okay? So we defend and it doesn't work. Then they get to, they should be able to play in the WNBA and Olympics, etc. And I go, well, I think that's up to the WNBA and that's up to the Olympics, and I'm not sure that I agree with that. And let alone the fact that I know that's
even Jank is hedging. He's like, well, it's not up to me. And I'm not sure that I agree with that. Jank, why not just come out and say, no, that's wrong. That's going to destroy women's sports. A trans woman is going to have every single record in every category. You know that's true. Why not just say it?
Well,
why not just say it?
Well, you know why. It's the same reason Trump is like, I'm going to leave abortion up to the states.
Right. But look, he did scream, I'm not going to pass a nationwide ban, which
Right.
you know there are plenty of people who stayed home. They said, I'm not going to vote because I want a nationwide ban on abortion.
Right.
Yeah, he did it at a cost to himself, okay?
Well, I think
Everyone's
he got
too
more
afraid.
benefit than cost, but yes.
Yeah,
I agree.
look, that's exactly my argument. Look,
Right.
they are going to lose people who are like, no, I think trans women should be able to play in women's sports. They're going to lose Emma Vigeland, okay? She's not going to vote for him. You're going to pick other people up. It's all give and take. He wants both, though. He wants, look, we're witnessing strategic ambiguity right here, Sitch.
True.
You're seeing it in real time.
That's true.
a super unpopular position, and it is not a core right to play in the WNBA. It just isn't. But every other leftist goes, nope, nope, Cenk, you're a fascist, and you're agreeing with the right wing. We love this issue, and of course they should. We're going to defend this 200%. And then we got smeared. So you guys made a giant mistake.
No.
I think
he just needs to cap this off with Anna's right. Like, just throw a big Anna was right in there. Cenk, you know you're thinking it.
most leftists want to talk about the economy. I think most leftists want to talk about workers' rights and free healthcare and affordable housing. But there are these fringe issues that are brought to the forefront by Democrats who want to say what you're saying in order to distract from those issues because they can't defend those issues. They can take this like little wedge issue and say like, well, we don't agree with trans women in sports. We don't agree with, and if you defend it, then you're being crazy. But not to do an impression of you, Cenk. But is this lack of conversation about the things that Democrats are not doing. And I genuinely think that even having these conversations to this degree, instead of hand waving them away as being like, you know what, these are fringe issues, and we can deal with them as fringe issues and not as the main issue of the campaign. But Jules, I think that is something that.
So Jules, let me.
Even that is super offensive. Super offensive. Like, you might as well just be spitting in the face of voters. You're saying that the thing that the voters care about is a fringe issue. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised. Look, they're never going to vote. They're never going to vote for you. Will you belittling the things that they care about?
Well, it's not. Again, it's the whole. It's not happening. Okay, it's happening, but it's a fringe. Okay, it's happening, but it's good. Like,
Right.
Progression.
And it should be happening more.
Right, it should be happening more. Like, it's such a dishonest way of framing. I have no clue whether these guys actually are even aware that they're part of like this NPC response tree, or if it's just all reflexive. Like the reflexive response, reflexive response, reflexive response. Because it's not, if it was just like, they imagine that there's this large contingency of center-left Democrat politicians who are going out there spending all their time attacking woke stuff. And I'm looking around and I'm like,
where?
What the fuck are you talking about? I see, like, right now, because of Harris losing, I see literally one person so far doing it, and that's Richie Torres. I haven't seen anyone else. They might start coming up. They might start, creeping up, which I fucking hope so.
I hope so too.
Yeah, they might start popping up and stuff. People are going to start to sniff the money on the table and start to see the direction that the party's going, right? But they've been making this point forever. This is like a Hassan talking point we've been hearing for 2 years, and I don't know what world they're living in.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but then challenge you. The part I'm agreeing with you on is when Philip Rain says, "Oh, trans undocumented," again, not just trans rights, but trans undocumented immigrants asking for taxpayer-funded surgery, and then he goes, "Same thing as Medicare for all." No, not the same thing. Medicare for all polls at 72%, and yes, these corporate Democrats are trying to distract you from that. We all agree to that, but the Democrats didn't bring up that issue. The Republicans, the right wing, brought up that issue. So. But when I say, hey, guys, let's get past this issue, this is not a winning issue, and I don't even agree, then all of the leftists online said, no, we love this issue, we're gonna fight on this issue.
Democrats have the mic.
What?
Democrats have the mic. Democrats are the ones who respond to these issues. Like DNC Democrats are the ones who, leftists don't have a mic. Leftists
No, you're
can
wrong.
only
They have a giant mic on social media. Giant. I mean, in that segment alone, they didn't say that for no reason, and I know I lived it. They said a couple of times, they're like, I'm afraid to say this because of what's going to happen on Twitter. I'm afraid to say this. Because are you saying that leftists don't attack others on Twitter for the slightest disagreement?
Oh,
This is again part of the massive gaslighting. And some of it does play into the fact that the leftists, they have the oppression Olympics mindset, the people's are mindset. So they always have to view themselves as the oppressed people. Because as soon as they view themselves as having the power, like everything they stand for starts to crumble away and their worldview falls apart. But if this was true, that, the leftists, they don't have the microphone, blah, blah, blah. Why is there so many people who report that, like, at school, they're literally afraid to tell people their opinions because they think they're going to get canceled by the left on social media or in their class or in their college or at their workplace? They think they're going to have to go to some fucking HR study session where you have to learn about how you're systemically racist if you're white or systemically sexist if you're male. How can all that be true? How can people have this complete vibe, this sense of like, oh my God, I have to like live like it's fucking 1970s communist Russia, where I'm afraid that my neighbor is going to narc me out, if the leftists don't have the microphone, if they don't have any control over anything?
Yeah, it's delusion.
Was it Uber? Who was the lady? There's like an Asian woman.
Oh, I know.
Was it Uber?
It was Uber, yeah. They were doing some sort of DEI thing, and a lot of the white people came out and said, Karen is kind of a slur for white people. Maybe we shouldn't use that. And a lot of the black people who worked there were like, fuck you, we love that slur.
Yeah, like literally the head of diversity puts on a meeting where they're like, Karen is actually kind of a racist, sexist slur against white women. Maybe we shouldn't use it so much. And she had to like be put on leave. I don't know if she ended up getting fired, but she had to be put on leave because the backlash of her saying, don't be racist and sexist against fucking white women at Uber.
Yeah.
And this was last year. This wasn't like, 20 years ago. This was last year.
Absolutely, but the point
That's
is
not
that
what
we're
changes the
talking
outcome
about
of elections,
being online.
though.
Exactly, we're talking about normie voters, people who aren't chronically online like we are, and so these topics make their way to the mainstream because Democrats will do exactly that. They'll say we're being attacked for defending this issue when you don't have to defend the issue at all. You can I'm again saying you can hand wave it away and talk about things that really matter.
Jules, that's not what the
Okay, this is I'm actually glad this guy said this. This explains part of why the left, the internet left, had their complete meltdown over Anna Kasparian's tweet, because there's like this weird thing where they want to defend these issues because then also they can't attack it because they're afraid of getting hit by the cancel mob, but they think that these issues are stuck in their little internet echo chamber and don't bleed off in the mainstream. And the only thing that makes them bleed off in the mainstream is people on the right complaining about it, or people in the center or the center left complaining about it. And so every time someone in the center or the center left complains about it, they're like, oh my God, you're leaking out the evil secret about the horrible fucking leftist internet progressives. You're leaking it onto the mainstream. And now people are going to know our fucking secret. And it's like, no, bitch. Everyone fucking knows. Everyone works at a fucking place where they have to deal with these fucking people in their HR. Everyone goes to fucking school or college and has to deal with this shit all the time. Everyone deals with this stuff. Everyone fucking deals with it. Everyone has their own fucking Facebook group or their fucking Twitter group or whatever. Everyone knows.
The secret's out.
Yeah, the secret's been out. It's been out for fucking years. You're living in a dream. It's a fantasy.
That's so funny. They're trying to keep it under wraps. They're like, this is our private meeting.
It's like the left, they have the fucking ring tape. Okay. Like you watch the little ring tape and the girl comes in the fucking out of the TV and kills you. And they're like, listen, we have this ring tape here. We could erase the tape, but we don't want to, because if we do, we'll get called bigots if we erase the ring tape because it's a little underprivileged girl. Right. So let's just make sure that nobody shares the ring tape. And then someone's like, maybe we should erase this fucking evil ghost demonic ring tape so people don't die. And they're like, why are you bringing it up? More people are going to watch it now. It's like, it's been out forever. Everyone's seen this fucking tape. Everyone's getting killed by this fucking monster demon girl. You got to get rid of her.
Yeah. We got to do something about it. God, it's so refreshing that Trump just did stand up and say, what? I love IVF. I'm not going to do a ban.
Well, it's interesting because Bill Maher had talked about how the left, they need their sister soldier moment, which is
explain that. A lot of people don't know what sister soldier is, and we've talked about it a few times. Right.
So sister soldier was a rapper, a female black rapper in like the 90s or something.
Yes.
And
very bigoted.
Right. And I don't remember if it was in response to, I think it was in response to LA riots, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
She made which was in response to what was his name?
Rodney King.
Rodney King, right?
Yeah. Rodney King was beat up by police officers in Southern California.
Right, and it was on video, and there was like mass. This was in the 90s, so if you're too young
none of the police were convicted. Everyone had all eyes on the trial. They were, they wanted these police officers to be thrown in jail, and there was rioting in Los Angeles for a couple weeks afterwards. Well, maybe more than a couple people were.
This was like
I think
the first George Floyd incident, sort of the proto George Floyd incident.
Yeah, which you could probably make an argument that they threw the book at Derek Chauvin to avoid these kinds of riots, right? If he would have got off, they probably would have rioted and killed a bunch of people as well. So, but the cops got off, everyone rioted, and people were killed, caused millions of dollars in property damage. So. And this rapper said, I think like anti-white stuff, right?
She said, I found the quote. So the question was, even the people themselves who were perpetuating the violence, did they think that was wise? Was that a wise reason to action? Referring to like rioting, which is obviously never wise. And her response to this was, Yeah, it was wise. I mean, if black people kill black people every day, why not have a week and kill white people?
Yeah, you see, there you go, right there.
Right.
She's
White
just coming out
people-
and basically saying, kill Whitey.
Right. Well, it continues. It's the worst quote. White people, this government, and that mayor were well aware of the fact that black people were dying every day in Los Angeles under gang violence. So if you're a gang member and you would normally be killing someone, why not kill a white person? Do you think that somebody thinks that white people are better or above and beyond dying when they would kill their own kind? Okay, so that was the comment. So Bill Clinton was speaking at, I think he was speaking at some place where she was just at or something. And he opens up and he says like how that comment, even though he supports her right to free speech, he says like that comment was fucking insane. Like
Unhinged,
that was
yeah.
like a crazy fucking comment. Okay. So Bill Clinton running for president, clearly differentiating himself from the far left in this insane critical race theory nonsense, that was going on in 1992 with all the riots and shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when people say they're looking for a sister soldier moment, they're ready for Kamala Harris to stand up and say, these people are getting fucking crazy.
Right. And that could have been about the student protests. It could have been about some weird trans shit. It could have been about the border. It could have been about, there's a million things it could have been about that people are waiting for. And the interesting thing is that, and I didn't really think about it until you said it just now, but Trump kind of did have his version of the sister soldier moment by saying that he would do IVF, or that he was in favor of IVF, and that he wasn't going to do a nationwide abortion ban.
He did.
So
hey, look, I saw a video today. Maybe we'll even watch it later. The guy pulled a clip of Donald Trump basically saying that there is the far right and the far left, and both of them are equally crazy. Like the far leftists are insane, but there's a lot of people on the right that are insane too. And he's doing this in the context of denouncing Project 2025. He's like, look, I haven't read it, but look, we got our crazies on our side too, and we should stay away from that. And I was like, holy shit, this is based. Nobody ever sees this clip of him basically doing the sister soldier thing with the far right.
Right. Right.
Look at, and we covered specifically Kamala Harris talking to a bunch of super far left journalists that wanted to hammer her on Palestine and trans issues and standing up for the marginalized and the oppressed and the criminals and all that stuff.
Yeah.
She had plenty of chances to stand up to them. What did she do? She fucking folded like a card table. She bent, oh, please, just don't ask me these tough questions. Yes, I totally agree with you. We need to stand up for all of these people. She didn't have no sister soldier moment.
She dodged. She deflected and dodged around all those questions instead of just taking them head on and saying, no, fuck you.
Yeah. Look, she had a perfect opportunity to show people what she was all about, that she was willing to stand up to the crazies on her side, and she folded. She didn't do it. She completely abdicated any sort of responsibility for any of these things, which, I mean, fuck you. You deserve to lose at that point.
The leftists did. You're saying the exact opposite of what they did. They didn't wave it away. They said,
I'm saying that's what the people with the mic, the people who normie voters listen to, didn't do that. They started talking about, oh, we're being attacked by the left for having a reasonable position. So why are you talking about it at all? Why don't you talk about it within the fringe context that it exists and where it rounds down to zero? There are decisions to be made. We do have to support trans rights, but doing it through this narrow venue is crazy. And that,
look, the way that you are trying to persuade people to talk about this issue is literally insane, and it just drives people crazy because you're basically saying, oh, you're a crazy person, this is completely nonsense, it's meaningless, ignore your lying eyes. That is not the way to handle an issue. It comes off as deeply offensive.
That's how it looks to voters. It looks like the entire Democratic Party represents this fringe issue that mainstream Democrats want to defend against.
Look, Jank is shaking his head. No. Thank goodness.
Jules, you're now saying
most people aren't online like that.
You're now saying that you agree with the position that I had, which is wave it away. This is not the hill to fight on. And when I said that, the entire leftist ecosystem collapsed in on itself. How dare you? We fight on this issue. Well, how did it turn out for us? And look, Jordan, I stipulated in the beginning, we all agree She lost the issue because she loves her corporate donors. She's talked about how I have 90 corporate CEOs who agree with me. Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney and agrees with me. And
this is Jank just leading on his own pet issue. I mean, he never really addresses the counter argument that the person that has the better policies and is more charismatic gets most of the money. And that's why the person with the most money generally wins.
Right.
It's not 100% true, though. It's the money follows the person more likely to win than that the money is basically bribing people to vote for that person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what cost her the election. But it was not a small issue that the #1 ad that they ran was on this, and the polling indicated that this was the one that worked the best. And there's other things, guys. We said there was real crime. Every leftist screamed, there's no crime, it's in your imagination. Well, and they claim to represent Democratic voters. Then here in California, we had Prop 36, anti-crime bill. In California, not Alabama. In California, it passed with 70% of the vote.
God bless California. Put those crooks back in jail.
Mm-hmm.
I told you that Democratic vote.
The bill, they put a bill up to make it so that they couldn't force criminals or prisoners to work for low wages in prison. Like, I guess they can threaten to throw them in solitary confinement or whatever if they don't work. If they don't have a job and work, they just sit around lazy in their cell room all day, I guess. That failed. That's how fucking sick California is with this criminal problem. They're like, hell yeah, make them slaves.
Oh,
Californians voted for that.
It's so bad.
It's a new dawning. They're like, hell yeah, make them work.
Voters do not agree with extreme leftists. They care about crime and they don't want to pay for these surgeries, et cetera, et cetera. The polling shows I'm true. The elections show I'm overwhelmingly correct. But I guarantee you the reaction to this debate by every leftist online will be, how dare he? He's a monster. It's all his fault. And oh my God, we should double down and quadruple down. And we should, there is no crime. He's helping their framing. Well, okay, 70%. The Democratic voters are definitively on my side, both on economic populism like Medicare for all and on these social issues. We're not saying abandon trans people. We're not saying lock up people that didn't do anything wrong or that smoked a joint. We're saying nobody said to take domestic assault and turn it into a misdemeanor. What the hell are you defending that for? Are you nuts? That's an injustice. And Democratic voters don't want it, let alone Republican voters. So you guys can keep emphasizing. I'm not the one emphasizing, I'm the one saying get past it. And every left-wing show online is like, don't get past it, don't get past it. Talk about this for months and months and months until we lose every goddamn election.
I don't think it's like a totally fair characterization of how people are responding to that topic or how they should.
Oh my God.
I love how, like, it doesn't matter who Cenk is talking to. He just like has a way of framing everything in like a very like, you're the dumbest fucking person on the planet for doing this fucking thing, you fucking retard.
I know, it's great. He's so animated.
It's so funny. Even if he's talking to people, I don't know if these people work on the TYT normal. I think they do. I think the guy on the right does.
I do. The guy on the right does, definitely.
Yeah,
He's
I don't
like
know
a
if he
regular there now.
Yeah.
So.
It's so funny. He just like he has like one mode of being. Like once he gets into attack mode.
Well, YouTube rewards this too, so it's years of this
conditioning.
is exactly.
Right. Maybe.
Or how they should engage with it. I think what's important is the context with what he was talking about was that she lost because of the extreme left and those three issues that he laid out, which is not true. This guy has worked on 2 campaigns that ran against Trump. He lost both of them. He certainly knows losing, but he does not know how to win. And when you think about what motivates him to say it, it's much easier to scapegoat progressives and the left. And as he threw in later in a jab at Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders and like maybe progressives in the squad, it's easier for him to scapegoat those policies, those people, that voting bloc, rather than look inward. Because to do that he would find fault with himself, find fault with the donor class, and ultimately it would shake up and change the paradigm of how people within the party view the party. They're unwilling to do that because they are beholden to corporate interests. On that, we agree. But the thing is, ultimately, at the end of the day, you stand up for these things because it's the right thing to do, not because they're popular. And like you gained ground on marriage equality and gay rights, it might be a similar and long fight, but you shouldn't abandon it or throw them away or throw them under the bus like Harris did simply because it's politically expedient now.
You have to make them popular. That's what politics is all about, especially in a democracy, right? Like you need popular support for these things. So you like trans women in sports, you're never going to get popular support for it. I don't see how they don't understand that.
Well, and they're just wrong, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just wrong about the issue completely.
Yeah.
Morally, logically, scientifically.
Yeah.
At every level.
Yep.
Okay, so you're okay with losing the election because you want to fight for those issues. I mean, you just said it.
You already lost. That's not why. I showed you the data. No one cares. No one cares. It's the last ranking issue.
You're delusional. $40 million in ads.
The economy was the #1 issue for people. No one's going in there and be like, I'm mad about trans people, so I'm going to vote for Trump. No one did that.
He's so close. He's so close. Just put it together.
I know.
I'm mad about my tax dollars being spent on this thing when I can't afford groceries. It's the #1 issue. Bring your thing up. Point to it. The economy, stupid.
Yes. Yeah, because why is money going towards this instead of, even though it doesn't really like one-to-one make sense, but people think it does, why is money going towards this instead of like me being able to pay my groceries?
Well, it does make sense in terms of this is Kamala Harris. Like she's going to be president. What do you think she's going to spend your money on? Is she going to spend it on you?
Right, exactly.
Or is she going to spend it on these people, right?
Right.
And is she going to have voters like this telling her, oh, she has to spend it on these people? It's a moral issue. It doesn't matter if it's popular or not. It doesn't matter if people don't like losing their tax dollars and can't afford to buy groceries. That doesn't matter because it's the right thing to do.
Exactly.
It's so offensive.
Right. Well, and then also there's another element to this too that would be interesting to investigate is with all this data. And I think, okay, on one hand, I think it's good that politicians should listen to what people tell them, obviously. But on the other hand, we all understand that people have an intuition about something first, a moral, emotional intuition about something first, and they come up with the reason second.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I could 100% see and understand and believe that people have a moral intuition about the trans girls in sports, about the trans prisoner conversation. And then that's going to color they're going to have that emotional reaction to that. Like, who's going to, maybe the way to frame it to this guy on the TYT is to say, listen, do you think someone's going to walk around and be like, listen, I believe that a person is batshit crazy. They're going to pay for illegal immigrants to transition while they're waiting for their asylum case to be adjudicated. I believe a person is going to simultaneously do that and be really good on the economy. Like they're going to figure out how to get prices down. They're going to figure out how to solve the Ukraine-Russia conflict or the Israel-Palestine conflict.
That's so perfect.
Right? Of course not, because so when you see that, when you frame it that way, when you think about it, you're like, that's insane. That's incompetent. That's retarded. So why would you trust that person to do anything else?
Yeah. It totally relates to the economy in that sense.
It relates
as well.
to everything.
It does. Yeah. Yes.
The economy, every exit poll said it was the economy.
Right. Okay, at the very end of that ad, which worked spectacularly, you guys are denying reality.
There's another element of it too, which is that you could do the flip, it's a different issue, but you could do kind of the flip version. We could ask any of these people on the left and say, listen, would you vote for the candidate who you think completely competent is going to fix the economy and do all these other things, but they're going to say that children can't transition under 18, right? Would you vote for that candidate?
If they were going to do everything right about the economy?
Yeah, they're going to fix the economy. They're going to lower prices, but they're going to make it illegal for anyone under 18 to transition. Would you vote for that candidate?
Oh, that is my candidate. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying ask the TYT people, the people arguing this, because a lot of it is the moral. There's a lot of moral intuition going here. A lot of people say, oh, everyone votes for their pocketbook, but I'm kind of skeptical because the reason I'm skeptical is because people don't. 99% of the population, us included, don't know how to fix the fucking economy. Okay. And so people are just guessing based on a moral intuition of who they view as competent or whose morals align with theirs, that's the party that's going to somehow magically fix the economy. Right. So that's the real issue. Like you could have Harris or even Trump sit there on stage and explain economic policies till they're blue in the face. People don't fucking understand that. People don't give a shit. Like they care, but they don't understand it. They're just going to side with whoever they morally align with already.
Not necessarily. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's tricky because I do like Democrats have always made the case like it's that, what's the matter with Kansas type case. Like people keep voting against their economic interest, and Democrats are like, I just can't figure this out, right? Obviously, Democrats are better for their economic interest. But what they're missing is people do vote their moral interest, right? People usually vote either their economic interest or their moral interest, and sometimes their economic interest and their moral interests conflict. Obviously, with the thought experiment, you're basically setting that up, right? Where there is this conflict between economic interest and moral interest. And they would probably side publicly with their moral interest. But I always question, would they do it privately? Like, would they just default to their economic interest and say, yeah, I mean, things are kind of expensive. So,
well, with the What's the Matter with Kansas thing, which is a book that you're talking about, it's funny when people ask that question because you could say that they say, why do Republican voters vote against their economic interests? When you say, well, wait a minute, that's the entire argument. How many Democrats think that literally think they're voting against their own economic interests, but they still vote Democrat anyway because they think it's the moral thing to do?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Okay, it's the exact same fucking thing. It's the exact same fucking thing. So you have some contingency of people that think they're going to vote for they're consciously voting for their moral interest. Then you have, I think, a broader contingency of people who just they believe, whether it's correct or incorrect, that their moral interest aligns with whatever their economic interests are on top of that.
That's probably the best way to conceptualize it, right?
Yeah.
Because then you get to vote for both my moral and my economic interest.
Of course. And I think
that's why when you set up your thought experiment, I was like, I mean, what's not to love about this?
Right.
That is basically.
Well, yeah, from your perspective, sure, but from their perspective, right?
Right, yeah.
From the TYT perspective, from these two guys flanking Cenk, they'd have a lot of difficulty with that. And they'd have even more difficulty, even if they would do it personally, you're right, they'd have very difficulty publicly supporting that.
This is an interesting election, obviously, because I do think there was a lot of people who were conflicted by the moral and economic choice because Trump did not set right with him for moral reasons, right? Obviously, the January 6th stuff was bothersome, but they did think Trump was better for their economic interests, so they voted
but even
for
that,
economic interests.
That's not even based on policy either. That's based on Trump. When Trump was president, the economy was better. Number one, or number two, they just have right-wing moral intuition, so they assume Trump's going to be better in the economy.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, his big economic policy is going to probably increase inflation. So that's like the perfect example of what I'm talking about.
Did you watch that video I sent you on the Jay Powell stuff? Like Jay Powell at the last Fed meeting is just like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
He's getting hammered with all these Trump questions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh man. He's just thinking, holy shit, I'm going to be getting 10 phone calls from Trump a day. Like,
I know.
Why did you lower the interest rates a quarter point? Like, why not a half or a whole point?
Right.
Oh my God.
That's a real mixed bag though. Cause I mean, if that blows up in Trump's face, then,
it's a good test for what the MMT people believe because like, if interest rates drop quick and inflation drops quick, the MMT people are right, 100%. Yeah,
that's true. That'd be interesting. I don't think people would acknowledge that though. But
no, of course not. I backed it up a little just because I want to see Cenk call him delusional.
That's a good frame on the guy on the right.
Oh, I know, it's great. Fuck you.
economy. Every exit poll said it was the economy.
Right. Okay, at the very end of that ad, which worked spectacularly, you guys are denying reality. Every poll showed it worked spectacularly.
Yet no one walked out and told a pollster that's why they voted.
Yeah.
Not a single person.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, the American people loved it, guys. You were right. Oh my God, they loved it. They want you to run on it again. That's such a genius idea.
That's why Trump won.
Okay, so
it is why Trump won. Look, they're never going to figure it out if they're not willing to admit that.
Right.
Jeez.
Right.
How many times do I have to tell you that that was not the #1 issue? That was but did it help? Did it help? And besides which, I also don't agree with you guys. I don't think paying for undocumented immigrants surgery is somehow some moral, great, amazing thing that we have to fight for. We have a giant number of issues in America. If they came in and asked for hip replacement surgery, I wouldn't be in favor of it. Why are we dying on a hill? We don't, half of us, not half of us, in terms of Democratic voters, all right, last thing. Can you guys be honest and say most Democratic voters agree with me and not you guys?
Yeah, most Democratic voters agree with me. They want Medicare for all. We just talked about it. We just agree with it.
Jordan, we all agree to that.
That'd be an extension of it. So
that
people,
would be an extension of it.
Oh my God, he's literally arguing for it still. He's literally arguing for it still.
He is. He keeps saying. First of all, most Americans don't know what Medicare for all even is, so it's kind of a nonsensical talking point.
Look, and illegal immigrants are going to get Medicare for all. I mean, that's what he's arguing for. He's like, no, we shouldn't just pay for their transition surgery. We should pay for all their health care.
Well,
that's even worse.
Right. He's in total debate brain mode, so he's going to throw out arguments even if they're not legitimate arguments because, number one, as we've talked about, and this came up a lot in the last primary when Bernie was running against Biden, they'd say, okay, people would say, oh yeah, I'm totally in favor of Medicare for all. But then when you broke that to what that actually meant, there was a vast disagreement between voters. And I can guarantee you that even if you just ask broadly, are you favor Medicare for all? And you got your 80% response rate or whatever it is. And then you ask the next question was, do you think that illegal immigrants should be paid for under Medicare for all? There would not be 80%.
No way.
The majority of people would be like, oh yeah, totally. I'm up over that stuff.
If you just asked them, would you be in favor of raising your taxes for it? It would drop off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, oh, I want Medicare for all, but I don't want my taxes to go up. Jeez. Aren't I being taxed enough? You can't do it with what you're already getting.
Right.
If you're incarcerated, you don't get medical coverage. What do you think Medicare for all is? Does it cover gender affirming care? Because in my world, it does.
Okay. God bless you. You run the next election on that. I want the rest of the country to know that the great majority of Democratic voters do not believe in those issues. They believe in protecting everyone's constitutional rights.
I mean, this is completely against the optics of it. I mean, you've got two people on this show that do support that. And then Jank at the end here wants to say the majority of Democratic voters aren't in favor of this.
Well, what's the problem? Because
they are. They are.
Well, no. Well, I don't think the majority of Democrats, normie voters, are in favor of this shit. But these guys on the TYT are.
Right. Look, his argument is that the right wing is going to make you think they're all in favor of it. This show would optically make you think they're in favor of it because you got two people here arguing in favor of it.
I can't find the specific polling, but I found a recent poll this year in October. It says 2/3 of Americans say no FEMA money for migrants. This was in response to the storm stuff.
Wow.
So obviously, I would assume that the same 2/3 is not going to be in favor of giving them free medical care.
Yeah, look, people want to take care of their own, especially when the economy gets tight. It's tough.
But they don't agree with these fringe issues. And here we are making the same exact mistake where you guys are defending something that is indefensible, and whether you're falling back on this simple thing of it's not the #1 issue, so it didn't hurt. No, that is not a logical connection. It doesn't have to be the #1 issue for it to hurt our chances of winning.
I hate that they never figure this out. It is the #1 issue. Especially someone who talks about framing all the time.
Right.
The way it was framed in the ad, it was framed as an economic issue. It totally was.
Mm-hmm.
Besides which, again, I don't agree. I don't agree that more crime is such a great thing, or that crime doesn't exist, or that taking a whole bunch of felonies that were terrible crimes and turning them into misdemeanors is somehow justice. It's not justice. It's the exact opposite. That's why the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters agree with me. But what we do on the Young Turks, guys, and the most important part of this entire conversation is, did we not know this was going to be a debate? We did. That's why we started in the beginning. But we have these conversations, no matter who you agree with. We air out these opinions, and then you get to make up your mind. I love that Jordan and Jules passionately defend their position, and that's how we do it on the Young Turks. We'll be back. Thanks for watching the Young.
He said air out. Violent rhetoric.
Jank's gotta learn how to debate people about things he cares about without kind of slipping into the bad faith that he does so like reactively, instinctively.
The steamroller, he's king of the straw man.
Yeah,
like he constantly straw mans your position.
He does. Well, but he also he wants to set up that like if you disagree with him, it's because you're a fucking idiot or you're evil or something.
Right.
So it's just funny. But listen, I applaud. Okay, that was a great conversation, and I agree with Jank in most of the conversation, a lot more with the other guys.
So many of the left-wing arguments are just complete strawmen. I guess they are. I guess there's just as many on the right that are strawmen.
Mm-hmm.
The right wants to control women's bodies. That's like a giant strawman.
Okay. What we got next here? We got some MSNBC clips.
Oh,
boy.
Nice.
Happy about this one. Okay. Let me see.
There was a lot of freaking out going on MSNBC. It was like a joy to behold.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're going into full on woke panic.
Right. Okay, let's see. Where did my timestamps start? Okay, we're gonna be doing a bunch of jumping in this one. This one's just kind of.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, this one's kind of funny. So this is some kind of poet.
Right.
You know, we gotta get the poet reaction to the election, right? That's the key demographic to really give us insights into the humanity of the election.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Get some lived experience going here.
Now this is Lawrence O'Donnell's show, but Velshi is sitting in for him today,
He's too depressed to go into work now.
It can be okay. It can still be okay, but I have no idea if it will. You know, to me, I watched on Tuesday and I thought, you know, America is just this old junkie who can't seem to kick their addiction to bigotry, misogyny, and hubris. And, you know, the educated, the colored, the good faith members of this citizenry, we bail this person out of jail. We give them money, we give them a place to sleep, and yet, again and again, they rob us, they shame us, they come begging for more from us. And
so bad.
Yeah. It's America. America's the junkie. Oh my gosh, he's ready to be like, listen, we need to beat America to death. They keep robbing us for their drug money.
Yeah, you thought being called garbage was bad, right?
Right. Now you're a meth head.
Yeah, now you're a meth head breaking into people's homes and stealing their hard-earned savings so that you can buy meth. That's the way she conceptualizes people who disagree with her.
It's also weird.
It's so demoralizing.
Well, and what is the point of having this person on?
Mm-hmm.
What's the point? Like, what is the point of the segment? Is it
So
just
that you
so
feel
that,
sorry
like,
for her because she's in fear for her life now?
No, but like, I guess is the point just that you're supposed to, like, you feel like this? Look, listen to us at MSNBC. We feel your rage. We feel your frustration. Okay, here's a poet who's gonna say how you feel. I guess that's it. Like, because I understand when like a lot of the shows that have like analysts come on and they'll try to explain like why, you know, they think someone won, and even if the analyst is like, well, because America's racist, at least that's providing. I think it's completely wrong and stupid analysis, but at least it's providing something. Like, what is it? This is providing nothing.
Is that her book in the background, My Black Country?
I mean, she doesn't look very black, so I hope not.
I'm sure she is, so.
Let's see.
Sitch is
Alice
like, nah,
Randall.
she's not black.
Is she? I don't know. I don't perceive her as black.
Hmm.
She's very light skinned. If that's
How
the case.
dare you?
No, this is Caroline Randall Williams.
Yes.
Well,
yeah.
maybe it's her mom's book. Maybe she's half.
Oh, okay.
American author and poet.
Yeah, I don't. It's just obviously it's just to let people know that someone hears them, someone feels their silent screams.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so sad. It's weird though, because I mean, I blame all this on places like MSNBC.
Right.
Yeah, they're the ones that are gaslighting everyone, gassing everyone up to go crazy. They're causing all this pain and suffering.
It's her mom's book. Her mom. They
Oh.
have like an entire generation of activism just going down.
And she's anyway.
And I think on Tuesday, a decisive course of action was made, and now we just have to watch our old beloved America hit rock bottom and climb out from it, hopefully.
We're going to Mars, bitch. We're gonna be Martians. Woo!
Listen, that's a pretty good escape from rock bottom. Is you go so high you get to Mars. So.
We're going to Mars. We're gonna We're gonna get ourselves off those dirty fossil fuels. Just got to be nice to Donald Trump long enough.
Right.
We're gonna do it.
Entered into this uncharted territory of, the Constitution was written for white men who owned property, and that's it. And the second we expand it.
Why are you bringing up old shit? Just like a woman never can forget.
The Constitution was written for white men, Adam.
White men and white men only.
Men.
Right. Yep.
Where's she going with this?
I'm not sure, but I think I can guess.
And the second we expand it past its parameters, we have to start thinking differently about how we apply it. And we have to start thinking differently about how we trust its capacity to govern more people than just the people it was written to govern.
Oh my God, listen. Donald Trump talks about suspending the Constitution in a tweet.
A tweet?
And everyone loses their mind.
Oh no.
And this girl's talking about suspending the Constitution because it was only for white people. And Velsh's just nodding along. He doesn't be like, wait, what the fuck did you just say?
Suspending the Constitution?
What are you talking about?
Why would you do such a thing?
Oh my God, it's so funny. Here, let me jump ahead a sec.
Have this gift of a system of government that cannot fail, that by the people, for the people. We think we're impervious to that kind of existential fracture, but I think that we have to also just begin to finally accept what all Black people and most women also know, that Americans, not necessarily all Americans, want all other Americans to have all of their American liberties. Mm-hmm. This country wasn't even built for everyone who lives here to have all of those liberties that are written in the Constitution.
She's talking about you guys who want to repeal the 19th, you terrible, terrible people.
She's not, listen, at least then she'd have something to stand on. That's not even what she's talking about, okay?
I don't like seeing the repeal the 19th stuff, so.
Right.
Definitely not. I think we should look. I'm for custodial voting. I think we should expand the vote to every human being. Sitch is an elitist, and he doesn't think so. But hey, Sitch probably wants to repeal the 19th.
Custodial voting isn't even expanding it to the children. You're saying the parents get the children's vote.
Yeah, but
it's not really
they count.
expanding
They're
the
people.
children.
It is. They know that they protect the interest of the people.
Are children really people? I feel like they're not.
They are. Believe it or not.
It's never been true. So we just have to figure out how we have to see if we all actually do want to make it true or not.
Okay, that's enough of this.
We want to see if we should, if we do want to make it true, because I believe the lies. So much of this would be different if they just didn't.
Fear and loathing.
Completely. Oh, Abby Phillips, my favorite. Sitch, what are you doing?
Oh, this is, I think you sent this to me. This was Coleman Hughes was on.
Oh
Abby
yeah,
Phillips.
Coleman Hughes. Yeah, Coleman
It's pretty
Hughes
interesting.
is rocking and rolling. He's a regular on CNN now as the conservative, which
I
is
know. Kind
like,
of hilarious.
how did this happen?
Right.
Because it's like they have a black conservative on
I mean,
CNN.
I don't think, unless it's recently, I don't think Coleman Hughes identifies as conservative.
Really? Oh, I think he does. I think I've
Oh,
heard him
okay.
say.
I thought he always identified as like moderate or independent or something.
I think I've heard him identify as a conservative, and he's definitely voicing the conservative opinions on CNN, but normally they'd be like, we gotta have a white dude as the conservative. Come on, we got a narrative to run here.
Well, they do. I mean, they have Scott Jennings and some other people, but
right.
Serpent Tyrant, thanks so much for the $20. Says, been watching you guys since Sitch still made videos a decade ago. Wanted to send this as a reminder to update your Spotify. I listen to you guys at work, and you're currently 2 months behind. Anyways, S-Class is the best class.
People have said that you can download the YouTube Music app, and you can listen to our shows through the YouTube Music app with your screen closed, because that's usually why people want to do it. And you can also download episodes when you're on Wi-Fi and listen to them later. So download the YouTube Music app, and you should be good to go.
Nice. There you go. So I'm seeing mixed messages in the chat. Some people are saying he's not conservative, and then someone said that they heard him say it a few times that he was.
I thought I've heard it. Yeah, I thought he said it.
I haven't heard it.
I don't mean it. Look, I'm not some leftist here who's trying to insult him by saying, "Oh my God, he's a conservative."
I understand,
and if he's not, that's fine too. I just think he's based.
Zero Fox says, use the mobile Brave browser. If you use Brave browser on your phone, does it let you turn off the screen? Is that the issue? Even without YouTube Premium?
The YouTube Music app is the way to go, though. Like, I have the YouTube Music app. It's great. So.
Well, don't you have YouTube Premium anyway?
And I listen in the car.
Oh,
yeah, but I don't even know if that works. If that goes over to the YouTube Music. I have two apps. I have the YouTube.
No, but I mean,
app.
like, YouTube Premium lets you turn off the screen, which is, I assume, what the issue is.
Yes. Yeah, it does.
Right.
But
Zero Fox
also
says, yeah, if you
YouTube.
use the Brave browser, you can get no ads and turn off the screen. So try that.
Okay.
I'm not
YouTube
sure how
Premium is one of the best deals going, though. So if you watch a lot of YouTube
YouTube
ads suck. So
we don't really push it. Most YouTubers don't really push it, but I mean, if you watch a lot of YouTube content, which I probably digest most of my content from YouTube.
Oh, I know.
YouTube Premium is amazing. Not only is there no ads, but also your help every time you watch a video, you're giving a little bit of money to that person.
Look at this Ostracy. Ostracy wants to make sure he never comes on the show again.
Oh, what did he say?
Ostracy for $5. Got to be pro repeal the 19th.
Oh God. He can come on. Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna argue
so
with you
bad.
about repealing the 19th Amendment. So. Okay. Anyway, let's see what. Let's see what this lady says, and I think Coleman responds. So it's interesting. This woman's
this
kind
was
of
a huge clip on Twitter.
Yes. So this woman's like, it's weird because this woman's like kind of like half saying, she's some clips of her where she's been saying things I like, where she talked about how like the Democrats are completely like out of touch with a lot of Americans, which is true, but she keeps framing it like it's a messaging issue, which sort of maybe she's doing that to try to like soft walk them into the position. Cause I don't think it's a messaging issue. I think it's an issue. I think the issues are just wrong.
Yes, she is a Democratic strategist though. So
right.
I have a house in Pennsylvania, and I saw that ad 24/7. And at the time, I thought to myself, way to exploit a vulnerable community. I thought it was disgusting, and I still think it's disgusting. However, I do think Democrats have a very, very hard time communicating on not just this issue, but on a lot of issues.
I mean, they got all the gold medals. How are they a vulnerable community, Sitch? I just don't get it. I mean, trans women are cleaning up in the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
That's the vulnerable community.
Yep.
I see it completely opposite. I see the Democrats as the one exploiting a vulnerable community. Because seriously, when you see a bunch of trans women like in sports cleaning up getting all the gold medals and stuff, it kind of makes you hate all trans people for a lot of people. I think it creates negative stereotypes of trans people for a lot of people.
It
And
can, yeah.
that's not good. That's not good.
Mhm.
So who's the one exploiting the vulnerable community here? I think a lot of trans people probably don't like the trans women in sports stuff. They're not in sports. They're like, why does my life have to be miserable so some trans woman can get her 4th gold medal, right? Why does life have to be harder for me as a trans person just trying to hold down a job and rent an apartment somewhere, right? So who is it that's exploiting the trans community? The vulnerable community.
With average voters. We just do. We have to acknowledge that we have a problem communicating. You know, the White House spent an awful lot of time, you talked about Abby Gate before this, they didn't know how to communicate their position. The Biden economy was a good economy. They didn't, you may disagree with me statistically, it was. They didn't communicate it, that it was getting better and better, right? And that they needed to see it through. They needed to communicate to people during these college protests, and I know there's a lot of hard feelings on both sides of the issue on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, but when you have kids trashing college campuses and preventing other people from studying, if you're a parent, you look at that and you say, I just saved up hundreds of thousands of dollars or took out massive loans to send my kids to college, and they can't make it to class because then some administration can't keep their own students under control, and the White House doesn't have a viewpoint on this because they don't want to offend one segment or the other. Or to some extent, people putting...
I mean, that's completely true.
Yeah.
That's 100% true. And I do think that had a massive impact on just setting the vibe, right? Do you trust the competency on issues of a candidate who is too afraid or has the wrong position on, like, you know, kids acting the fool on campus? You don't.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Pronouns after their names. Just call me by my pronoun. And by the way, if you call me by the wrong pronoun, I'll correct you and we'll move on. You don't have to virtue signal about everything. But they didn't do, you know.
How am I supposed to cancel you? How am I supposed to grow my social media platform by canceling you? Right?
No, it's the constant virtue signaling, I think, that really alienates people, because what most people care about is what they care about. They just want people to be authentic and take positions. And I think as Democrats, sometimes we are so busy trying to figure out how to appeal to Scott, because Scott lives in Kentucky and Scott's a white man. And how do I speak to Scott? And I speak to Scott differently than I speak to Abby, than I speak to Julie. And the reality is, you know what I know about Scott? He's got kids who love Pokemon, and so do I. And sometimes those kids talk about Pokemon trading cards. We can talk about the same thing. We don't need to sit there and constantly try to segment how we talk to people. We don't have to look at focus groups at all times to figure it out. Common sense.
You do if your electoral strategy is demonizing your political opposition, though. That's the problem right there. You can't talk about how Republicans have kids that like Pokemon because they're literally fucking fascist enablers.
I mean, fascist enablers like Pokemon.
It's so sad. I wish we would go back to this. Like I agree with what she's saying. Like, I want there to be this more high-minded politics where we're like, let's compete on the issues. Let's talk about which issue is going to be best for the country, and may the best man win, instead of demonizing your opposition and trying to make it sound like fascism is around the corner. I wish we could do that. So
That's common sense.
I love the spirit of what you're saying. The only difference is I think it's more than a communication problem. I think it's deeper. I think it's the soul of the Democratic Party. It's about the beliefs. It's about the values. It's not simply a comms problem. It's that why couldn't it's a courage problem too. What
did she say there? Values are elusive?
Inclusive, I think.
At all times to figure it out. Common sense is common sense.
I love the spirit of what you're saying. The only difference is I think it's more than a communication problem. I think it's deeper. I think it's the soul of the Democratic Party. It's about the beliefs. It's about the values. It's not simply a comms problem.
Inclusive.
It's that why couldn't it's a courage problem too. It's a courage in standing up against the progressive wing of the party. Why can't any Democrat just say something simple like, of course, we have no problem after you're above 18, do what you want. Live and let live. This is America. But below 18, if you can't get a tattoo, you also can't consort to hormone therapy.
That's not, listen.
Play whatever.
Look, she's already revolted by this. What? I can't trans my kid when he's 7? How dare you?
What you want, but you can't play
with...
against people that have a natural disadvantage against you.
But
this is common sense, and no Democrat can say this. That's deeper than a communication problem.
It's not common sense.
Look, I love this. I love this. He's saying exactly the same thing you were saying.
Yes.
Like it's a real issue. Stop trying to make it sound like it's just smoke and mirrors, okay?
Right.
There's an ideological difference here that needs to be worked out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I worked very, very close.
What was that?
Coleman Hughes is a smart guy because he says things that I agree with.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's how I gauge intelligence, by how much someone agrees with me.
So let me, on the non-political perspective, let me be an asshole here for a second.
No.
Listen.
What are you going to, why? Why you got to bring that a-holery?
Listen, I don't think it's a good idea to wear a burgundy colored suit, okay? Especially with a matching burgundy tie. Because when you see that, all I can think of is busboy.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Isn't that what you just see? You just see
Sure.
busboy, right?
Got some dirty glasses over here.
Right. Come on. Anyway.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. He's the busboy.
We're
Apparently.
going to see. Let's see if he cleans up. Like Coleman Hughes is like staring this lady down. Yeah, fuck you.
This guy's supposed to be a comedian.
I'm coming for your job. That's what Coleman Hughes is saying right now. Democratic strategist, my ass. And she did say inclusive. Our values are inclusive.
See,
unless, of course, you know, you're a parent that is worried about some crazy grade school teacher transing your kids. Then all of a sudden, all that inclusion goes right out the window. Now you're a misogynist bigot.
I haven't seen any of this guy's stand up, so let me know if you get like a comedian vibe.
The burgundy suit?
That from Pete Dominic.
That's him?
That's him.
I bet he's one of those comedians that comes out and like lectures you about how you didn't put pronouns in your email.
I have no clue.
He's like, I'm the comedian against comedy.
Right.
You're not supposed to laugh at my comedy bit. I'm here for DEI reasons.
I mean,
I'm not supposed to be funny.
I don't know. He's got to bring down the average for white men, men comedians.
I wish you'd stop, okay? He's obviously a black man. It doesn't matter.
Really?
It doesn't matter how light-skinned you are on the CNN panel.
Oh, I see. Everyone there is black. Okay.
You always get in trouble for this.
I didn't know that Pete Dominic was a black guy. He's clearly a white guy.
You're going to get in big trouble for this, okay?
Okay.
This will happen. Remember the Valerie Jarrett?
Oh, I'm going to get Roseanne. Is that what you're saying?
Don't wind up like Roseanne
Listen,
Barr.
I did not say that Pete Dominic looks like anyone from Planet of the Apes. Okay, I'm safe.
Okay. God, don't do that.
I did say he looks like a busboy, so you know that could be something racial, I guess.
Oh yeah, what are you saying?
That's true.
Is that one of those black jobs Trump was talking about?
That's right.
6 months
Get your shine
in our
box.
local school board, and so many Americans know what this is like. We got thumped and threatened and beaten over trans kids using the bathroom. It was horrifying what my community went through. I mean, and what the trans kids community. We had a woman in the back who yelled, "You're brainwashed," to a person who identified as trans. She got elected to the board. We can't compete. You say we have to be better on messaging. Tell me what we're supposed to do when Donald Trump says boys are going to school and getting a surgery and coming home as girls. The fact that anybody would believe that is insane to me. But how do we
Let me just say that.
I mean, look, when you're basically in favor of things like that, it becomes completely believable. Like if you ask him flat out, so then you're against people being able to transition before they're 18 years old. He'd be like, oh, well, no, well, I mean, what's wrong? Why's wrong with that? Right? Okay, so when Donald Trump says it, it seems believable if you're literally in favor of it. It's so weird. How did they not see this?
That's the dance. That was the TYT dance that those two guys were doing.
How do they not see this? They're like, oh my God, no one would ever believe that's happening. Well, then you're against it. Oh, well, of course I'm not against it, but but it's not happening.
Right. Okay, let me jump ahead a sec.
Should have because they are vast. They are vast.
I think I hate to let you guys in on a secret, but I will. The ad works not because of the trans issue.
So we're talking about the ad that we watched.
I know.
Okay.
Aren't you so glad we watched it?
Yeah,
Now we know.
so
We have all the context here.
Right. So here's
He's
Scott.
gonna
He's going
spell
to lay
it
down
out.
some truth. Okay.
Yes.
The ad works.
So Charlemagne.
The ad works because it communicates something about what this person as a politician would say yes to when it comes to either your tax dollars or doing something, in this case, for an inmate population. Well over half the country sits around all the time going, why is the government so focused on everyone but me? There's a lot of people in this country who believe they've been crushed by COVID, crushed by inflation, crushed because of their values, crushed because of where they live or who they are or what they believe in. And so the ad works not because it's targeted at the trans community.
Yes, that's why.
The ad works because it is they're showing.
Look at this smug fucking a-hole over here. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about here. Like, he could actually learn something if he just opened his mind for 10 seconds, right?
And it's funny too, because like CNN, they give the split screen, like
Right.
his like incredulous face.
I know. You're so full of shit. This is not what's happening. Look, he didn't even say taxes. Can you imagine? Like, look, you're paying 20 to 30% of your income is going bye-bye to taxes. And you're thinking, the fuck? I mean, why couldn't they just spend some of that money on me? Right?
Yep.
It's my money.
Yep.
Showing you what this president would be willing to do with your money and who they would pander to if they were the commander-in-chief, and that's why it was so effective.
What Scott is saying about Americans feeling like the system isn't working for them, I think we can probably all agree that that is true, right?
Well, it's working.
People feel that.
It's
that
working.
people feel that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but and so when the other part of the conversation of the ongoing autopsy Democrats are having is about why aren't they speaking better to working class people? I mean, one of the few demographics that Kamala Harris improved on in this race were people making $100,000 or more. So wealthy people, probably more educated people, they're responding to what the Democrats are doing, and that's not enough people to win elections.
The Democrats,
They're going to pay for the transition for my kid, of course. Like, why am I not going to vote for that? You think I want to pay for that myself?
Of course.
Jeez.
I am.
It's expensive having a trans son or daughter.
Right.
We're so busy actually creating policies, Catherine can talk more about them, that have actually improved the lives of working class people.
But they did talk about them.
But yeah.
I mean, they also did a lot of things for highly educated like college grads. Like, I think to Scott's point.
Well, anyway.
No, look, I love what she's saying here.
Okay.
Because they're like, look, my son is $100,000 in debt. You think I want to help him get out of that? Fuck no.
Right.
About the sort of symbolism, I don't entirely agree with your analysis of that ad. I think you make some good points. I don't entirely agree. But I think another policy.
It's so funny. Scott was so 100% right on the money there. Okay. With that ad.
Oh, I know.
If you think that the person is a weirdo or wacky or whatever, why would you trust them to do anything?
Yeah, exactly.
The left views Donald Trump as a con man, and since that's like their base perception of Donald Trump is like Donald Trump is a liar and a con man, that's why they don't trust him on any other issue. So if the right's base view on Kamala Harris is that she's like wacky or super woke or a communist or she cares about trans criminals or whatever, then obviously you're not going to trust her on anything.
That is such a great way to frame it too. I'd be curious to see what the response was if he framed it that way. Just said, look, you don't trust Trump. Like, you have a narrative about Trump that I personally don't agree with, but it is that Trump is a liar and a con man, and you can't trust anything he says or does. Like, why doesn't that work?
My guess would be they'd say, but I know Trump is a con man because here, XYZ. They try to give a bunch of reasons.
Right.
And my response, I'd be like, it doesn't matter why you think the way you do. That's the perception. That's all we're talking. That's what gets frustrating when I talk to people about this, both on the left and the right, when I'm trying to explain like why one side perceives them, and they immediately reflexively go, no, but I'm right. I'm like, it doesn't. What you're right about doesn't matter. Okay, it's how people perceive things that matters. Okay.
Yeah, totally.
that was symbolically about people other than the median voter was the student debt forgiveness, which disproportionately went to, well, first of all, to people who went to college, who are likely to have higher earnings in general, but also the way that it was structured went to a lot of people who are likely to have very high earnings, including people who are going to become doctors and lawyers and things like that.
Wow,
and
look at this.
part
Debt
of the
forgiveness
reason
for the
those
wealthy.
Well, that's
Boy.
true. That's 100% true. But it's also, I think she's actually wrong in terms of, I don't know where I have to find. I have a clip here where Steve Kornacki's kind of going through all like the turnout, and I think that there was actually less turnout for the young vote for Harris than there was for Biden, or even for Clinton. So the student debt forgiveness thing didn't really bring people to the polls, so didn't work. Okay, here, let me put in something different here.
Oh, Tressie.
Here, this is an interesting
my
clip
God.
from The Daily Show.
Oh my God.
Daily
This
Show's
poor
still going
woman.
on. It's identity politics in the 2024 election. So here's just a couple minutes of this that we'll watch. It's kind of interesting.
This poor soul here.
I know.
He's like, I'm just trying to stay relevant in my sociology department.
Essentially.
I've spent a lot of time, and by we, again, I mean myself, people in the media, I think academics, researchers, and politicians certainly have spent a lot of time saying that identity politics is dangerous, or at least it's murky, right? This is why we said Occupy was a distraction for the Democrats. Black Lives Matter was a distraction for the Democrats, right? The feminist movement is a distraction for the Democrats because they won't focus on real issues that matter to real Americans, right? The problem with that is that you assume that the only people with an identity are women and people of color. But as Donald Trump has proven, what he has proven and the way he has won has proven is that every voter has an identity.
God.
Look, she's so proud of herself.
So dumb. It's so dumb, and she's presenting this like this is some sort of genius revelation
I
here.
know. Look, oh my God, I'm so smart. Everyone has an identity. Oh.
This is, I wish everyone on the left was forced to read that 10-page introduction from Kimberly Crenshaw's Critical Race Theory book.
Oh, yeah.
Where am I like, wait, hold on. Am I breaking up?
No, you sound perfectly crystal clear.
Okay, because getting
Sound
kind of
amazing.
a memory issue here. But
It's almost like you have one of those amazing glowing mics.
I got an amazing glowing mic, and I'll show some pictures of you guys for this in a second here. But so I lost my train of thought.
I knocked
the
you off
Kimberly
your
Crenshaw
game
thing,
with
the
the glowing
CRT
mic.
thing. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I have this amazing glowing mic sitting in front of me that no one but me can see, and it's completely
It's
distracting.
beautiful.
No,
Just
so-
turn your camera. We could all see it.
Yeah, there you go. So Kimberly Crenshaw like lays out in her CRT introduction how during the civil rights movement there was this idea that basically took hold of the whole country, which was that no one should use their racial identity to galvanize a political movement around, and everyone should kind of like stop identifying with their racial identity. Like, we need to shed our racial identity and just be American, right? We need to get rid of the whole, and this is what the left was doing in order to get rid of racism. Like, we need to get rid of this whole whiteness and blackness.
This was
and
Kimberly
otherness.
Crenshaw?
This is her explaining the civil rights movement.
Oh, okay.
Okay. She's saying in the civil rights movement, this is what she said. She says the liberals did this. Okay. The liberals came and they said, get rid of your whiteness, get rid of your blackness, get rid of your racial
colorblindness.
identity. Yes. Adopt a colorblind attitude. Don't use your race to galvanize around for political issues. That's the bad thing. You need to get rid of, as she calls it, you need to get rid of racial consciousness. Stop focusing on race. Stop thinking about race. And
Yeah.
the liberals, and then she starts complaining and she says, the liberals, when they did this, they associated the evil white nationalist with in Kimberly Crenshaw's mind, the good black nationalist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's the problem, is that the white nationalists and the black nationalists were inherently tied together because essentially they're the same thing. The only difference is one group's in power and one group's not in power. But Kimberly Crenshaw, who's a leftist socialist, likes the black nationalism, likes the racial identity. And so she argues in her introduction that we as leftists need to get rid of the liberal colorblind mentality and go all the way back and go back to the black nationalist approach. And that's what CRT is. We need to be, that's what whenever you hear someone say, we need to be racially aware or racial consciousness, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about going back to an ethnic nationalist movement.
It's interesting because the colorblindness was to kind of break whites out of the racist white mindset.
Exactly. That's the whole point. But it only works, and this is the key, it only works if it's universal, if it's applied to everyone, if everyone's colorblind. It will never work, and this is the problem, this is what's been going on in the last 8 years or so, is if you say, okay, if you're white, you have to be colorblind. But if you're black or you're Latin or Latino, right, or Asian or whatever, you're allowed.
Be as racist as you want.
Yeah, you're allowed to identify according to your ethnic group, not only just identify according to your ethnic group, but you're allowed to galvanize and use your ethnic group to seize political power.
Right.
Okay. And use your ethnicity as like a cudgel against other people.
Well, and to be supremacist about your ethnic.
Exactly. Yes. And be supremacist about it. Right. And if that's the framework, which is the framework that the leftists, that the woke leftists have been sort of creating for the last 8 years, it's going to create a backlash because you're going to have all of a sudden, you're going to have all these white people say like, what the fuck? Like, you can't, if you use this weapon against me, then I need to use it against you. That's the clearest truism. If you look back in history, is that any weapon that one side uses against another side, the other side will adopt and use that weapon against them, or they'll be destroyed.
Right.
And so that's so when she says this thing like, oh, this is some sort of a great revelation, it's like, no, of course, this is the problem. This is what I've been worrying about since the fucking beginning when I started making YouTube videos, is the more you lean on identity politics, the more you lean on race-based politics, you're just going to create the backlash. You're just going to create the white people basically saying, okay, well, if you're going to use your racial identity against us, well, we're going to have to use it against you.
Yeah, to make the argument that Trump did this, like Trump didn't really run openly saying they hate white people or any of that kind of stuff. We say that stuff way more than Trump does. So,
right.
And just when we're watching crazy leftists who obviously do hate white people, right?
Yes.
I mean, I would be suspect of this woman here. So
she's reading in, she's saying, she's going to say like, that's the vibe that's being cultivated by all the immigration talk and the trans stuff and all this other stuff, that it all kind of ties in this picture.
Yeah, the demographic thing.
Right.
Every voter has an identity, and he tapped into one of the most powerful of American identities. He tapped into white identity.
Right.
Right?
See, this is crazy because it's the progressives that keep thrusting the white identity onto people.
Yes.
Like I do think a lot of people do have that colorblind mentality. Like I wouldn't think of myself as white as like the top of my identity hierarchy in any way, shape, or form, right? That's like way down the hierarchy. But I look at her and obviously like African American is like number one, right?
Yep. Yeah. In terms of in terms of her self-identity, you're correct.
Yeah.
And it's, again, then another issue is that if you keep attacking like, and this is like, I don't agree with this, but this is a constant response I see. If you keep attacking someone as being racist or being white supremacist or whatever, a lot of people's reaction to that is, well, if you're going to accuse me of this thing, I might as well do the thing and get the benefit of it, as opposed to just denying it and getting like doubly hit as not doing the thing and also getting penalized falsely.
She would say that society is forcing that identity on to her, though, and that she just accepts it because it's society imposing it. But I'm not certain that's the case.
No.
Like, I mean, if you're maybe in Alabama surrounded by a bunch of racists, I don't know. But
well, if you're part of any minority group and you're going to, and you're in a group that you're the minority in, you're going to experience like your identity as that minority is going to be more on the top of your mind than if you're part of the majority, obviously.
Yeah.
But the problem is you still have to like assimilate into society, and you still have to push past that and not let that, in my opinion, you have to not let your minority identity consume you, essentially.
She's probably in the sociology department at Berkeley or something where people literally worship her because she's a black woman. So Like she chooses that identity because it's like she's a god.
Well, it definitely. I mean, we imagine it. It serves her. So
Yeah.
she is.
I
a
mean, she's on the
sociology-
Daily Show. They're not inviting me to be on the Daily Show.
She's a. Let's see. It says she's a sociology professor at Chaplain Hill, North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Her mother was a member of the Black Panther Party.
Look, they totally idolize her.
Okay, interesting.
She comes from the elite.
Right.
The Black Panther Rebellion.
And he said, you don't need to be ashamed of this identity. I'm going to give it a name and I'm going to make you feel good about it. And you don't have to sacrifice a thing.
Show me the clips. I want to see the clips. Where'd he say this?
That's a
Right?
good point. No, he was just trying to say, like, we're trying to do an American versus illegal identity. It was like that was Donald Trump's primary framing of things.
I have a like show me the clips or shut the fuck up mentality. I really do.
Mhm.
Because they're like, they want to read between the lines. They're like the gaslighting that we did on Project 2025. That's the truth. No, it's not.
Donald Trump played identity politics like a fiddle. So when you say that the Democrats lose because we play identity politics, it simply isn't true. This is about who's...
Okay, now we've reached maximum bullshit.
Yes, yeah.
They don't play identity politics? What?
So this is the exact wrong takeaway from the election. Her takeaway is you need to double down on identity politics. So.
All right. We're
So
not
far-
playing identity politics enough.
Right. Now, so far, in terms of what I've seen, this seems to be more in the minority opinion of things. So that's fortunate. I think that's fortunate for our society. But
Yeah, look, that's what they don't get about Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump increased his numbers again, with African American and Latinos. Everybody's talking about it. And I would argue because he did show them respect. He showed them respect in a way that Democrats didn't necessarily do. So, like, you think Obama's hectoring was showing the black community respect?
No.
Yeah, not at all.
there's an interesting thing that, like, a lot of people are saying, "Oh my God, how's the Latino community?" I was like, when people say Latino, they have to say with the accent.
Latino.
Latino. How is the Latino Latinx community? Like, why did more of them turn out for Trump when, the media was saying, Trump is very anti-Hispanic, very anti-Central South America and all this stuff. And it'd be easy to interpret a lot of what Trump was saying to definitely be in that vein. And my response to that is, why are there so many white people that nod along when people on the left are just so anti-white? And the reason is because those white people think in their mind, like when a lot of white people who are on the left hear someone on the left be anti-white, in their mind, there's a translation process where the person says, white people suck. In their mind, they hear other white people suck, right?
Yeah.
They do this automatic translation like, well, I'm one of the good whites. They don't mean me. They mean the bad whites.
No,
right?
they mean you.
Right. But then it's the same thing with a lot of Latin people in terms of Donald Trump. If the left is saying, oh my God, Donald Trump's saying something racist, against the Latin community is hearing it and they're like, well, he's not talking about us. He's talking about criminals.
He's talking about
Right.
those other people.
Right. He's talking about illegal immigrants, or he's talking about illegal immigrants specifically who do crime. Right. So there's that
Right.
translation process, and the left completely, it's so funny because even though this translation process happens on the left, they completely don't understand how it could happen on the right.
Yeah. Is Donald Trump clearly articulating that more clear than the Democrats? I mean, I would argue that he is, but I mean, I would have to look at specific cases.
Well, he's more clear than the Democrat. Well, I wouldn't say the Democrats. He's more clear than a lot of people on the left, because a lot of people on the left are just, the left is more clear, is more comfortable being clearly anti-white than the right is not comfortable clearly being anti-whatever.
Right. So they're more
Anti-black or
careful with their
anti-Hispanic.
language. Yeah.
Right. So you either say,
Which
oh,
is
the
probably
right's
better.
Well, it is better because you either say A, the right is A, not racist, or B, mask on, or the left is, or some elements of the left are much more mask off about the whole thing. I mean, remember like obviously Kamala Harris isn't doing this. I haven't really seen mainstream Democrats doing this, but you do have in the in the internet ecosphere. I mean, this is why you get, you know, the Hassan Piker cracker, you know, saying that's okay for him to call people cracker, and he gets a fucking plaque from Wheatons for it.
Yeah. So this hypothetical white guy that's standing there and doing the translation in his head that I'm one of the good ones, right?
Right.
What happens if he speaks up in the meeting and starts talking for an extended period of time?
Well, then that might all
Is
go
he
out the window.
is he still one of the good ones, or
Right.
is it time for him to shut the fuck up?
Then it might be time for him to shut up.
Yeah, look. It's so weird to me because I hate racism. I really do. And I just see so much of it in Democrats, and it's completely invisible to them. It makes it 10 times more obnoxious when it's invisible to them, right?
Right.
And if I saw that kind of racism in the Republican Party, I mean, I guess you do see it, but it's not on the mainstream platform. They're always trying to turn what seems like innocuous things that are on the mainstream Republican platform into overt acts of racism, which I don't think I don't think they are good examples of that, but there are plenty of good examples of overt racism on the left.
Right.
Just plenty of them, so.
Those identities win when you appeal to them. That means you should double down on the identities of your base. You should go out to them. Something I think Democrats really only did.
2028 Klan hoods, everyone. Make America great again. Such bullshit.
I know.
Who falls for this?
The Daily Show.
Cosmetically this time, but to take seriously what the members of your base want based on who they are and how they view themselves. I think if we did that, we would have understood why young men are anxious. I think we would have understood.
Oh my God. This is like this fucking retard here thinks that if the Democrats double down on their left-wing, leftist identity politics, they'd understand why men are not happy in America.
Right.
Like, if she was actually saying, well, they should understand, like, they should double down and understand men's issue from men's identity politics, I'd be like, okay, that's not what this fucking translates to when she says double down on identity politics.
Yeah.
She's on the whole, like, listen, feminism helps guys too, okay? I don't know if you know this, Adam, but it does.
This is such like an old playbook that I feel has been completely discredited. Like, we've completely ripped this to shreds. Like, all these arguments have been annihilated. And the fact that she's even saying them so smugly just shows. I mean, I feel like she got it out of a time machine or something.
Yeah. Right.
What's going on here?
Right.
You just wake up? Were you in suspended animation here?
She went to sleep when that Robin DiAngelo book came out, and then woke up yesterday.
Oh no.
Understood why young women could, yes, be afraid of a post-Dobbs America, but not think that the woman president would help them, right? I think that if...
Was that an audible sigh from the audience?
I don't know what it was.
That had to be, someone threw up a monitor that said sigh audience.
I think a lot of people do care about abortion. It definitely is a big issue, but I think the party selection has shown that Democrats reducing all of women's concerns down to abortion is a really stupid thing.
I think this election showed that women care more about a based, super cool woman being the first president than they do about reproductive rights.
Well, that's also possible.
Which I think is awesome. That's the world that I want to live in.
Interesting.
They're like, look, I just got to be careful for a few years here. Well, actually, it's not that big an issue in so many states. Like, no woman in California is voting based on abortion.
Appeal more directly, actually, to people's identities, how they see their identities, then you could play the game that Trump has played, but without all of the nefarious, self-serving, self-aggrandizement.
Oh, you're so self-aggrandizing.
Do you feel, what do you think that his character says about American masculinity?
Oh, I think it says, unfortunately, almost everything. I'm sorry. I am. But I want you to know there's another way. You can live another way, people with masculinity. There's another choice. But right now,
Good news.
it is. Right now, his choice does look pretty compelling because he's winning, right? In America, we think of ourselves as winners. And so when somebody's winning, they must be the right choice. But I think what he says about masculinity is that when masculinity feels threatened, it lashes out. And when it lashes out, it doesn't care very much about who.
Why is this lashing out? Like, he hasn't been cornered. He fucking won the election.
Well, but wait a minute. Isn't this is true of anyone? When anyone feels threatened, they lash out. Okay. And it is completely insane for this person or any of these people to pretend that masculinity has not been under attack in this country, especially so in the last 8 years.
Oh, of course, yeah.
100% masculinity has been under attack. And it's been completely pushed out in a lot of avenues of school, work, movies, entertainment, like just normal levels of, quote, traditional masculinity. Because traditional masculinity has, again, this goes back to my left-right dichotomy about the tradition versus change. Traditional masculinity, even the term traditional masculinity, has been associated on the left as meaning like, oh, you think that traditional masculinity means a woman shouldn't be able to work and she should be subservient to a man, right? And has to be barefoot in the kitchen, popping out.
That's what the left believes.
Well, no, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. As opposed to, well, no, I think that, men should be able to be, if they want to, be able to provide for their family, to be able to be in conflict situations, to be openly in a verbal conflict with people to solve problems in that way, as opposed to going to an HR meeting, to be stoic if they need to be stoic, to not raise up the fact that you have, like, it's so weird. That used to be, like, in my grandparents' time, and this was maybe it was a little bit too much in the other direction, but you'd want to emphasize your strengths and people would hide their weaknesses. Like if you had a sickness or an illness or something, you wouldn't want to like broadcast it. And now everything is backwards. It's if you have a weakness or a sickness, you want to put it on your Twitter bio so you get sympathy points, right? You want to go into your boss and be like, oh, I have all these problems. That's why I can't come into work today. Or that's why I'm sucking at my job. I have all these problems. Everyone wants to use their problems as a shield. Where in a more, quote, masculine society, right? Putting all your problems and weaknesses face forward, that's like viewed as like a disgusting and a low thing.
That is weakness, yeah.
Right. That's bad. It's not a strength. It's not something that you get points for.
That's my feeling.
Right.
Yeah, I guess she is trying to say that men felt antagonized and they voted for Donald Trump as like a fuck you vote, which I do think that there's some truth to. I'm sure many voters felt that way.
I'm sure they did. Or they just didn't show up and vote. They just said, I'm going to stay home. This is another reason. Yeah.
They are antagonizing men though. Like, take responsibility for that. Yeah, you are antagonizing men. So if they give you the fuck you vote, you got to learn to accept it.
Right. And I think this is part of why, not 100%, but this is part of why anime has become so popular now in the West, is because you look at, a lot, not all, but a lot of Hollywood and mainstream media is just pumping out things that are based in, the message and kind of things that are more aligned with the left-wing sensibilities and those audience. And anime doesn't do that. Anime has a lot more like standard, storytelling hero's journey where men can still be men can still lust after women, there can still be attractive women, doing
there
stuff,
and
that's totally fine. Right. There could be anime harems. That's true. It's so funny because like so much of this whole mentality, well, there's another thing too, is that just this, because like the third, fourth wave of feminism has taken over, and it's like the demonization of women cannot be attractive, or if they're attractive, they have to be a fucking slut, and they have to be a slut because they want to be a slut. Like that's fine. But if a woman is attractive and it's order to like, if that attractiveness is sensed to appeal to a male audience, then that's automatically like deemed as unacceptable.
Yeah.
But if you
what's
have
up with that?
attractive men for a women's audience, like Kylo Ren, not Kylo Ren, the Asian guy from The Good Place, who was in The Acolyte taking off his shirt every 2 seconds for no reason, or the other Jedi taking off his shirt for no reason, that's like totally okay. That's acceptable, right?
Right. Yeah. If you have a murdering psychopath take off his shirt, like the audience is supposed to swoon. Oh my God.
See what I said about women getting off on true crime, Adam?
He's such a bad boy.
See
Look,
what I
he
said
just
about
killed all my friends.
Yeah, women getting off on true crime. She's literally getting wet over a guy who murdered half the people she just fucking knew.
Terrible. Maybe we should repeal the 19th.
No, stop.
That out on what Trump embodies is just our national masculinity crisis of not knowing what it means to be a man when you can't rely on a job to define that, when you cannot rely on a woman's position to define you as a man, right? When you don't know what your role is in a family where everybody has to take care of the children. Everybody now has to take care of their parents because
It's so funny that women spent for years saying that men shouldn't be defining a woman's role and explaining, women's issue. Women need to shut the fuck up about men. They don't know shit. Okay, I'm sorry. Women do not understand this woman has no fucking clue what she's talking about whatsoever. And women need to just shut the fuck up about it. Okay, I'm not going to come here. Right, I'm not going to come in here and say like, oh, this is how women should feel about things. This is how blah 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 blah. Right? No, you just shut up about it. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry.
I don't see a ring on that ring finger there.
Oh,
this looks like a single woman talking about men's issues.
Right.
Yeah,
expensive, and it's
no, she's got a ring.
What do you mean?
And it's
left hand.
Oh, well, she got a ring on her right hand.
Yeah, so
labor intensive, and
that's like wishful thinking.
He is promising you a version of masculinity where none of those things are happening. That doesn't change the fact that those things are happening, and they are coming for you. They're coming for all of us. But he is a nice.
Well, hold on. Who's coming? They're coming. Who's they? Who's coming for what?
Have you seen the video of Donald Trump saying, "I'm gonna come"?
Coming for all of us. Do not come.
Yeah, exactly.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Little stopgap for people who want to continue to pretend a little while longer.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you're just pretending, Sitch.
I know.
Fucking baby. Such a pretender.
Every man that's having problems finding meaning in their life, it's because they all want to go back to 1950s. Yeah, exactly. They all want to go back to that time period.
Yeah. Not really.
After a
weed is far more accessible today.
Right.
And video games. Oh man, they were non-existent in the 1950s.
Of course.
What the fuck? Oh look, this is one I haven't seen.
No, I haven't seen.
What's going on here?
So this is another horrible MSNBC clip. This is unpacking why Trump won. This goes beyond MAGA movement and economic anxiety.
Oh really? Let me guess. Racism.
This video is like it's like
racism.
It's really bad.
Because it is a very hard and uncomfortable truth to face what is happening, to face the reality that over 45% of Latinos voted for this person, right? A person that was actively promising mass deportations, actively promising to separate families, and talking in such vile ways. And I think what's very important right now is not to just dismiss these gains as simply a result of economic anxiety, as simply a problem of the Democrats. I think we have to dig a little bit deeper and have those uncomfortable conversations. This goes beyond the MAGA movement and politics, in my opinion. Right? This is really about Trump tapping into these very real racial and ethnic anxieties and grievances that as Latinos we carry. And through this movement, that in and of itself sort of was able to expose that we too can carry anti-immigrant sentiments, and we too can carry anti-Blackness, and we too carry a form of traditionalism that really, really resonated with Trump's culture war message. And particularly, Katie, I have to say it because
it's okay. Listen, I hate these. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm glad that finally, the Latino community can join us in being racist. Okay. Just before it was just us white men, but now the Latinos, they get to join in. Okay.
I hate these people that elect themselves as like spokesperson of the Latino community.
The Latino, you have to say it right.
The Latino community.
Yeah.
Just look, I have a friend of mine who's Latino. He came here with his wife. They immigrated. Like he tells the story of immigrating to America with great pride because it was so fucking difficult to do.
Right.
And he fucking hates illegal immigration. Like, he's like, the fact that people that he put so much time and energy into doing it the right way, and then other people are just getting a free lunch.
Cutting
He
in
cannot.
line.
Yeah, he cannot stand it. It drives him crazy. But then you have somebody like this, you know, some Ivy League fucking sociology department person coming up and castigating him because he's like, no, like, it's not fair. It's just, it's the height of elitism. It really is. It's like, not only is she going to say, look, I'm the spokesperson for the Latino community, she's going to say, you're wrong for having the sentiment that something unfair is going on here. You have to suck it up. You have to be in favor of what we want because otherwise you're a racist.
Mm-hmm.
No, fuck you. And who made you spokesperson for Latinos? Latinos can vote too. They vote for whoever they want.
She wrote a book, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that gives her the award.
You're right. All these books, she probably sold 15 copies of that book because she made the people in her like class buy it. I know how this grift rolls.
Right. Terrible.
I just look. I would never stand up and say, "Look, I am the spokesperson for white people." What the fuck?
But you are.
What the fuck? Look, I would never any identity. I'd never speak up and say I'm the spokesperson for artists. Okay. No, artists are all over the fucking place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? How do people say because I am a member of some identity group, I am the spokesperson for them? I'm American. I'm the spokesperson for Americans.
Listen,
It's ridiculous.
As a white Jewish person of shadow on the internet, okay,
Right.
I speak for all other white Jewish people of shadow.
No.
And if anyone who is a white Jewish person of shadow says anything that I morally disagree with, it's obviously that they're a fucking bigot and a horrible person because
Look, if
I'm
you're
the
only
spokesperson. I'm the spokesperson, Adam.
If you're the only person in that category, maybe.
There's got to be at least 10 of us, I bet.
No,
Okay, it's got to
no.
be some more of us out there somewhere.
The closest is Literature Devil, and I think he's Latino. So
he could be Jewish. You don't know. Why you assume?
I know he's not Jewish. So
Listen, Mahler could be Jewish. I'm pretty sure ER's not Jewish, but you don't know. Okay.
I saw it time and time again, particularly the anti-trans message.
I just got one thing to say about this lady. Her limbo ring game, man, it is off the charts.
It is. There you go. You got it.
I'm not hating. I don't know that that's a Latino thing, but wow.
That message, of course, coupled with the anti-immigrant message, but
You know where she got? Oh my god.
What?
She probably got those limbo rings from her European father.
Oh, how dare you?
Definitely.
How dare you?
Anti-trans message was able to invoke a very specific moral panic among some Latinos that felt so deeply threatened by the way that these patriarchal norms were suddenly evaporating in the United States. And I think that, I have to say, was very powerful.
We've been saying this for years now, that the Democratic Party counting Latino voters was just way overstated. Like it was going to sooner or later come back to bite them because the Latino community is far more traditional, believes in far more. They're more religious. They believe in traditional gender roles. Go figure. Like sooner or later they were going to leave the Democratic Party. It seemed obvious. The next turn will be Republicans being like, do we really want to do mass deport? Like half these people voted for us. Like, right?
That would be that'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, and I appreciate your honesty on that, Paola, because, Natasha, conversely, we talked about this, you and I too, right, on my show. Running up to Election Day, the Democratic Party kind of in a tailspin, worried about losing black male votes. But in the end, the black men, and especially the black women, voted for Kamala Harris by the largest margins of any population. I mean, it's time, isn't it, Natasha?
Well, they keep saying this, but which is true. But I believe the margins, I don't know about for black women, but I believe the margins even for black men shifted away
Yeah.
than they did for Biden, which is interesting. So, and someone brought up a good point. I don't remember if it's in the collage I created that we're going to watch after this, but you know, there was this accusation that oh, the Latino men are just sexists, you know, the Latin men are all machismo and they just want to vote for women. And then someone showed that the majority of Latin men voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. So what happened, right? It's like, okay, but they weren't sexist in 2016, but they're all sexist now. Like, okay.
A lot of people hate Hillary Clinton, but Hillary Clinton was just 10 times more qualified than Kamala Harris, which is saying something, right? The way Hillary Clinton ran a totally shitty campaign and everyone hated her guts. But
well, people hated Hillary. Like she was not very charismatic. She had a weird vibe to her that people didn't like. The Republicans had spent, I don't know, last 20 years trying to destroy her and Bill's reputation. And so she had a lot like working against her. But the one thing she didn't, even her opponents never really attacked her, was no one viewed her as being incompetent. They viewed her as being maybe dangerous. They viewed her as not liking her political opinions, but people didn't view her as like a policy lightweight or incompetent.
Totally.
And that's kind of the problem with Kamala, is that she seems like maybe she's incompetent, maybe she's a policy lightweight. No one, you can't really get a good sense of what the fuck, what she is as a person or a politician.
So I brought up a chart. They went from down, looks like about 82%, Republicans down 82% on black males. Or no, I guess that's just black in general. To that 72%. I wonder if black males are on this chart. But yes.
Well, this is just black.
Yeah, it does.
Right.
So
they gained.
Not the black males.
Yeah.
They gained hugely with black altogether. Look, the only place that Donald Trump lost votes was with white college women, which down slightly, and over 65.
And barely. Barely.
I know, barely.
Kind of interesting, yeah.
All of these are like huge gains with Asians, huge gains with Hispanics.
Right.
Look at that giant gain with Hispanics. Jeez. Are black men on here? No, they aren't.
It just says black.
Just blacks, yeah. Okay. But yeah. So
people to recognize the disproportionate burden that's been carried by especially black women when it has come to having to save this country from itself.
Oh my God. She set her up. She's like, "You're a superhero. Let's hear from you. You're going to single-handedly save America."
Saving America.
The Black community showed up consistently, in many ways, thinking about the interests of the country at large above anything else, right? And what I saw.
When people talk like this, Sitch, it so offends me. I can't stand people speaking for other people as if they're like elected leaders. Who's she thinking of? Who's she conceptualizing in her head when she talks about the black community showing up? Like, is it her 5 black friends? I mean, what is she thinking about? She's not a Borg. She's not plugged into the entire black community. So
saw
weird.
This week with our Griot commenters was just this sense of exhaustion, this sense of, if we care and you don't, what more can we do? What more work can we do?
Look at the name of her book, Sitch. Sitch, I want you to tell everyone what the name of her book is, please. I think Sitch ran off to the bathroom.
I might have run off to the bathroom.
Those of you who can see, those of you who can see the screen, please, can you tell aloud what the name of her book is?
I'm not reading that.
Author, American, what is that? How do I pronounce that second word?
With black men in particular, I actually think a lot of this was wishful thinking.
I'm going to be reading that book later this week.
I bet you are.
I'm going to read it like a true crime novel.
Oh, you want to get to the bottom of it?
I do. I got to see what this
It's a
is all
memoir.
about. Oh, I bet it is. They're all memoirs. Think anybody wants to do any research for any of these fucking books? Hell no.
I think it was Republican messaging strategy to make people jump on the story and think that Black men were going to leave the Democratic Party in droves, to create a sort of permission structure for Black men to think about that. But I think that this is part of a larger effort, right? It's not just the 2024 election.
You know, we just watched the Daily Show lady talking about like right wing does the identity politics. Right wing does the identity politics. Okay. So I looked up this woman's book, and this review came up.
What was the name of the book? I want to look it up. What is it? I'll type it up real fast.
Neg Ra. Okay. And make sure I say it very slowly so I don't say something by accident. So I saw a review from the Latinx Project, NYU.edu. Okay, so we can see where this
NYU.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So they're talking about this book, and it says specificity, thank you, of a novel's detail is what enriches a narrative, but can also exclude universal identification, even for Latinas hungry to see their lives reflected in print.
Oh my God.
And the title of this article is A Bomb for Raceless Latinx Reading Injuries. Yet, what does it mean when a reader who is a working-class Puerto Rican first-generation student at Brown University not only does not recognize herself in Gonzalez's book Anita de Monte Laughs Last, but experiences the book as a form of alienation and melancholy? After reading Natasha S. Alford's 2024 book, American Negra, a memoir, I realized the source of the cognitive dissonance with Gonzalez's novel and so much of Latinx's literature, the characterization of Latina ethnicity as raceless. That's the problem. You're reading all these Latinx books and you're not getting a good sense of the Latina ethnicity. But thanks to this author, we're finally getting the ethnic Latina experience in book form. Okay?
Wow.
Definitely not 100% fucking obsessed with identity politics and race identity politics. You know,
Strange.
when I was a young lad and I was watching Dragon Ball Z,
You were like, how can I be a Dragon Ball?
When I was watching Goku, I was like, you know what? I could really identify with Goku more if he wasn't an alien from another planet with a monkey tail. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
You know, if he was a little white Jewish boy, I would really have a much deeper appreciation.
Oh my God.
It's like, especially when I was like young, I remember I usually didn't like the kid characters. Like I didn't even like Gohan that much when I was a kid. I was like, fuck him. I want to go back to Goku or go back to Piccolo, the green alien guy, right? That's who I'm into. I don't give a shit about the child.
Oh yeah.
Get
like,
out of
that
here.
guy's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
One day
that
I'll
was
grow up and be a green alien.
That's what's so, and this maybe again, this is going back to the sort of the death of masculinity and the taking over of femininity. I think, now to be clear, masculinity, femininity exists on a spectrum, and all people, I think, exhibit traits of masculinity and femininity. But I think it's definitely more on the feminine bimodal spectrum, this concept of like, you need to read or watch media that is self-identifying, where I feel like the more masculine approach is, I want to read or watch media where the person is a badass.
That's so true. That is so true. I don't care who it is.
Right. Because
They
that's
just
what you
gotta
want
be
to
a
emulate.
badass.
You want to emulate the badassness. You don't really want to emulate like they're just like me. They have this exact specific matched ethnic group that aligns with my identity.
No, they don't care how the world treats them because they're a fucking badass.
Right. And I mean, I think that's why, you have a lot of, and it's funny because you have a lot of, in the Black community and the Hispanic community, fucking grew up loving and watching Dragon Ball Z.
Yep.
Okay. They weren't like, oh my God, Goku doesn't align with my fucking identity. Right.
That is so true. That is a major difference between the sexes.
Right.
Yeah. You can learn badassness from anywhere.
Yep.
election. There has
I'm
always
going to the
been
bathroom. I'll be back.
You go to the bathroom.
this narrative that you should leave the quote unquote Democratic plantation. So it's not a brand new recruiting effort. It's just a matter of how people are being reached. Now, there were some Black voters who did see that attraction to Donald Trump, and the divide and...
Okay, I have a question. I just realized something. I need your help, chat, because Adam wouldn't like this if we were having this conversation. Did this woman... I might have to call Sammy in for this one. Did this woman draw like black eyeliner like lines on her nose ridge? Was that like a trick of the light of the camera? Did she do that? Why did she do that? Why would you do that? Wait a minute. Yeah, what's going on there? You guys see that, right? Am I crazy? There's something going on there. Like she like drew. Like it's like, you know when people cosplay as like a Borderlands character and they draw, or like a cell shaded video game character, and they like draw the contour lines on their skin so they look more like a cartoon character? Like she did that with her nose, right?
Yeah, look at that.
That's so weird.
Those dark
That's not a
lines.
normal thing, right? Women don't normally do this.
Yeah, they
Sammy,
do. They
women
do
don't
it-
normally do this, right? They don't draw on their nose like that, right?
No, that's like the big thing now. They draw under the cheekbones to like make the cheekbones look more pronounced.
She 100%. Wait, she 100% drew on her nose. She drew on her nose.
Right
Look, she
around her
drew it.
eyeballs. Yeah, look.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
not a shadow.
That's not a shadow. Look. It doesn't look.
Glasses, and that's the leftover mark.
No way. No, that's drawn on. Okay, I'm not crazy. Look at
being reached. Now,
look, it moves perfectly. No, because it moves exactly with her movement. Watch.
That you should leave the quote unquote Democratic plantation.
Okay, look, maybe
That is
maybe
not
her
a lighting thing. It's totally
Look,
drawn on.
maybe she has a child or a boyfriend, and they did the classic, Little Rascals prank. They like put the charcoal on her glasses, no, on binoculars, and they're like, look over there, a racist. And she like held up binoculars. She's like, where? And then she pulled it down. She's got like the rings around her eyes.
Probably. I don't know what's going on there.
Okay. Thank you for your expertise on this.
So it's not a brand new recruiting effort. It's just a matter of how people are being reached. Now, there were some Black voters who did see that attraction to Donald Trump, and the divide and conquer strategy, this idea that you are somehow, different from other people, you deserve certain things. He played into all of those anxieties. And the one thing I'll say as somebody who's both Black, African-American specifically, and Latina, right, is that when we have the Latino conversation.
Oh, look at this.
They all have to do it. They have to do it. It's like the law. It's the law. You can't just say Latina. You'd say Latina. The Latina.
Look,
So
this poor Asian woman's like, oh my God, I only have one minority status. I'm
How
so
come-
inferior here.
I know. Okay, I have a question. How come the whole Latino thing, it only applies to that ethnic group? You don't say
Latino.
You don't say like, oh, I'm Asian, I'm American, Asian. Like you don't put an accent on when you say you're Asian. Yeah, right. You don't put on like a stereotypical offensive like Asian accent when you say you're Asian. Like, oh yeah, I'm Japanese. You know?
Oh my God, Sitch.
Kawaii desu
Racism.
nihongo.
Look at
Oh,
you.
You don't do that. Like when
This
you
is
say, "Oh, I'm
Donald
Japanese."
Trump's America already.
Oh,
Sitch
okay.
with the racist.
Right. Nihongo desu. You don't like do that like randomly. It's just so weird. I don't know why they do it.
Japanese. I'm Japanese.
We have to talk about the complexity and diversity of the Latino community. The
Latino.
numbers of Puerto Ricans who voted for Kamala Harris versus the number.
Now, how come she didn't do it with Puerto Ricans? Why is she sliding them?
Yeah, you're right. What the fuck? The
Puerto
grift.
Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Bring up the Donald Trump Puerto Rico clip.
Yes.
Puerto Rico.
Of Cubans who voted for Donald Trump. These are two different communities, different histories. And so, as Paula said, race is a part of the conversation. The openness to white supremacy, this idea that, it's not disqualifying, all of that is baked into the caste systems that exist in some of these home countries. And so this is our time as media to make a nuanced take a nuanced approach to the way that we cover Latinos, to stop lumping them together.
Latinos.
Okay, wait, hold on. So the nuanced approach to covering the Latino community is to just, which I agree with, don't lump in every person.
Separate them all out.
Which is true, because they don't
Isn't
identify.
that going to be problematic when they start looking at the white community? Isn't it like the French and the Italian and the what are they going to do?
Well, right? I mean, I don't know, because this is the thing. Like most,
where does the Spanish fit in this?
I think most, at least in my personal experience, okay, most white people, they don't really walk around being like, oh, I am a Russian American, I am a German American, I am a British American, I am an Irish American. Maybe a little, maybe
some
Irish
do.
Slightly more.
Yeah, some do.
But the other one's not really. But that's not and there's a lot of Latinos that don't do that either, but there's more that do.
Latino?
To stop assuming that,
Oh, no, wait, what I was going to say is, so she's like, nuance is to not lump them together, which I obviously agree with. If you've ever talked to a single Latin person on the face of the earth, they don't lump themselves in together. So it's kind of silly that we do for these fucking political conversations. But I wish the nuance was like, maybe we should just kind of try to drop the racial identity nonsense in the first place. Maybe that should be like the nuance, that we can kind of move past that, go back to the colorblind approach of things.
No, it's great because it is no nuance. It's just easy for everyone to just stop talking about race, right? You don't need to have a nuanced conversation. Anyone can have it.
That's true.
Just let's stop thinking of people as racial categories. So,
assuming that because somebody, they're not black or they're not white, tell these complex stories, and then we will not be as surprised when these results come out.
They always do this. They're like, I want to tell these complex stories, and then no one buys their book because no one gives a fuck. They're like, I don't give a fuck about your complex story. They're like, oh my God.
Well,
I've been hurt.
When I hear complex story, I think of like,
boring.
You're talking about a complex character that has a lot of conflicting emotions and deep, motivations, and goes on a weird journey of discovery, right?
Not a badass, right?
Right. Because when they say complex character, or complex issues, what they mean is someone that has
who's oppressed,
a bunch of intersecting identities, and you need to tailor everything to match the exact specific identity intersection that they reach.
Right.
Paola, I do need to, amen, Natasha, you're right. But B, Paola, the other important thing is I have a fear. My fear is that we now retreat into silos where we kind of feel like we can't have the coalitions that helped lift all of us. And it's not because I don't recognize the hard work's been done disproportionately by certain communities, but my concern, Paola, is that without recognizing and being honest and having these conversations, that we now will just sit in our corners and say, you know what, I'm going to lick my wounds and you have to pick up the laboring oar now because I'm tired.
Is she yelling because it's like a dog whistle? She's like, I don't know if you can understand English, but let me yell at you loud.
Well, she's trying to explain it to her.
I know that's what she's doing, but I feel like that's the tone of voice that she's giving right now, isn't it? Am I alone in that perception?
Maybe there's just a bad connection or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. They're all on Zoom, obviously.
You're looking at the nose lines.
Yeah, I'm wondering if she drew them because her eyes are like too far apart. She's like, this will help. Let me break up this long distance.
If that's the case, that's genius.
I
don't know if that's the case.
Because it works.
I mean, I do.
I kind of like that hammerhead look. I think that's like
but you're weird.
Sexy. Yeah.
You're just fucking weird. You're fucking weird for like.
Why is she hiding one of her good assets? I don't know. It's weird.
I don't think Democrats
I have a picture of her normally. It doesn't look like her eyes
without the lines.
Yeah, it doesn't look like her eyes.
With or without the lines. Okay.
I don't know. Listen, I'm not a girl. I don't know how you guys.
Or that, and I hope that they will understand.
Sitch is in fact a girl. So
from these results, that they have to dig into these.
I'm a Latina. Get it right.
Conversations and have to understand, to everyone's points here, how.
Where do you find all these yes queen MSNBC clips. Is this on their channel? Oh, I guess it is.
This is on their channel, yeah.
Oh my God. Great limo ring, so I like those eyes.
Race is at the core of all of this. My hope, though, is that something similar will happen to what happened when we saw, I'm sorry to use this word, but under Operation Wetback, right? Under Operation Wetback, what happened is that suddenly at the beginning, a lot of Mexican Americans that were at the beginning in favor of those deportations, within 3 years, they understood that those deportations also were affecting them and their communities and their mixed status families. And so from this form of darkness, the type of darkness that we are about to see, we will have to confront whether or not we feel compassionate enough and driven enough to come together, and we're about to see the response to that.
Well, I like to say we all have the better angels, and I've got two of them I'm looking at right here. Natasha S. Alford.
Yes, yes, yes.
So lame. Oh my
yes,
God.
Queen, yes.
Oh my God.
He writes, when Trump...
Okay,
Oh,
so this is
I love this clip.
So I made a bunch of montages. Now, this is a collection of both like good takes and shitty takes. So it's both. So here, and I thought you'd find this. This is Francis. So this is Morning Joe
Fukuyama,
again.
yeah, look.
Right. So Morning Joe, who, you know, is or was conservative. I don't know if he still is. You know, he has been pushing. I give him credit, even though he's had a lot of shit takes in the past. I do give him credit. He's been pushing the whole wokeness is destroying the Democratic Party and hurt Kamala Harris's chances of winning. And this is interesting. He reads this.
Did you read
Francis
this article? I didn't even know because I just listened, so I didn't know.
I
that
haven't
this
read
was
the
a
whole article, no. But
I would like to read it. She mischaracterizes Francis Fukuyama in the beginning here because,
oh, Mika does?
well, she talks about the end of history, but the end of history was there's like a question mark on the end of that. Like, have we reached the end of history? And everyone
Right.
makes it seem as though Francis Fukuyama was making a declaration that we have reached the end of history. And he was postulating that the idea of the end of history is the best sort of political economic system that you can develop is like Western democratic capitalism. So it was like, is that the end of democracy or the end of history?
Right.
Is that the goal of history?
Fascism is coming.
Yeah. But anyway, everyone always misrepresents Fukuyama in that way. So isn't that a badass last name? Fukuyama. It's just like fun to say. Fukuyama.
That's because you're a bigot.
How do you pronounce that?
You're
like
a weeaboo.
Latino. Fukuyama.
Fukuyama? Fukuyama, if he's Japanese.
Fuck you, Yama.
Okay.
Select in 2016, it was easy to believe that the event was an aberration. He was running against a weak opponent who didn't take him seriously. And in any case, Trump didn't win the popular vote. When Biden won the White House 4 years later, it seemed as if things had snapped back to normal after his...
All that like breath sound is from the video. That's not me or Adam, by the way.
Right.
So you guys know.
That's Mika, like seething.
Yeah, okay.
Seething into the microphone.
Right, right.
Disastrous one-term presidency. Tuesday's vote following it, and now seems that it was the Biden presidency that was the anomaly, and that Trump is...
Who's that fucking giant? Oh my God. What the fuck?
Is that Barron?
Is that
Looks
Barron
weird
Trump?
From the profile.
Barron Trump has
He's super
gigantism.
tall, yeah.
Holy shit.
He's like ridiculously tall.
He's on top of the flags.
It's pretty crazy.
is inaugurating a new era in U.S. politics and perhaps the world as a whole. Americans were voting with full knowledge of...
Okay, so I just looked it up. This is important. He's 6'9". Jesus.
Oh, wow. He's
Crazy.
pushing 7 foot.
Yeah.
Of who Trump was and what he represented. But what is the underlying nature of this new phase of American history? Classical liberalism is a doctrine built around respect for the equal dignity of individuals through the rule of law that protects their rights through constitutional checks and balances on the state's ability to interfere with those rights. But over the past half century, that basic impulse underwent two great distortions. The first was the rise of neoliberalism, an economic doctrine that sanctified markets and reduced the ability of governments to protect those hurt by economic change. The world got a lot richer in the aggregate, while the working class lost jobs and opportunity. Power shifted away from the places that hosted the original Industrial Revolution to Asia and other parts of the developing world.
Thanks, Republicans. Jeez.
That's their fault.
Yeah, that was Reagan.
I thought it was
neoliberals.
neoliberals.
Neoliberals are
The
the
liberals.
Republicans. It's so funny that like
The liberals.
now that the Republican Party has moved to populism,
Right.
they're like, oh, well, if you were a neoliberal, which was the way the Republican Party was for the last 30 years, well, then you're not a real Republican, you're a rhino. It's like, wait,
Right.
what the fuck are you talking about?
Wasn't FDR a populist? He's your favorite president.
I don't know if FDR would be considered. Would he be?
He
considered
was a populist, definitely.
I don't know
Of
if
course.
he was.
Of course he was.
Hmm.
All the great presidents are populists.
Okay.
You don't think Lincoln's a populist?
No.
No?
No.
George Washington, not a populist? No.
No.
He stood up to the British elites.
No.
Of course he's a
No.
populist.
No.
It's all populism,
No.
baby.
Distortion was
What's up with that?
No.
That weird voice.
No, he here right now. No.
the rise of identity.
Oh my God. Sitch, this is
I'm
Trump's
becoming
America.
the Latina woman, okay?
This is Trump's America right
This
here.
is Trump's
Just
America.
open racism.
Wow. I was referencing Family Guy, okay?
Oh, really?
That
Okay, well, that's
allowed.
acceptable. Family Guy levels of racism are okay.
Okay.
Politics are what one might call woke liberalism, in which progressive concerns for the working class was replaced by targeted protections for a narrower set of marginalized groups, racial minorities, immigrants, sexual minorities, and the like.
Is he outlining Fukuyama's article? Because
He's just reading it. This is what Francis Fukuyama is saying. He's just reading it word for word.
I was like, I've never heard Joe Scarborough say anything as intelligent as he's saying right
That's
now.
'cause
What's
this is-
going on?
right, that's
Yeah,
why,
because it's Francis Fukuyama. That
Right.
makes sense now.
Right.
Yeah, he's smart.
State power increasingly was used not in the service of impartial justice, but rather to promote specific social outcomes for these groups. In the meantime, labor markets were shifting into an information economy. In a world which most workers sat in front of a computer screen rather than lifted heavy objects off factory floors, women experienced a more equal footing. This transformed power within households and led to the perception of a seemingly constant celebration of female achievement. The rise of these distortions, understandings of liberalism, drove a major shift in the social basis of political power. The working class felt that the left-wing political parties were no longer defending their interests and began voting for parties of the right. Thus, the Democrats lost touch with their working class base and became a party dominated by educated urban professionals. The former chose to vote Republican. And Zanny, as
It's very interesting, and I've noticed, I don't know if this means something, but on MSNBC in the morning and in the afternoon, it's like more center-ish. And then as you get later in the night, it gets like more progressive crazy, right? So I don't know what that means. Like I was like, well, people are like getting up early to go to a job, and then like it's the slackers up. I don't know what's going on there, but it's a very fascinating thing.
As I was reading this, I also saw in the New York Times, I believe, a story yesterday that said the 10 richest people in the world made $64 billion. What was it, Alex? Last week? In an extraordinarily short amount. Okay, Trump's victory adds a record $64 billion to the wealth of the richest top 10, while, again, the working class get poorer and poorer. And
was that Tesla stock going up 31% in 5 days? Because like Elon, I mean, Jesus.
Everyone's like, Elon's going to make a bunch of money now.
Yes, totally.
Democrats, left of center groups, have had no answer for this now for 30 years.
So it's interesting, Joe, that Frank Fukuyama wrote that piece. He, of course, was the man who 30 years ago wrote an article famously in 1989 called The End of History. And he thought history had finished then, and my goodness, he was wrong. And I agree with him.
That's not the argument that he made, so.
Right. That's not
what I
Mika.
was like.
That's some other lady.
Oh, you're right. It is. I was listening, so
You
forgive me.
sexist. You think all women are the same? Because she's British. That's a different accent.
That this is now the end of what you
I mean, she's still got that naggy kind of like.
might call
Oh
the
my
post-war
God, you
era of the world, where the American-led rules-based order is definitely being challenged. And you could say, as Frank Fukuyama said, perhaps first time around it was an aberration. Now it is absolutely not. Americans have voted very clearly for a very different conception of their economy and of their role in the world. What caused it? I think he touches on many of the important points. I don't think you can put this... It's partly a backlash against this economy. It's partly a backlash against particularly the inflation of the last 4 years. If you look around the world, this has been a really bad year for incumbents. Incumbents have been turfed out in many countries, not just the US. But I do think he's also right that there is a sense in many Americans that the Democrats have lost touch with ordinary Americans. And I think the social aspect has a lot to do with that. People don't feel that the Democrats are thinking of them. They think they look down on them, and they think they are the party of the elite. And that's a real problem for the Democrats.
And Carlos, what importantly out of this,
I mean, they do look down on them. That's just true.
election, what we can read into these numbers is that I think it was long believed that white working class voters were by and large Trump supporters, but the coalition got so much broader over the last couple of years, and it showed itself in the vote on Tuesday night with Latino Americans, 45% going to Donald Trump, black young men going toward Donald Trump, not overwhelmingly, but making moves in that direction, young voters going toward Donald Trump.
First of all, whoever's like fucking breathing into the microphone, Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck? But secondly,
that British lady.
We were talking before the election in terms of, okay, if Trump wins, is like wokeness going to get worse because it's going to be used to explain why Trump won, that America's just a horrible racist shithole, which we definitely watch people saying that, or is it going to be seen as a referendum against wokeness and left-wing identity politics, ultra-progressivism, blah, 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 which obviously these people are more aligned with that narrative. And I think part of why I'm optimistic, at least at first, because this could all change when Donald Trump becomes president, depending on what he does, but at least I'm optimistic in this first kind of, aftermath week, is because of the demographic shift, especially among the Latino community, it makes it too difficult to just be like the racist, to just make that argument.
Definitely, yeah.
This was not just about white working class voters. This was something much bigger, a much broader coalition than most people realized.
That's right, Willie, and I think part of the explanation is in what Joe just read. Democrats, it's been decades since Democrats speak to this country as one nation, as one American people. It's always, we're going to do this for the Hispanics, and we're going to do this for the African Americans, and we're going to do this with the LGBTQ community. And Donald Trump, for all his flaws, and of course a lot of his speech is objectionable, but he speaks to all Americans with the same message. And I think, that's a big explanation here. I mean, people are looking for all these policy explanations. Well, which policies does Trump support that people like? It's really more about culture. It's really more about the way he addresses the country in an odd way. I think it's unifying, whereas Democrats have really kind of fractionalized the country and tried to win all these different coalitions. I think that's over. I mean, this idea that...
Oh, God, please, let it be over. Let it be over.
Well, it's an interesting concept here. Is Trump like Ozymandias from Watchmen, and the giant squid is illegal immigration?
Really? You think that's the case?
Yeah, like, if you're not familiar with the reference, Ozymandias, bad guy, in Watchmen, he's trying to unify the Americans and the Russians against an external threat. Like, the way to unify people is to say there's an external threat that you have to unify against. And I wonder, in kind of a weird, fucked up way, Donald Trump, is unifying a bunch of different groups in America against illegal immigrants.
Right.
That's kind of what this guy's saying, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah. We'll see.
Democrats have pushed for a couple decades that demography is destiny. Well, we can declare the death of that. I mean, we're in a new era now, and Democrats have to learn how to win in this new era.
Wow.
Donald Trump did even better this election than the two previous ones, and a whole host of other Republicans won. What changed?
What changed? I'm not sure. What was revealed.
Now we're at the 11th hour right here.
Yeah, so now you know it's going to get crazy because it's 11 o'clock at night.
They're like, we can say whatever we want. This guy looks like he's on the verge of tears.
Oh, you say that.
What's going on here?
He is.
He's like, holy shit. This is going to be a nightmare for 4 years. I can't imagine being in this kind of headspace where, look, if Kamala won, I wouldn't be crying about it.
Did you see who was it? There was some night show host that was crying. Was it Jimmy Kimmel?
Oh yeah. Look, there a lot of them were.
Do you
And I
think that
kept
was
thinking,
real? I couldn't tell. I'm like, is this
oh,
real?
I didn't see the clip. I just saw stills of him weepy-eyed. Someone was sharing a meme around that had a bunch of them in tears. Like, here they all are in tears.
Right.
Horrendous.
Is that the country, a large number of folks in the country actually hold views consonant with Donald Trump. That the toxic brew of selfishness and greed and hatred.
There it is. Oh my God. He's using the stereotype.
He is. Did you see he was a Princeton professor?
No, I didn't. That's a shame. Look, you think a black guy would be more conscious of racist stereotypes. So,
wow.
But anyway.
Which threaten our democracy is in full view. This ain't Russia. This is us. And so there's an alignment between Donald Trump and the American voting public. And we have to come to terms with what that means. So it's not about why did Kamala Harris lose? The question is, the better question is, why are we the way we are as a
Oh, why are we all fascists? Why are we all fascists? Well, basically, let me spell it out. People are not fascists. They just are not falling for your fucking lies on MSNBC, okay? You're the one that drank the Kool-Aid. Nobody believes that. If they did believe all the lies on MSNBC, like if all the lies on NBC were actually true, then there's no way Donald Trump would be president of the United States. People in America are not going to vote for a fucking fascist, okay?
Well, it's not a question of that they're true. It's a question of if people perceive them as true.
If they were true, people would perceive them as true. Do you think Donald Trump could literally be a fascist and it be just completely under the radar? Okay. So then if it's true, people are going to get to the bottom of the truth.
I think this guy thinks it's true. I don't
He
think
does, but he's bought the gas. He's just bought the
Yeah.
gaslighting. Look, he's
been
completely
gaslit.
delusional. Yeah.
And he's continuing to gaslight others at Princeton.
This is why look, this is the difference between calling Nancy Pelosi a fucking bitch and calling Donald Trump a fascist, okay? It's a giant difference. It's a huge difference. Like, you're literally tearing apart the fabric of the country by promoting this weird conspiracy theory. It's dangerous. It's totally dangerous. What conspiracy? Well, I guess the election stuff is not great. It's funny that all that is like completely evaporated now, right? All our elections are completely secure now. So that's probably the only thing that you can point to that is like something Donald Trump has said that is destructive to the nation. I don't even know if the cats and dogs thing is that destructive to the nation? That Haitians are eating cats and dogs? Is that some kind of lie that could tear the nation apart?
I mean, I would say that the election denial stuff is massively destructive. The election.
It is.
On the
It
same
is.
level as any of
Yeah.
this stuff. And then also I don't know if like Trump has really pushed it. I mean, Elon, we talk about Elon's really pushing the whole, they're going to bring in all the illegal immigrants to vote forever.
I would say that the fascist stuff, though, is at least 5 times worse than the election stuff.
Really? Why do you say that?
Well, because the election stuff, you're talking about an institution that is corrupt that we can potentially fix. If you believe the fascist narrative, you literally think half of America are fascist enablers. That's so much more destructive to our politics than thinking that our elections are unsecure.
I think it's the same because they both have the same outcome, which is if you can't trust, they both breed a massive distrust of our institutions and basically set you up for a scenario where the only solution is violence.
No, it's not it's
if
not
you
just a
can't trust your
distrust of our
elections-
institutions. It's literally a hatred of half the population of the country. Those people as individuals. Like, this is why people are just willing to disown family members. They're like, you're a fucking Nazi.
I understand that, but it's the same thing. If you're setting up a situation where you say, okay, people can't vote for the peaceful transition of power in this country. If that's lost, then all you have is violence. There's no other way to affect political change.
Yeah, but you're still focused on like just an institution. You're not saying,
well, no, because people
like you're focused on a small group of people who are using some sort of advantage in the election. You're not focused on like such a large number of people when you're literally saying all of these people know that Donald Trump is a fascist and that's what they want.
Because
it's so much worse than an election being.
Because the way it works is that everyone that supports the Democrats supports the institution that is stealing your ability to vote. That's stealing your ability to have a democratic, peaceful transition of power.
Right. I mean, if you frame it as they know that they're enabling cheaters, but I'm not sure.
That's why you have fucking Elon Musk saying that they're bringing in the illegals so that they can fake vote and make the country a communist hellscape forever, which is like literally what he tweeted out today or yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's massively destructive and divisive to the country.
Yeah, but he's talking about the Democratic elite. He's not talking about the Democratic voters.
It doesn't matter. They're supporting it. If Trump lost the vote, we'd be in this like horribly, obnoxiously, it's just draining. Like, oh my god, it's so rigged, they're rigged. Like all the people on the right would be like jigging up every fucking retarded conspiracy they possibly could for how the thing was rigged, and they'd be in a frenzy. And you can't even. The problem is with that shit, with the destruction of the election narrative, with the destruction of the institution narrative, the right has fundamentally lost the ability to tell truth from fiction regarding anything political.
All that applies to the left right now.
I agree. That's why I'm saying I'm saying they're the same. I'm not saying that one's worse than the other. You're saying the left-wing narrative is worse. I'm saying they're exactly the same. They're both as destructive to reality, to the electorate.
So even if the Republicans, and obviously all this is not the case because the election like went off without a hitch, so they're not looking at Democrats as if Democrats are cheaters.
Right, that's only because
the cheater. Yeah, okay. If we were in the other timeline where Harris won, and like cheater is just so vastly below fascist. Like that's the difference. That's the difference. If you're looking at somebody and you're saying you're a cheater, that's so much different than saying you're a fascist.
But when it's not just saying they're not, you can't just like say it's cheater in a vacuum. It's cheater to the point of you cannot get political change in the country because there's a group of elites that are supported by a base of voters that will try to control your life and prevent you from being free. And by the way, these people also tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
So they are like fascists, basically.
They're authoritarian.
Yeah, it's a fascist claim without saying it.
Country.
But for a lot of people, they would say it's economic anxiety.
That's BS.
Okay, hold on. They would say it's economic anxiety. And we saw incumbent parties across the world come out of power in the last 3 years? Because for most of us, we have never seen a spike in inflation like this in our lifetimes. You say baloney.
No, Donald Trump didn't enter the political sphere on the basis of economic populism. He's been fighting the culture wars 3.0, 4.0, 5.0 since he came down those escalators. That's where he has made his money in politics, is really stoking grievance and hatred. And, you know, we heard this same argument around the Tea Party when they were engaged in those AstroTurf protests. It's really about economic. And then the data came out and showed that the economic stuff was just simply a kind of variable that's, you know, that was tethered to a kind of deep racial anxiety about demographic shifts. It's BS because we don't want to confront what the hell it means for us to have elected a convicted felon.
Correct.
There he goes.
Who has also
There he
been held
goes.
liable for sexual assault.
Also correct.
Who's a pathological liar.
True.
True.
Yes.
Right? And who, by all standards, is a 78-year-old man who is a hard 78. Right? Not an easy one. And the fact that
David Pakman viewer, obviously.
the American public would choose him as the president over an obviously competent opponent.
Obviously competent. That's
I just spit out my water when he said obviously.
I know, that's when this guy completely lost me. Someone obviously competent.
Oh my God.
Someone smelling their own farts all day.
Well, just the whole and to make all this like
The 34 felonies is like such bullshit.
But it's so obnoxious because you have this guy, he's a fucking professor at Princeton, and he's so bought into this insanely toxic, racist worldview that when it's like, well, you know, why did the Latino vote change? Is there some other reason? You know, even all these other, you know, commentators are saying, listen, I mean, you have record inflation for food prices. You have record illegal migration. You have all these problems in the country. You have a global backlash against the incumbents. He's like, no, fuck you, fuck all that. It's just racism. It's like, what? Well, you're gonna have to prove that, my dear. Okay, source please. Hashtag he just made it up.
Yeah. Super sad. This is the guy teaching our future elites.
Yeah.
We're fucked.
Suggested there was something else going on besides economic anxiety.
But Donald Trump sat down with Joe Rogan for 3 hours. And in those 3 hours, I am sure he spouted lie after lie after lie. But there's this thing that people feel in this authentic rawness of absurdity that they see him. Compare that, and I turn to you, when you and I have to cover the White House.
Yeah.
I interviewed President Biden a year ago, and I was given 10 minutes. And when I went to 13 minutes, it was like a national incident that all of NBC got put in the penalty box. I interviewed Kamala Harris 6 weeks ago, and I got 15 minutes. And when I pushed it to 25, it was like I won Powerball.
Yeah.
So there is something to be said of this raw authenticity that's filled with garbage and lies.
Yeah.
But that people are buying into because they feel like it's real. Christina, where do we put this? I heard a pundit.
So
It's just,
you
it's
know,
so
obviously-
condescending.
Right. Well, obviously, because he, you know, has to add in the whole fill garbage and lies and stuff. But the point about the length of time that she was saying, that is completely true. That you have a candidate like Donald Trump or JD Vance or these people, and they go on Joe Rogan and they talk to him for 2 or 3 hours. And it's hard to, the idea is, now maybe this is not true, but the idea, I think, is that it's hard for someone to maintain a fake facade or persona in a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan. And so people listen to that and they feel like they have a good sense of who the person is. And they also generally start to, if they're a good politician, they'll hear things and he'll hear parts of the person that they never heard before. I think that's part of why JD Vance did so well in the Joe Rogan thing, is that you heard a lot about him that you hadn't really heard before. And he came off in a way that was more authentic than you've ever heard on the campaign trail.
Yeah,
You know, when he was
likable.
talking
Seemed like
about,
a
like-
regular guy.
Right. When he was talking about his kids and he's talking about all this other, like, just random shit in the beginning of the podcast. And it comes off very authentic. And it is definitely questioning when you say, well, why is Kamala Harris running away from this authenticity? And that's what I've said her problem seemed to be from very early, from the beginning, is she's a candidate. She's a person that, for reasons which are unclear, she runs away from being authentic. And that makes people suspect of you because, like, well, what are you hiding then?
The dual ads really just completely promoted that narrative. The fact that she was running completely opposite messages in certain demographic areas. I'm like, oh my God. Like,
Of
how
course.
could you not know you weren't going to get caught doing that? Or you were going to get caught doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Just seems so obvious.
Yeah.
Comes off as completely two-faced. She's probably thinks it's genius too. Oh, look, we'll get these voters over here, and then we'll be completely opposite on our position over here. Like, what? She ran certain ads that catered to people who are in support of Palestine and other ads for people who are pro-Israel. So, which obviously, that's a terrible issue that nobody wants to take a position on. So,
Well, nobody on the left wants to take a position.
yeah. But taking both positions in two different areas of the country just screams of, I'm a fake. I'm not going to really do anything about this issue for anyone. I'm just about getting elected.
Yeah, you could get away with
Screams.
that like pre-internet, but not in the internet days.
Yeah.
I heard a pundit said, well, Democrats need to retrench, and they have to learn that they cannot run on defund the police and gender fluidity. And here's my issue with that. They're not running on that.
When were they running?
So what do you do with that?
Listen, Donald Trump.
This is what, and it's very frustrating that people on the left don't understand this. Like, yes, Kamala Harris this time, I mean, obviously she kind of ran on defund the police in the past. This time around, she's not running on defund the police and gender fluidity. Okay. Number one, she has to have her mea culpa explanation of changing her position.
Yeah.
Okay. Which she never did, and she just ran away from. And that combined with the fact that she seems so inauthentic just breeds into this sort of like, who is she really? Right? Is she just a weather vane? Is she woke in disguise? Was she pretending to be woke back then? I don't know. Who the fuck knows? So that's the issue. But then again, even if that's not the case, if Harris is clear against it, the way people vote is they get a vibe and intuition about a candidate and about the party as a whole. Politics is all national now, and you need to separate yourself from the crazies on your side if you don't want to get tarred with them. And this is why you brought up, and it was true, Donald Trump separated himself from the very strict pro-life people in his own party.
Yeah, he did a good job of it.
And she was too afraid. Harris was too afraid to separate herself from the extreme people on the left. And it's funny because the people on the left in the TYT video, they say she ran away from trans issues and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, she didn't. She just didn't talk about it. She tried to appeal to everyone by just ignoring it and pretending like it's not real. But you can't do that because there is a vibe right now about the Democrats that they don't care about you, the average working person. They only care about criminals and illegal immigrants and weirdos. And she needs to fight back against that image, that vibe.
Yeah. She lost 20 million voters in the Biden coalition. And I just can't help but wonder how many of those people would have showed up if she actually stood up to the far left. I mean, that's 20 million voters.
Well, I don't think it's 20 million more, but
I thought she got, Biden got like 81, and I think she got like 64.
no, they've been doing more counting. So
Oh,
currently, yeah, Biden was at 81. Currently, she's at 71. So like half.
Oh, 10 million. Still, the argument still stands. How many of those people stayed home because she didn't stand up to the crazies?
Right. I mean, they still got more votes to count, but also because it's interesting because Donald Trump, so far, it's still 74 about. He's only gained a little bit. So that shows you that it was a pretty depressed turnout all around. Which, I mean, obviously, when you have mass mail-in voting, the turnout is going to be much higher just because voting is going to be easier. So that has to be taken into consideration as well. But
Are you saying that they cheated in 2020?
no, I'm saying that if you make it easier for people to vote, more people are going to vote.
Right.
So
for everyone in their household.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Sells a certain brand of white free.
Here's the problem. Okay. And I'll talk about this briefly. I'm trying to make a video on this because it's annoying to me. You know, everyone's everyone's been posting that dumb chart that's like, it's got the chart that's like the Democrat vote, Republican vote for every year, and it shows like Biden was like really high in 2020, and then it shows Harris is like much lower this year. So like, oh well, obviously this shows fraud because less people voted because a significant amount of people, didn't vote for Harris this time around, right? You've seen that chart. You know
I
what I'm
have,
talking
yeah.
about. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, let's think about this for a second. If you're part of the evil Democrat elite, Adam, and you want to use mail-in voting or illegal voting or whatever to rig the vote, right? Are you going to use your time and resources to create a bunch of and risk? Because for every fake vote you create, you're risking. Are you going to create a bunch of fake votes for, say, California or New York, these blue states, right? Are you going to create a bunch of fake votes for the states that is already going to go for your candidate?
I mean, maybe to run up the popular vote.
Why do you care? You're going to risk this just to run up the popular vote?
Well, look,
completely
the
ridiculous thing?
strategy is not, it's not risky. The strategy is call Donald Trump a fascist and send a ballot to everyone voting age in the household. And look, the mom and dad may never vote, but the kid might fill out all the ballots for everyone in the household and mail them back.
That's true. Okay, right. But what
Like
you're suggesting,
that's an easy
right,
strategy, right?
right. But that's what happened. You're suggesting what's real. Okay, what the people that are posting.
But is that fair?
Well, whether it's fair or not, that's not the people posting the meme are suggesting that the votes are like fake. They're just literally fake votes.
Those are literally fake votes.
No. That they're votes of dead people.
If I
they're
fill
not
out the
real.
ballot, if a ballot comes to my house for you and I fill it out, that's a fake vote.
Well, if you do it without my permission, then yeah. If you ask me,
yeah,
and I say, yeah, I'll vote for this person, just fill it out for me. That's
sure.
I mean, I don't know if
that's
that's actually technically legal, but I think it's fair.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But you understand that that's different than saying the Democrats like have a printing press of votes that they're stuffing the ballots with, right? Those are different concepts.
Look, if I was the Democrats, I'd run on this strategy every time. I'd be like,
You're
yeah,
not
look,
gonna engage. I don't know why
oh,
you're not.
no,
engaging.
I'm gonna engage. I'll engage.
Anyway, my only point is, since I don't know why you're being bad faith at the moment, the argument that the people on the right are making is not the argument you're making. They're creating this dumb
They're
argument.
saying that they manufactured fake votes.
That there's a printing press
right.
that is manufacturing votes that they're stuffing full of ballots. So
is that the argument they're making?
That is the argument they're making.
Okay. Well, then
or
that's
they're getting illegals to vote,
ridiculous.
or they're getting dead people to vote, or whatever. Right.
Right.
And so they're saying that because there's this big dip between Harris in 2024 and Biden in 2020, the fact that there's a big dip in turnout is somehow proof that there has been fraudulent voting. Okay.
Right.
But the problem with this narrative is that if you look at the swing states, okay, the states that actually matter, the states that the Democrats would have theoretically created a bunch of fake votes in 2020 and 2024 to try to win the election, okay, because that's where you would create all the fake votes. Those are the states that matter. You wouldn't create a bunch of fake votes for California or that are the blue states, or you wouldn't create a bunch of fake votes for the red states like Georgia and Alabama, because that's a fucking waste of time. You know you're not going to win those states. And if you do win those states, then everyone will know you're fucking cheating. I'm sorry, what you do for Georgia, but you wouldn't do it for Alabama and Mississippi. But if you look at the swing states this time around, you look at Georgia, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at Michigan, you look at North Carolina, you look at Wisconsin, the votes are almost exactly the same in 2024 as they were in 2020. They're almost exactly the same. Just the 1% margin is flipped for Donald Trump away from Biden. That's the only difference. And
so
the
number of voters is exactly the same.
In the important states, in the swing states, they're almost exactly the same. And so the big dip in voting for Harris is that in the blue states, there was just significantly less turnout. And in the red states, there was just less turnout for her either. So unless the argument is that the Democrats were creating a bunch of fake ballots in 2020 for no reason to just rack up the votes in the blue states and in the red states, but not in the swing states, like that just doesn't make any sense.
When they do the fake ballots, do they print them out already filled in? Is that how they do it?
I don't know how they do the fake ballots.
I don't buy into any of that fake balloting stuff. So when we looked into those claims back when they happened, there were some weird claims, like some guy was like, I drove a truck from Cincinnati all the way over to Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Right. He was just making it up.
Right. So, yeah. But yes.
Anyway.
I don't think anyone's. But look, I'm dying to see a video. I think you should make that video. Are you halfway done with the video? You need some help?
I'm
You want some
halfway done with
feedback?
the video. I'm 99.9% done with the video.
Are you really?
No, of course not.
Oh, man. I was getting excited there.
With that, they're not running on that.
When were they running?
So what do you do with that?
Listen, Donald Trump sells a certain brand of white freedom, and he dangles his con artist, snake oil salesman, Talus, in front of folks to say, well, you can get it too. The problem was the top of the ticket for some people.
I'm also, if you're listening, I did a bunch of editing and shit, so it's all cut the hell. So.
The white freedom thing.
The white freedom talus. I like the white freedom snake oil talisman.
Dangles,
So,
the white freedom. What is the white freedom thing?
I think what she's trying to say is that Donald Trump's money is supposed to represent freedom that like white people can achieve economically.
Mm.
I don't know why it's white. Like, wouldn't it just be an economic freedom? Why is it white freedom?
Yeah. Black people can have economic freedom too. Imagine that.
Who cannot, will not, nor ever will they be able to pull the lever for a woman, for a person of color, but definitely not a woman of color. Now, did we hope and believe that Kamala Harris would?
So you had, as I said, you had Latino men voted for Hillary. So that can't be true. And you had a bunch of people, obviously Obama won twice. So.
Yeah. It's so it's like everyone forgot or something.
I know.
Although Trump annihilated both first female presidents.
He did. Listen, everyone knows Donald Trump is good at one thing, and it's beating women. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Well, but listen, Hillary did beat him in the popular vote.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So.
She grabbed him by the pussy.
There you go.
Take it over the finish line? Yes, we have to. I'm a black woman in America. If I can't believe in things that I can't see, then what is the point of being in this country, right? So we have to think about Shirley Chisholm from '68. The larger issue of this country is completely ahistoric. So some people are shocked and surprised. They thought that 2016 was some sort of odd anomaly. 2024 shows us this isn't a Donald Trump problem. This is an America problem. This country does not understand nor respect its really sordid history. We've only been voting with the full protection of the law since 1965. The racism, the vitriol that
It's pretty bad when you have to be like, listen, we've only been having the full protection of the law for 60 years.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. I mean, okay.
Doing pretty good.
That's pretty decent, I guess.
We are seeing and will see that Donald Trump has excavated is not so far in the past. All these people are still alive who sort of helped promote segregation. They're still in positions of power, and a lot of them are chomping at the bit to be in this new administration.
Are they really?
Yeah, and their name is Joe Biden. Remember, Biden came out against the bussin' Biden.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Oh, my God. Joe
And he was
Biden.
president.
Pro-segregation. Jeez.
Damn it.
He's an ancient.
So many of the kids today are pro-segregation, though. They want their own student union. And
That's true, and their safe space, yeah.
Because he has promised that we can take it back to the good old days where he doesn't have to deal with women or the blacks or, all the immigrants he thinks are the same, except for if they're from Europe or the North.
I have a feeling you don't need me to ask a question, and you probably have a comment.
No, I was just sitting here thinking.
I mean, why would he hire a woman chief of staff if he doesn't want to have to deal with the women? The women.
Yep. Well, this was before, Trump announced that he was having the first ever woman chief of staff who was.
But she was his campaign manager, and his
I know.
Last campaign manager was Kellyanne Conway. So
Listen, Adam, you can't fool me with facts. Okay, I don't care about objective reality. Donald Trump obviously wants to take all women and put them back in the kitchen, even though he's never suggested that whatsoever.
Kellyanne Conway is probably one of the few people in the first Trump administration that didn't stab Trump in the back. He should surround himself with more women.
There you go.
Yeah.
About all of the young folk who have to come of age in the midst of this, right? The way in which the nation.
It's just the children, Sitch.
Think of the children.
The poor children. Oh my God. How terrible in the age of white supremacy.
I know.
God, I hope he cries. I hope he cries.
I mean, we'll see.
Oh God. I want a live feed on this guy on January 20th. Please. Please.
Kind of continuously makes the choice that it made at its founding that confounds the republic. Each year, it's like almost each generation, it almost seems as if we have a chance to actually put something behind us and we do it again. And see, I think it's really important for us to kind of understand that white men don't have a monopoly on selfishness. White women don't have a monopoly on greed. Right?
Yay.
Nor do they have a monopoly on hatred. So when we look at all of these folk who voted for Donald Trump, and some of them are Latino men, some of them are black men, right? We're a country that has been overrun by selfishness.
Oh my God, this is so, what a fucker. What a fucker.
It's funny because you always talk about the greedy racist stereotype of the right. And I've never seen someone so clearly articulated as this guy.
Yeah, look, you voted for Donald Trump. You're a greedy racist. And it doesn't matter if you're black or Latino or Asian. It doesn't matter. You're still a greedy fucking racist.
Listen, at least we've made progress. It's not just the white people that are the greedy racists. There's lots of greedy racist black people too.
Yeah. Nobody's got a monopoly on the greedy racist stereotype.
Progress. We made progress, everybody.
Yes. It's a kind of colorblindness, right?
Right.
We have no sense of the public good. We're a country that thinks that all of us at any moment we will hit the lotto and we're going to become rich. We can become what Donald Trump is. And you have these folk. I mean, there was one meme. There was this one thing on.
This is like he's fallen for everything, Sitch. Everything. The meme that people are only voting for Trump because they think they can become a billionaire like Trump. Come on. Do you really think people believe that?
No.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. I'm going to vote for Trump and I'm going to win the lottery. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this guy's like a Princeton professor.
On TikTok, which said if you had it out, you would get $10 million or you would solve poverty across the globe. Which would you do? I'll take the $10 million. And you just go, damn, who raised you?
What if it's less about Donald Trump? And what if it's...
Who raised you? Who raised you, Adam?
Right. Remember when they were giving Elon Musk a hard time saying that Elon Musk could just end world poverty because he's such a billionaire and Elon Musk
buying
was
everyone
like,
a Big Mac or whatever.
Elon Musk was like, if I could end world poverty by writing a check, I would do it. Like, somebody tell me how, and I'll write a check right this minute. He totally called them on their bullshit.
And they didn't do it, yeah.
Yeah, look, you can't. World poverty is a complex problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So silly.
Misunderstanding.
Imagine you saying, look, I'm going to be magnanimous. I don't need the $10 million. I'm taking one for the team. World poverty. We're going to get rid of
more
it.
than $10 million for.
What's that?
I think you need more than $10 million to end world poverty.
In the thought experiment, they were saying, would you rather take $10 million or end world poverty, right? So you deny the $10 million. You take one for the team, right? And they're like, damn, world poverty is stubborn. You're like, motherfucker. I gave up $10 million and they didn't even fix it.
I know.
You'd be so pissed.
I know.
You'd be like, I took one for the team and this is what I get. Fuck you. That's why you take the $10 million, Sitch.
What the majority of voters care about. Think about immigration, for example, right? Did Democrats miscalculate that the majority of Americans are a lot tougher or want a tougher stance on immigration than maybe they realize? Right?
I mean, miscalculate is putting it nicely. I would say more like they're delusional, but.
Right? It's not that immigrants are taking your jobs, but look at how people in New York and New Jersey vote. Suddenly, could New Jersey be a swing state? And you keep hearing from voters, I am so...
Oh my God, New Jersey is a swing state.
Unhappy that migrants are living in a hotel in Midtown and getting food service. And whether those people are selfish or not selfish, it's how they feel.
Yeah. Yeah, no, of course. Look, historically.
I mean, it's not selfish to be like, I don't think that we should have open borders. And I don't think that people that come here trying to abuse the asylum process should be put up in a hotel and I should have to pay for that and pay for their, food and care. Like, that's not selfish.
Yeah. You care about your community.
That's responsible.
When you have the percentage of foreign-born people in this country reach where it is now, you've had a backlash. That has been true time and time again throughout the generations. It's not surprising that it's happening now. And I think you're right. President Biden was slow, arguably, to pick up on what he needed to do. He did something in the spring of this year, changed the rules and slowed the flow of people coming across the border. The people coming across the border now, fewer than when Donald Trump left office. Right? You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that, partly because they don't want to brag about it, because, in fact, it kind of made offend
But this is my
part of his own base.
If they're going to do the hard thing
and then not get credit for it. But he did
get
do it early
yourself
enough.
some credit for it. You're so worried about, I don't want to offend people. Well, guess what? Look how you turned out. Where do we put it?
It's so interesting that she's like kind of close to it, but then just keeps getting knocked away by like her retarded presumptions. Because yes, you have, if Biden passed this executive order and immigration has now dropped to lower than it was under Trump, why can't Biden and Harris brag about that and point to that as that their solution was slow but or was late to the game but was effective when it was finally implemented?
Because they're going to be tarred as racist.
Yeah. Well, what does that show you about the coalition you're trying to build, or the ideology that you've allowed to grow and fester and take root in your community? It shows you that it's insane. And then maybe this is kind of the problem too that, Jen could bring up when he's talking to the other TYT people. Because, okay, if you can't get off of you can't get through your head like the trans women in sports thing, and you keep saying it's a little issue. What about illegal immigration? That's not a little issue. That's not a little issue at all. Do you think that we should have a border? Do you think that we should have open borders? That's a big issue.
Yeah. Do you think walls are racist?
Mm-hmm.
Think borders are racist? Like a lot of people claim back in 2016.
Yeah. It's so obnoxious how like transparent so much of the immigration rhetoric is now in retrospect.
Oh, I
in
know.
terms of like hitting the racist stick. So I guess it still is, currently going forward, but
it's just they're sick of it. They're sick of it. They're like, we need to talk about this. Is a real problem. We need to talk about this explicitly. No more dancing around the issue. So much of that is Trump.
Right.
Trump kind of open the floodgates for that. So
boogeyman issues. And what I mean is Republicans obviously made trans youth sports a big issue.
Yeah.
Right?
She's for they, them.
Yes. Okay.
He's
Democrats
for
are, want to be sensitive to the LGBTQ plus community, but they also have said this is such a tiny percentage of the population, it is not worth our time. However, how do you address when, even if it's a fake issue, when it becomes so big, it has to be worth your time, right? I have 3 children that all go to single-sex schools, yet every single...
Oh, my God. This is crazy.
That's hilarious.
Sporting event that I go to, parents are talking about trans youth sports on the sidelines. Every single one. Even if this is a fake issue,
That's because
now...
they're like... Every single one of them was like, I selected a single-sex school for my child for a very specific, for a very specific reason. How long before the biological males are going to be in my girl's single-sex school?
Right.
Look, they're fucking, of course they're talking about it. Because the federal government's going to come in and say, oh, no, 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 you have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You have to do this. Oh, that's so crazy.
School board elections are about this. People are fighting about it. Like, how do you get it out of the conversation or somehow get to closer where voters are to talk?
Look, you say that school's going to be protected. You don't have to worry about it. Issue's solved right there.
Well, this is the same thing with the TYT clip we watched. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They don't want to offend the far left progressives in the movement, and they don't want to offend everyone else. And you can't do that. You have to choose. Okay. You have to put your foot down and say, no, those people are fucking crazy and they can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, we're not going to let biological males into the all-girls school, right? Yeah, and we have to say, look, it barely affects anyone because there's just like 2 trans people that even want to get into the school, right?
Yeah, exactly. If it barely affects anyone, right?
So they're just the only people that are affected. Yeah, look, they can go to public school.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about real issues.
I don't know, but I do know this. Everything we talked about is centered around a particular idea of who the American is, which is typically a white, middle class, cisgender, how we can describe them, right? And so we talked about immigration, we've talked about transgender, we've talked about, we didn't mention wokeism. Look at everything, every single thing I just mentioned. What does it register? The decentering of white folk. And they're pissed. The idea that this country is not theirs any longer. And they're pissed. They're trying to figure out their place.
But young people are too.
I know.
Wouldn't you think that young people would be like, I need that? But
where do you think they get the ideas from?
But Steph, it's happening across Europe. There's no necessary relationship.
I hate this narrative.
Yes.
This narrative that white people are just sitting around going, oh my God, wasn't it so much better when we didn't have to put up with all the minorities? Who thinks that? That's like major paranoia coming from this guy. Look, you are a college professor at an Ivy League school and you're black. Who's sitting around like upset about that?
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Andy teaches African American studies specifically at the Ivy League school.
Wow,
So the idea,
yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of, you talk about, this is a person who's, been able to reach top echelons of educational status teaching this niche topic.
Yeah.
Specifically related to race. And yet he's like, oh my God, maybe that's why your view of America is so fucking melted and broken and wrong. It'd be like if I viewed, if we just viewed America and assumed every person in America is like Hassan Piker or Vosh or any, Destiny or something. It's like, no, these are just, these are internet people. Like, you have to separate yourself from the norm and understand, like, not everyone is just in your little tiny bubble, in your tiny little ecosphere.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me. I don't even think of like the stereotypical American as white. Like,
right.
I've interacted with black people my entire life and they're fucking Americans. I've had a lot of black friends that are like, I don't like the term African American because I'm not African. I'm American.
Right.
Like, why is this term being foisted on me? Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so silly to think, for this guy to think, oh, people don't even think of me as American because I'm black. God,
well, again,
that's so fucking forever ago.
The guy is stemmed way too deep in his own biases and his own CRT laden worldview about thinking that everything has to be shoved through, that every person is thinking about race the way he is. Mm-hmm. This is the problem, like, because there's a very real thought process by a lot of people on the right and just a lot of people in general, which is, I'm paying my taxes, I'm doing the right thing. Why do I feel like A, my government doesn't care about me? B, my government is spending money on a bunch of bullshit and a bunch of nonsense that doesn't affect me or help me. And C, why are a bunch of people allowed to cut in front of me and get, checks or get citizenship or all this other stuff? They're not following the rules. Why do a bunch of people get to cheat and get away with it while I'm following the rules? Okay, that's the problem. And because he's obsessed with this racial narrative and has to view that the system of America is white, therefore, he translates someone that has this view as like, oh, well, they're white and they just think they're losing their status as a white person in America. It's like, no, it's not, has anything to do with it. It's not a race issue. There's a reason that also a large chunk of the Hispanic community is now voting for Donald Trump. They're tired of this bullshit. And this is what's so frustrating is we were really making so much racial progress in this country until this fucking racist woke CRT bullshit infiltrated academia and the media in our lives. We were really making so much progress becoming the colorblind shining city on a hill. We weren't there, obviously, and we still have progress to go, but we were definitely going in that direction, and we were going in that direction very well. And now it's like, I feel like we've lost like 30 or 40 years of progress with this fucking bullshit.
Yeah. They would blame it all on Donald Trump, which is just so ironic.
Yep.
They blame everything bad that they've done, every part they've played in all of this. They just blame Donald Trump.
Yep.
Donald Trump didn't come up with the African American Studies program at fucking Princeton.
No.
Yeah.
Relationship between young people and a just vision of the world.
Right.
If we look across Europe,
the young people that live with me don't listen to anything that I say. Okay, we have to take a quick break. My producers are going to kill me any second.
Sorry.
All right. We're going to talk Trump 2.0, what to expect from a second administration. He named his campaign manager, his one-time campaign manager, Susie Wiles, as his chief of staff. Our panel is still here.
Oh, she does know. So you can't say that he just wants to put all women back in the kitchen. Come on, go back to that lady. Ask her, be like, do you still think Donald Trump wants to ignore all women now?
She was so great on election night, too.
She didn't want to speak. She was like,
yeah,
to speak.
Donald Trump tried to pull her out, make her talk, and she grabbed her assistant. She's like, you talk for me, which was hilarious.
So weird. It's so
She's
weird.
got an assistant that's like 3 feet taller than her, too. It's hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
Before we get to the future, I want to stay on the last topic really quickly.
Please.
We're talking trans youth sports and this box that Republicans keep putting Democrats in. And as sensitive as Democrats want to be, even the LGBTQ plus community is not fully in agreement on this. At some point, and I'm not saying they should, but my question is, do Democrats do the cost-benefit analysis and say the overwhelming majority of parents are not okay with this? We may have to make a hard decision. We may have to say something that we're anxious about, because right now they're not saying they're for it, they're just avoiding it. And a lot of parents are saying what they want.
Yeah. We might have to participate in the genocide of all trans people. That's basically what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
This is where they get in trouble with their framing, because they've been framing it that way for so long. It's like all of a sudden, oops, now we're the genociders.
Right.
Yeah, I think my first reaction is, before we give up an incredibly vulnerable, truly 1 in 3 suicide rate level vulnerable population.
He's like, I know all the buzzwords. Why are you hitting me? Look, you haven't let me talk all night. Why are you hitting me with the trans stuff? You want me to get canceled on social media?
I would like to see a better attempt to defend them in the context of proportion, of the truth. And we may be at a point, Steph, where that is impossible because we are in a deeply fragmented, siloed information ecosystem. It may well be broken. And at which point, I'm not saying that the Democratic Party needs to die on the hill of standing up for fair rules that allow some trans athletes to participate in sports. But I do think that the more...
Do you like how fucking this guy, this is so pathetic. This guy feels like he's on a tightrope.
He is,
There's like a fucking row of piranhas underneath on Twitter or X now, ready to eat him alive if he, should fall off this tightrope. Like how he's like some trans people participate in sports. What does that mean? Not all trans people can participate in sports?
Right.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Are you going to discriminate? Only the special ones?
Right.
Only the ones who are not going to win?
Mm-hmm.
Win?
Mm-hmm.
That Donald Trump just gets to say that they're doing this stuff, it is a losing issue for the left.
All right. Now let's talk about the future. Donald
Oh my God.
He gave the fucking a complete non-answer. What was that?
The word
He said
salad
nothing.
Kamala Harris
Yes.
answer right there.
Right.
This is what Kamala Harris was dealing with. He's like, I don't want to fucking answer this question. Why do you have me in the crazy hour on MSNBC and ask me the trans question?
Mm-hmm.
What a bitch.
That's the answer to the question. I gotta not be fucking terrified of answering this question. That's the only way we're gonna be able to.
Oh, it's so true. Yeah, exactly. Speak up.
Donald Trump choosing who his whole team is going to be when he enters this White House, how crucial is it because you and I both cover all sorts of people in Trump's orbit who right now want to say it wasn't just MAGA who elected him. It wasn't the overwhelming majority of Americans who said we're down with fascism. It's hardworking men and women, blah, blah, blah. And they want to...
blah, blah, blah. Not fascist. Blah,
The
blah.
down with fascism people.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
It's just most of Americans down with fascism, but there are a few hardworking people, and I assume
are fine people.
Yeah, I know exactly. They're doing the thing.
Yes.
To find this narrative that says this is the moment where he is going to turn to the center and he will be president for all. I'm not saying I buy that argument, but we're here.
Sitch is like terrified of this. What if Trump does it? What if he becomes a magnanimous leader?
Well, I wouldn't be terrified. That'd be amazing. I'm just fucking highly skeptical. Listen, this is what everyone was saying after the assassination attempt. They're like, look, Donald Trump, Sitch, Donald Trump is going to use this assassination attempt to pivot to the center, to become the great unifier, to make America great again. This is the fourth turning. He's going to be the guy, Sitch. And I'm like, we'll see. And then obviously he was not that guy. So I'll say it again. We'll see, Adam.
Well, look, he was obviously in the political fight of his life. He was trying to win this election, which his legacy completely hinges on, right? He went from being a potential loser to like the greatest, a lot of people are saying the greatest political comeback in American history. So now I think he is poised to be more magnanimous, right? He's got the wind at his back. He's got not as many people out to get him. This is his opportunity. So I think the incentives are more aligned now than they were during the campaign.
You are potentially correct, but again, we will see. I think, a lot of it, who's he going to pick as AG? I think that's going to say a lot, right? Is he going to pick someone who is very much like, I want to throw Shifty Schiff in jail? Or
I don't think it necessarily says a lot, just because you got to pick someone that's ready to throw Shifty Schiff in jail on the chance that Democrats want to pursue the, Russiagate 2.0. Like, you got to be ready for war. So he's going to select somebody that is of that caliber, of that ideation. So
we will see. Okay, we'll revisit this conversation.
I'm telling you, he's gonna pick someone that will put handcuffs on Shifty Schiff if need be. But the question is, what are the Democrats gonna do? Are the Democrats gonna play nice? And look, Donald Trump comes out.
Of course, they're not gonna play fucking nice. It's politics.
They might.
They never play nice. Democrats never play nice. Republicans never play nice. Nobody fucking plays nice. You still got to be the president and do president shit.
Look, he's come out time and time again and said, look, you're not going to do that. In foreign policy, he says you're not going to do that because if you do, we're going to bomb the shit out of you, right? I'm sure he's sending those messages to Democrats. You going to do Russiagate 2.0? I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. I'm going to fucking bomb the shit out of you.
We will see, Adam. That's all I'm saying. Look, we will see.
Walk softly and carry a big fucking stick.
We will see what happens. I am very skeptical. Okay.
That AG, that AG is going to be the big stick because obviously they were like, before they were like, Trump is picking people that aren't going to do anything. We can do whatever we want.
Okay.
Yeah, they had all the cards.
I'm sure that when Donald Trump does a bunch of crazy shit, it will once again not be his fault because he has no personal responsibility for anything.
No,
he ever does. It's always the Democrats' fault. He's just reacting to the evil, bad Democrats.
Look, if you go out on the schoolyard, and a fight breaks out, what do they always ask?
Who started it?
Who fucking started it? Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, but there's a difference between self-defense and once you've defended yourself, you pick up a rock and you beat the person to death on the ground. Okay. That's when people go, whoa, wait a minute. You've gone a bit too far in the situation.
Well, look, I'm saying the peace has begun right here. Everyone's saying the court cases are going to be dismissed. They're not going to move forward. Like, Donald Trump is not going to be in legal jeopedy. Right. Now is the time to be magnanimous. All the incentives are in place. He's already a 2-term president. Like, he's surrounded by good people that he doesn't want to make look bad, who don't want to look bad. all the incentives are right for something magical.
We will see. We will see.
Let's hope. Look,
Listen, I hope
Sitch.
you're right. It would be better for the world, okay, if you were correct. So I'm hoping
You're
you're
such
correct.
a pessimist. I'm
I'm
on
not
this
holding
show.
my breath about it.
One time on this show, I said, "Look, one of the biggest differences between me and Sitch is I'm a fucking diehard optimist. I really am, and Sitch is a pessimist through and through." And Sitch was like,
That's not true.
"What?
It depends on the
What are you
issues.
talking about? What are you talking about?"
You were completely pessimistic about Trump. If Trump wins, you were very pessimistic about it being perceived as a referendum on wokeness. And I was
Yes.
more potentially optimistic. And so far, we seem to be maybe a little hopeful, maybe a little optimistic about it.
I mean, I'm still
Okay.
Look, and I would even frame that as optimism because I mean, this is content gold for us. What are you talking about?
Okay, there you look. That's a nice reframe. Okay, I like the reframing. That's pretty clever.
I mean, I do think they're gonna double down, triple down, quadruple down.
I see. You're right. That is optimistic of you because they'll be better for us. So okay.
But look,
I accept it.
If these people are pounded back into their ivory towers and they don't have a lot of relevance, which why would they have a lot of relevance? It seems like even if the elites make this argument that we need to go woker, I don't think the rank and file are going to fall for it. They're going to be like, what? You told us that last election, and it got us a second term of Donald Trump, the thing that we fear most. So this is a tough sell, right? This is a very tough sell to the public.
Hearing it.
Yeah.
So how important is it who he selects as sort of his first round draft picks to join this administration?
Well, I think we'll have the answer to that question pretty quickly, right? And the people he's going to pick are not the people who would push him toward the middle, who are not the people who are going to.
Why do you think that?
Because they wouldn't work for him, and he wouldn't ask them to do it anymore. The people like John Kelly and Jim Mattis and Rex Tillerson and H.R. McMaster, the people who were there in his first term, that he came to scorn. He came to believe that they were an obstacle, not good faith advisors. And in fact, they didn't try to implement some of his more radical ideas. They tried to talk him out of it. They were guardrails.
We could own Greenland right now if it wasn't for those pieces of shit, Sitch. You understand that, right?
They were
that
people
really
who exercise restraint. One of them told me for the book we wrote, my wife and I wrote called The Divider, that he felt his job every day was to throw sand in the gears, slow things down and see if he couldn't stop the more illegal, unethical, immoral, unwise decisions that Trump would make absent people around him to say, wait a second, that's not how it works. You're not going to see them in the second term. And what's going to happen to the people who are going to empower and embolden and encourage him to follow those instincts that were not followed fully in the first term. In our book,
I don't know how you make this argument when you're talking about Elon Musk or Robert Kennedy or Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, yeah, but as you said, Elon Musk, at least he has the fucking shit to do. His company to run. So.
Yeah.
The problem too with like what you were saying about Trump getting some AG who says he's gonna, carry the big stick and all the shit, is that if you get someone, and this is kind of we talked about this earlier, a lot of times in politics, especially in international relations, you try to be transparent so that you don't send the wrong signal so that someone doesn't preemptively strike you. Or in business, it's the opposite. You want to, obfuscate everything from other companies.
Yep.
Be kind of, and that maybe I think that's part of the problem with Donald Trump is that say Donald Trump does get someone who's talked a bunch of crazy shit. Like supposedly there's this guy named Mike Davis, who's one of these guys whose name is potential for AG. And he's a guy who specifically says that, he thinks he wants Liz Cheney to be in jail. He wants Letitia James to be in jail. He wants all the federal prosecutors that have been involved with the Trump case to be in jail. He wants Jack Smith to be in jail. He wants all these people to be in jail, right? And if Trump picks, right. And so there you go. And but that's the problem is that all people go seal clap, yay, put all the people in jail. And then we're going to have this conversation. And you're going to say, yeah, but Sitch, obviously he isn't actually going to put those people in jail. It's just a big stick. And I say, well, do the Democrats know that? Do the people who he's going to go after, do they know that? Or are they going to see this as like, well, I have to now retaliate against Trump picking this guy in the first place. And then it becomes well, who started it off? Right.
Yeah. I'm hopeful that they're going to back off. They're going to say, oh, that guy has a big stick. Maybe we should chill.
We'll see.
Because that's the message that he's trying to send.
You assume.
Yeah.
The message he could also be trying to send is, I want all these people to go in jail. Go do that.
Right. Well, if he goes after him, we'll know soon enough, right?
Yeah. We'll know soon enough.
Look, we quote a national security advisor, not advisor, a national security official who spent a lot of time with Trump in the Oval Office. And this official said he was like the velociraptor from Jurassic Park. You remember the scene where the kids run into the industrial kitchen and slam the door shut, and they think they're safe from the dinosaur, except that the velociraptors has learned to turn the handle. And and
Donald Trump has learned to turn the handle. Be afraid.
No, this is such an interesting scenario because most presidents, they go, 8 years in a row, and it's really, you hit the ground running, right? Nobody knows what it's like to be president until you're thrust into the job. But Donald Trump has had a cooling off period.
That's true. That's an interesting
He's
point,
had 4 years to sit around and go, I should have done this differently. I should have done this differently.
And
strategize, I think, is the word you're looking for.
He's a schemer.
Strategize for the American people, Sitch. Strategize to make things successful for the American people. This is the legacy. Look, do you honestly think Donald Trump wants a legacy of I threw all my enemies in jail, or do you think he wants a legacy of all the amazing things he did for the American people? Like,
does he want a
Trump
legacy
tower on Mars sounds a lot better than people in jail.
So you're conceptualizing this in the negative way. That's the problem. Donald Trump obviously does not want a legacy of I threw all my political opponents in jail, but does he want a legacy of I drained the swamp?
Well, I mean, that does sound a lot better.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But that would be a tougher sell, right? I don't know if he threw all of his political opponents in jail, if it would make any difference at all. If he threw him in jail for insider trading, now then, I mean,
well, then
we're
he'd
having
get
a
people on his
conversation.
side, right?
But then, of course, he'd have to throw all of Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, then everyone would
jail,
go in jail. So it's a problem.
Which is not really going to work.
Yeah.
That's Donald Trump, according to this national security official. He's learned how to turn the levers of power. And in the second term, all the things he thought about doing, talked about doing, but didn't do, he's going to have a much easier chance to do this time.
Look, if this happened to Obama, if Obama got kicked out in one term and was going back for a second term, non-consecutive second term, they'd be like completely spinning it as all the mistakes he made on the ACA.
He can fix them now.
Will be fixed. Yeah, now he's really going to come back and do the job for the American people that he wanted to do. The public option is an opportunity now. It's so interesting the way, just if it's their guy, it's infinite amount of charity. Everything he's going to do is good and is going to work out great for the American people. If it's not their guy, it's like, oh, look, he's strategized. Now he knows how to blow up the entire world, fuck us over 10 times better than he did before. Which I'm not even sure his presidency was that bad. Like, what are they complaining about so much?
Is there any chance, and maybe I'm speaking in a fantasy world, that he doesn't go that extreme? Is there any chance that he
Oh, look, even her, Sitch, has that little tinge of optimism there.
Is there any chance? Any chance, Ad?
I know I'm living in a fantasy world. No, baby, that's the real world. We'll see what happens, Sitch. Look, I'd rather be optimistic and wrong than pessimistic and right.
becomes intoxicated by the idea?
Wait, it's the opposite. You'd rather be pessimistic and wrong. What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You'd rather be pessimistic and be wrong than be optimistic and be wrong.
Well, obviously, I would like to be optimistic and right. That's
Of
like the
course.
best case scenario.
Sure.
But I'm not. That's not an option in my in my
Scenario.
telling of it, right?
Okay. Okay.
that the majority of Americans voted for him, and he does find this more moderate lane. People are suddenly like, yeah, that was my guy. We're hearing stories in the suburbs the day after the election. People are now putting Trump signs up.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, but let's be clear, Trumpism is a form of identity politics.
Amen.
We don't want to say that this, my beautiful white skin, remember? That's what he said?
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson saying it.
So I was like, what? What the fuck did he say? I never heard this before. My beautiful white skin, right? So I looked this up. This is crazy. This is Donald Trump was making some speech about how, he's like, I could be on a beach right now, tanning, getting a tan, ruining my beautiful rights, tanning my beautiful white skin. But instead, I decided to come and be president for you all. And he took that as like a racial thing.
What? Oh my God.
And it's funny because
see beyond race.
No, it's like totally insane. And obviously when he said beautiful white skin, he said it like, I interpreted it like the joke because everyone says he's orange and because he's kind of orange. So he was kind of like making a joke. It's just so crazy to me.
He's like, beautiful white skin. Obviously he's a white supremacist.
Obviously he's making
He should have said my beautiful orange skin.
There you go.
My fake tan. Remember when Biden did the fake tan for like a day and a half? He's like, oh, this is how Trump is winning. And we fake
I don't
tan
remember
it up.
that. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
He did
Oh
a fake tan for a day?
Yes.
That's funny.
Wonder if I can find a picture of it. Yeah. I was like, holy shit, what's he doing?
Madison Square Garden. We have been given permission to call BS on this wokeism stuff. We will no longer be made to feel guilty. That comes straight out of we will not be replaced. That came straight out of Tucker.
There were a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump who didn't listen to the rally and who don't know who Tucker Carlson is, but who are super unhappy about inflation, that they can't afford their lives, and they voted for him, and they're not buying into fascism.
I get that, but
Oh my God, she's actually pushing back on this maniac.
I know. She's like,
they're not all fascists. Come on.
What are you talking about?
Get real. How dare you?
I think they have an idea, though, that whenever the incoherence of the country comes into full view, the tricky magic of falling into place, falling behind a notion of whiteness that could hold off all the reason why all hell is breaking loose economically, right, is because big government is putting its thumb on the scale and redistributing resources from deserving people to undeserving people, right? So there's this sense, right, that whiteness, right, is under threat. The demographic shifts. The country isn't all of these racial.
All the head nods around the table as he's talking is completely demoralizing.
I know, isn't it?
They're like, oh my God, speak the truth.
Like, oh God.
It's not taking resources from us and giving them to them.
Please, no.
I mean, wasn't Donald Trump talking about giving it to the illegal immigrants? I mean, they're not even Americans.
Ambiguous children on Cheerios commercials are confusing the hell out of me.
Eddie, a lot of people voted because their life's too damn expensive, and it was here, and
they voted for. You're telling me, Stephanie, that all of these people who believe that their lives are that bread is too high and eggs are too high, that they voted for a convicted fella. A guy who said we can grab the pea.
I think that a lot
they voted for this guy.
I'm not defending it, but I think there are tons of people that don't pay attention to, and I'm not defending it, don't pay attention to politics at all. But
there are a bunch of people that don't believe your lies, fucker. It's so
grabbed the
obvious.
pea.
Yeah. Locker room talk, Sitch. Come on.
the
You've said
pea.
much worse.
I've never heard
While
worse
we
in my
live-
entire life.
in the most prosperous country in the world, people are saying life's not fair, I'm not doing well, my son's still living in the basement, I can't seem to get a job, I don't like the status quo, I'm voting.
We have to find out about Stephanie. Does she have a son living in the basement?
Well, but it's fine because she's kind of like, she's really like, yeah, it's not just racism. He's like, no, fuck you, Steph,
Right.
you're crazy.
You're putting my entire department at risk by saying this.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. Putting an entire job at risk.
Yeah. Look, it's his job to teach future leaders that it is all about racism.
Mm-hmm.
Future Democratic leaders. Because I guarantee all the Republicans just are like, oh, fuck this class.
voting for something else, and he was
I
the person.
love you to life.
I love you.
But I do not believe that. I cannot believe that.
See, this is when you know you're in a cult.
Yes. Why can't you believe that?
Yeah. What's so impossible about, look, if I show you evidence, will you believe it? No.
Cannot believe that.
Never. Yes. You can't make me believe that. You witch.
And the reason I think you believe it is because you don't want to believe that that's what's really motivating them.
He means because you're white, bitch.
Yes. It's who made that sound with their mouth? Did you hear that?
Believe that. And the reason I think you believe it is because you don't want to believe that that's what's really motivating them.
Was that him or was that someone? That couldn't have been him. That had to be someone else off screen with
What
like,
the fuck?
or made like a sound with their mouth.
What was that?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's so fascinating to see someone basically have like an ideological breakdown live on television like this.
What she...
Like how she just look at him like...
Believe that.
This
And
show
the
is
reason
so
I-
weird.
Isn't
She's
it?
like doing the sexy, like filleting her sunglasses as she's talking to.
I think you believe it is because you don't want to believe that that's what's really motivating them. It's always the case. People don't want to believe what the country actually is, because if they believe it, they're going to have to confront what's in them. I don't believe that. They voted for a crook, a person who they know is stealing from, just doing everything to undermine the so-called country that they love. And then they're...
Because I fucking hate this guy.
They
I hate
know.
him and
Listen,
everything.
they know, Adam. They know, and they voted for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So delusional.
I'm surprised. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised. No, this clip wasn't, I don't think this clip was on YouTube, so it didn't really go viral. But this clip is crazy.
Yeah, if you like, it's such a detestable thing to believe. Look, and it's he's guilty of everything he's accusing her of, because like he doesn't want to believe this because his entire worldview falls apart unless he believes everyone's this crazy white racist that knows they're voting for the fascist crook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and his stereotype of Republicans falls apart. What? Republicans aren't greedy racists? What? They care about their children too? Oh my God. Princeton is going to be alarmed to hear this.
They're telling us the BS that it's economics. We know that's not true. We know it's not true, and we got to raise our kids in this shit. Oops.
You're allowed.
Oh my God. We got to raise our kids. Look, he's like, I've been gaslighting my kids forever to tell them all white people are racist. Now I got to tell them this.
It's so funny. It's kind of sad.
You're allowed.
Several minority groups.
Okay, that was enough of that.
Terrifying.
He does basically start like having a breakdown. Everyone's like patting him, like it's okay.
Does he?
It's okay.
He
Yeah, I guess I should have let it.
hyperventilating.
Should have let it run for a little bit. 'Cause it's
Yeah,
kinda funny.
why you cut the good part?
I know. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm a bad boy.
The salt mine must flow.
I know.
The salt must flow
Mm.
down at Arrakis.
Okay, this is interesting. So this is kind of now we're moving back into the opposite direction on CNN,
okay.
which is interesting.
Groups,
Closer to
including
the
blacks and
election.
Latinos,
Oh, yeah.
did, as Donald Trump predicted, move over to his column.
It is significant, but not really surprising. 2 years ago, Dana, during the midterms, we were sitting here stunned at Ron DeSantis winning so many Latinos in Florida and Republicans flipping seats in the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. But this is a trend that's been percolating for some time, in part because Donald Trump, I believe, and in speaking to a number of Republicans and Democrats, has a unique appeal to Latino voters. Most Latino voters are working class folks. And despite his crude sense of humor, despite the jokes that he makes, despite the exaggerations about his wealth and his exploits, for folks that are from where I'm from and folks that I've grown up around, that resonates more so than
The strong man.
Not just the strong man, but a figure that has succeeded in capitalism, that has wealth that he flaunts, versus the conversation that they hear often from Democrats about Latinx or Latinx. I don't know how to say it. No one where I'm from knows how to say that word. They don't use it. And so in conversations that I've been having with Republican operatives today, they've pointed out that a lot of it just has to do with conversation, the way that conversations are held. And actually, I spoke with one Democrat moments ago, a Latino operative, who said, we need to rethink the way that we talk to folks, specifically Latinos. And he asked point blank, are we actually talking to these voters? And I'll just quickly give you the example of the economic plan that Kamala Harris laid out a few weeks ago. We talked about it a lot on the air.
Yeah.
A lot of it was copy and paste from what she had for African-American men, first
The
of all.
opportunity agenda.
The opportunity agenda. Second of all, most of the folks that I spoke to across the country that are Latino men didn't know that it existed.
Oh, wow.
Because they were so much more focused on day-to-day life, other things. So
Well,
I
that's
don't
a
think that I don't
big
think that
comms
message.
problem.
I don't think that message of economy permeated the way that it hoped.
I want to.
Well, there you go. So at
There's
least
some hope, right?
some hope. Yeah, there's some hope on CNN. So, which is funny. You never thought you'd hear that statement, right? Some hope on CNN.
Yeah.
To like get things right.
I think it's more likely that CNN is going to go full crazy train on Trump than that Trump is going to lock up Adam Shifty Shift.
Maybe.
Dude, I
We'll
love
see.
this clip is amazing. This clip
You like this clip?
when he's like, well, now that you're targeting me, a black man.
Did you see this clip on social media, or did you see this clip when I uploaded it?
I saw this clip on social media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I
was
hadn't
like,
seen
we
this
have
clip.
to watch this clip.
I hadn't seen this clip, and I stumbled across it, and I was like, this is amazing.
But I think you cut it early. I think this one gets cut early too.
No,
But we'll see.
this was the well, okay. I tried to go. This is CNN's fault. CNN, I think this is part of
Oh,
like
they
CNN's
cut it
problem.
early.
No. CNN makes it so fucking difficult to find the playback of their shows on their website. Even if, because I think that if I use like my parents' cable login, because I don't have cable, if I use my parents' cable login, I can like get into some of the I'm supposed to be able to get into some of these shows, and CNN makes it like fucking impossible to find. I think it's
They
part
don't
of,
want to be clipped.
I guess. So I had to use this. This is a clip that I didn't create. This is from Mediate. I don't know how to
Oh,
say their
okay,
name.
so they cut it. You didn't.
So
cut
they
it.
cut it early because I wanted to find the fuller context to this disagreement, because obviously there's a fuller context here, and it's probably hilarious.
It's on Twitter. I think I shared the clip.
Well, if you have you have a
Because-
longer clip on Twitter, because this is the
I
clip
think
I
I
saw
do,
on Twitter
yeah.
too.
I think I
Let me
do.
see.
I'm not sure.
me-
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure
Maybe I
it's the
didn't
same.
retweet it.
The same length.
Let's look at it. Because as long as there was. No, I'm pretty sure that I retweeted this because I was like laughing about it. Because the clip that I retweeted ends on him saying, you don't have to listen to me. You can listen to all of these institutions. They talk about the trans stuff. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'll listen to all these corrupt institutions that are just completely publishing things without any studies or peer review.
Okay, well here,
Durr.
let's see.
Yeah, go ahead.
I
I'll
would disagree a little bit with that.
I'm not so sure personally.
I think there are a lot of families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys.
No,
I'm not going to listen to transphobia at this table. I am not going to listen to you call a trans girl a boy.
Are you going to allow me to finish my explanation?
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt. That's not how it is. They're not boys. They're not boys. They're not playing girls' softball. I'm not going to sit there and listen to that.
Let's reset for a second, because look, this is a really heated issue, right? And Sharmichael, I know you. I know that you understand that people have different views on this. I think out of respect for Jay, like, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
Okay, so let me rephrase this since I'm being targeted here.
I don't. You're not. Just to be clear, you are not being
But
targeted.
I am. But it's okay.
I'm specifically saying that I know that you are not intending to be transphobic.
He should know that I'm not. But he wants to sit here
I'm not
and
calling you
bloviate.
transphobic.
But I
I'm
want
saying
you
you're
to.
using a phrase
I want to
that
give you an
know.
opportunity.
So the way
regular
people interpret it,
that's not
which is
regular
why those
people.
ads were
That's not regular people. There's no consensus that these are actually boys. This whole thing about trans girls is a canard. We're talking about a tiny, tiny sliver of the population.
That may be the
and
case,
we're using
but
that
my point in
to
terms
take
of
away
its
healthcare from
effectiveness.
thousands of people.
Hold on, just get to your point.
My point in terms of its effectiveness, regular people with children look at these things and they say, you know what, this is a bit too far. I do not agree with this. I don't like this. I think Democrats are going way too much to the left on social issues. They're uncomfortable with it. A lot of people believe that. A lot of families believe that. You may disagree with that reality, but that's why Republicans kept running those ads over and over and over again, because they saw the metrics suggested that they were working.
In those ads over and over again and using rhetoric like you just used, saying this is boys playing girls sports. First of all, we're talking about 5 people in the entire country. We're talking about trans girls being allowed to play with the people who are in their gender. And if you don't believe, you don't have to listen to me. Listen to the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association.
The American Medical Association.
But this is not about the
guys. Just a second.
No, that's where it ends. That's where the clip on. It's all there.
Okay.
That's where the clip on Twitter ends.
I love that clip.
Him virtue signaling about all the corrupt medical institutions. Like, why are there so many in Europe turning their backs on all these treatments and stuff like that? Why is there a conflict between the medical institutions in America and the medical institutions in Europe? I mean, some might say that it's because of money, right?
Right. And some might be some might be good people. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's rather odd that a lot of people on the left will talk about corporate greed. Oh my God.
Right.
The corporations are regulating themselves, you know, but they're not talking about how, oh, well, the medical institutions, it's not like they're not regulating themselves on all the transgender stuff, right?
Right.
It's a huge industry. They're like, hey, we've got a lot invested in this. I just took $500,000 out in student loans so I could learn how to make fake vaginas. Yeah, that's tough. What's that guy gonna do?
I mean, listen.
Remember the guy that we watched one of these people. He's like, oh my God, I love doing these surgeries. This is like,
oh, that's right.
Like, this is my passion.
It was very weird. Yeah.
He was talking about how, why does everyone go for like the traditional genitalia, right? Like, why aren't we doing alien genitalia? Something really interesting.
Don't you want like tentacles coming out of the vajayjay? Like when
I'm serious. This guy was like insane.
Yes.
He was going crazy on this stuff. I was thinking, oh, okay.
Kind of suspect. Okay, so anyway, we're back to dear old Eddie here.
Where's Jonathan Capehart crying?
He's making all the rounds on MSNBC recently.
This is the same Princeton guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
This idea that there's all masculinity is not toxic.
Wouldn't it be great if he actually brought some evidence that all of Donald Trump supporters know that he's a fascist and voted for him anyway?
Yes.
Not just ask his gut. You know, I don't know if you know this, Eddie, but sometimes your gut can be wrong. Totally wrong.
Well, now he's on a panel with a bunch of black feminists, so.
Oh, okay.
Talking about masculinity.
I don't know.
But what does it mean to attend to an electorate that holds certain views that might not be consonant with a broader understanding of a just society? So if a notion of manhood is predicated upon an idea that women ought to be subordinate, if the notion of manhood is predicated upon a certain understanding of sexuality that will lead to, the further alienation of certain segments of the society, what does it mean to align oneself to that? What does it mean to speak to that? Now, I think how we unpack it is really important, because people are just simply suggesting.
I don't think I've ever heard any of the people that say this ever be able to talk about men's issue or masculinity in a not through a feminist lens. Like they're
Right.
just incapable of doing it. And it's despicable and disgusting.
They lose all credibility too. I don't.
Right. Oh,
You
yeah.
can't talk about men's issues credibly through this lens at all.
No.
Simone and Mike and Alicia, that we should be more attuned to what's going on in the electorate. Well, we need to unpack what's going on in the electorate and ask ourselves whether or not it's just. And I think if we ask that,
It's weird too, because I think of toxic masculinity as the guy who like never grows up, takes no responsibility, right? He's got like 3 baby mamas. He's running around having kids, not putting down roots, right? That kind of thing. But as soon as you say, okay, well, that's a picture of toxic masculinity, and there's this good masculinity who is like, I'm going to get in a stable relationship, I'm going to find someone to love, I'm going to be a good role model to my kids. Then all of a sudden you look at the other side and you're like, well, what's all this about the slut walk? And like, what's going on there, right?
Right.
Because you basically outed the guy who is like the slut, the male slut, as the toxic masculinity. You can't go over and say, okay, well, now women can be as slutty as they want, and that's fucking empowerment. Like all of a sudden they have to take some sort of accountability as well, and they don't want to do it. They don't want to do that.
No, and you can't talk about, the weird disparities on dating apps or any of this shit without
Totally.
incel. Like, how can we have this conversation? How can any of these fuckers people have this conversation when incel is still like the go-to insult for people on the left if they're arguing with someone on the right?
That's so true. That's so true. Yeah. None of these people have any credibility at all. And not only that, it does, if you do engage in this conversation, if you separate out toxic masculinity in the same way I did, and look, I hate that term because it frames all of masculinity as toxic, which I just think is horrible. It has the same problem as whiteness. It's like you're just basically categorically framing an entire group as bad. So that's why I don't like that term. But I do think there's obviously toxic behavior that both men and women can engage in. And I think obviously messing around and being like a massive cheater and a massive betrayer of people's trust, which happens a lot in dating. That's bad, right? We can call that toxic behavior.
Yeah.
But you can't have this conversation because then all of a sudden you're talking about, well, maybe traditional like relationships is actually a good thing. Maybe that's like a good thing for society.
Control.
Maybe that's like a stabilizing force in society,
Stop trying to control women's bodies.
Maybe people are less likely to engage in criminal behavior if they've got a wife and a couple kids to take care of at home, right?
Incel. State mandated girlfriend.
I know. It's so, and then they want to talk about it from this perspective, like, oh, we got to do this just to win elections.
Right.
We got to figure out how to talk to men.
We got we got to figure it out. It's like, Jesus Christ, is there not a single man there? Like,
I know.
We get to figure it out.
Well, I think a lot of them buy into this bullshit. This total
guess.
fucking bullshit. Oh, look, you got Simone Sanders there. This Simone, is it? I think it's Simone Sanders. She's the one that said, like, white people need to get the fuck out of the Democratic Party. We know where she stands.
Oh, that's right. That was
yes.
Wait. Simone Sanders.
Yeah.
White people. Democrat. I was like, wait, let me find out that quote.
That's a horrendous quote.
This was in 2016.
Right.
She says, we don't need white people leading the Democrat Party right now.
Right. Yeah.
Oof. And it's weird because isn't she, wait a minute.
She was Bernie Sanders.
Wait a fucking minute. Isn't she one of the, like, how dare they kick Bernie Sanders off the ticket lady? Wasn't she, like, mad about that?
Yeah, she was a Bernie Sanders.
Not Bernie Sanders. Joe Biden.
Oh, I don't know about that. I know she was a huge Bernie Sanders person. Like, worked on his campaign and stuff, so.
I thought, because she's, like, been really defensive of Biden recently, so I interpreted, I don't know if this is true. I thought she was, like, mad about pushing Biden out, which is hilariously ironic considering her previous stance.
Yeah.
Maybe she's just a gun for hire.
Anyone who has the opinion that white people just need to shut up and listen is a racist, is a fucking racist.
Right.
Like, we should listen to people with good ideas, regardless of what skin color they have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very sad.
That question now, then we're in a different position in terms of how we respond and how we organize and mobilize.
So picking up on that point, that the understanding what's going on in the electorate, Bishop, we came in with your quote about, if she wins, then we have a partner. If she loses, then we have more work to do. I would contend if she'd won, we'd have more work to do, because this system is proving itself to not be ready on so many levels. And to Eddie's point that we're just throwing these numbers out of this election. This group and that group didn't support her because no one spoke to them. Well, what is it should be said to them? What are they telling us? What they want us to hear, or is it just? Because I'm on a podcast, and I'm on Joe Rogan's podcast. What am I saying?
What's the street saying?
What's the street saying about that?
I think part of the undertone. First of all, thanks for having me, and I'm glad to be out of the house and out of my bed.
I just want to say, I lost a lot of respect for Michael Steele in this segment when I was watching this, because we watched another segment and it seemed like he was kind of being more. And Michael Steele used to be, I think he still says that he's conservative, but
he was chairman of the RNC, right?
He used to be the chairman of the RNC. And there's another clip we played, I think it was on Wednesday, where he was on a panel and seemed like they're doing pretty good in terms of pushing back against, the failed far left progressivism. And then now he's like host of, this isn't his normal show, but he's like guest hosting, and he just kind of sits there like a lump and allows these people to say like basically
horrible
pretty crazy shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
After Tuesday. But, I think what was missing in the previous conversation is the thing that no one wants to say. And I think particularly the young white men who don't see themselves in the party. And my question is it because they don't want to deal with women in positions of power, which is what the Democratic Party often has, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris? Do they not want to deal with issues of race? And is that what's making them uncomfortable and feeling like they don't belong or can't see themselves in the Democratic Party? And until
this is so weird, because look, I don't think guys have problems with strong women. They do have problems with misandrous women who hate men being in positions of power for like obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like a lot of guys like strong women. Look, strong women can be very attractive.
Right.
This idea that you're going to unleash a bunch of man haters on us, that's fucking scary.
You're 100% correct. And it's interesting too, because when it comes to like the race stuff, when it comes to their identity, like they get it. They're like, I don't trust white people. I don't trust men to hold my interests at heart. And then they turn around and say like, oh, well, guys, you need to trust women are going to have your interests at heart. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why I would trust a woman who had a colorblind, sex blind, view of trying to just do what's best for everyone in the country. But that's not the view that you're, talking about. That's not the ideology that you're pushing with your intersectionality approach.
Yeah, look, and I'm not sure Kamala ever said anything to convince me that she's not like a man hater.
Right.
Which she could not be.
I don't think
be
she
one.
is.
I don't know.
I've never got that sense from her, but it's still part of the issue that the overall issues, that the cultural issues that the Democrats have to realign themselves to not continually be smeared with the most toxic, progressive man-hating shit that we see on X or social media constantly.
Of course, yeah. Look, it's something that the Democrats have to overcome. It's just assumed.
Right.
Democrat in power, man hater. Like this woman here, I think, okay, she's a man hater.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assume that until she proves otherwise, right?
Right.
Until we are ready as a country to have the difficult conversation about race and gender and about how this.
Dude, every time, it's such a buzzword for me, such a trigger word. We're going to have
need
the
to-
difficult conversation, Sitch. That difficult conversation.
Difficult conversation, Adam. Okay, it's a very difficult
Right.
conversation.
That conversation where you get on your hands and knees and beg for me to not piss all over you, okay? Yes, that is going to be a difficult conversation. Why would I want to have that conversation? Right? The conversation where you're going to call me a fucking fascist. Yeah, of course it's going to be a difficult conversation because I'm going to tell you to fuck off.
Country has shifted and is going to continue to shift, and that our government has to be representative of the plurality of the American society. If we're not going to have those honest conversations, we're going to keep standing in this mud patch for the next however long, because it's just they're not being honest about what's going on here, in my view.
There was a beautiful piece in the New York Times, an op-ed by Maya King and Erica Green. The title, "For Black Women, America Has Revealed to Us Her True Self." Let me read you a little bit from it. It affirmed the worst of what many Black women believe.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
The
I'm
Black
totally ready.
woman America has revealed to us.
It's like Kamala Harris was such an empty suit. I don't understand. Why would anyone want her to represent them? Anyway, okay.
Believed about their
Whatever.
country, that would rather choose a man who was convicted of 34 felonies, has spewed lies and falsehoods, disparaged women and people of color, and pledged to use the powers of the federal government to punish his political opponents, than send a woman of color to the White House.
Did this past week, talking to particularly, Hispanics and African Americans about their view of the election. And one thing that struck me was David Noriega having a conversation with the Alvarez family, a working class Latino family, Trump supporters. Take a listen.
Oh, I love
that. And I noticed that he was not scared to say what he felt, regardless of what people would say, and I think I respect that about him.
When you hear Trump promise mass deportations, do you worry about them?
Yes and no, because the ones that I know, they're doing good. They're not breaking any laws.
I believe he's going to start deporting all the bad people.
See, it's exactly what I said with the, when the people shit talking white people and the white people nod along because they're like, well, they're not talking about me, right? I'm one of the good whites. I'm one of the. It's the same thing when they shit talk men. Oh, they're not talking about me. I'm one of the good men. I'm an ally.
Right.
Then you get the brick thrown through your window.
I briefly worked at a a halfway house. Have I told this story before?
No, I've never heard this story.
Yeah. So, and I worked with a bunch of troubled youths, right? And a lot of them are Latino. And they told me that the thing with Latinos is like they see other Latinos and they're like, oh, we got to fight. We got to fight to throw down to show like who's boss, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Where was this? And this is in California?
Yeah, in California. So that like mystified me. I'm like, really? I mean, why? And they were like, yeah, white people, like they're not even on our radar. Like we don't even pay attention to them. But when I see other Mexicans, I'm like, okay, who the fuck are you? Like you're
That's
in my
so weird.
Yeah. So I bring that experience to the context of this. So
Right.
like if you've like escaped this culture from Mexico, right? This machismo culture where like whenever you counter other Latino males, you've got to throw down to show who's boss. You're probably not happy about some of the people coming, right? And foisting this kind of attitude on you. You're like, look, I left all that shit behind. I don't want to deal with that. Look, I'm working as a grocery store clerk, okay? I don't want to throw down because I'm a Mexican, right? So that kind of makes me think maybe that's what that guy's talking about, right? Like, I don't like all these, gangsters showing up and like wanting to fight my kid to join MS-13 or some fucking gang, right? He's like, we need to get rid of those people, okay? That's what I tried to escape.
Right.
So-
But that's the thing is that there's that perception of like, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. It's going to be the other people.
Right, but it's just it is a much different perspective, and I'm not sure if that maps on to like this halfway house was basically all just troubled youth and like 99%.
We have a pretty big selection bias, obviously.
99% of them are Mexican. So
right.
Yeah, look, and maybe he's fucking gassing me up. He's not even telling me the truth, but
right.
I mean, it was kind of fascinating. I was like, what the fuck? Really? Yeah. So I'd be curious if other people have had similar experiences. So
I've never worked in a halfway house, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. I didn't work there for very long, so
right.
It was not rewarding work.
They know that when you come here illegally, you've broken the law. So, Trump has sort of set up this, bifurcated narrative that we're going after the people who basically kill young white girls. By also, we're going after the people who come here illegally. But you have folks who have members of their family who are sitting there illegally saying, oh, he's not coming for me because he's going after the bad people. As she said, we're doing good. Those of us, we're doing good. We're not breaking any laws. Help us unpack that a little bit in understanding what we're hearing here when people think it doesn't apply to them, what's about to come.
Right. I wish they would all read James Baldwin's letter to Angela Davis and saying in the night they're going to come for you.
No, that's pretty funny.
Well, I think this what I would say would be the more rational thing is that there's been a lot of talk of these deportations for a long time, and they've never actually manifested into anything. And so makes sense that people would be skeptical of, ICE banging on people's doors and dragging them, out in the middle of the night.
To understand what's really happening. And then what's interesting for me, Mike, is that there's a willful ignorance with regards to what motivates the current debate around immigration. Of course, there's all of this argument about the broken immigration system that's really a kind of frontal kind of, it's not a red herring, but it's a way of framing an ongoing debate aimed at undermining the immigration regime that was put in place in 1965 by the Immigration Act of 1965. Many of these people want to go back to the immigration landscape of 1924, which was basically a nativist, racist immigration landscape. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that great replacement theory is driving this. Tucker Carlson said it at Madison Square Garden as part of the closing argument. And then there's this understanding. We got to be very clear and honest that when we use the category of Latino, we actually often assume that there's no racialization within the category, that whiteness is not operative. And so oftentimes what we hear is a naivete. Oftentimes what we hear is disinformation. And oftentimes what we hear is an aspiration to whiteness and a differentiation from them. We are not them. We're not a degraded lower. We're one of you. And so
he has literally only one fucking frame, one lens to view everything in the entire world, right? You can't possibly understand why there could be someone of Latino who's not afraid of getting deported by Donald Trump without framing it like, well, obviously they're trying to adopt the whiteness around them.
Yeah. So sad.
It's gross. It's just gross, honestly. The whole thing is gross.
This guy's supposed to be smart too. He's like a Princeton professor. And all.
I know. This is a guy who teaches people at an Ivy League school, like just trash.
Yeah, totally trash perspective.
Part of what we have to understand is the way in which race and gender, to echo the bishop, race and gender continue to animate this discussion, one, and two, the willful ignorance, right? The willful, how Baldwin would say, innocence constitutes the crime. The willful denial about what's motivating the immigration debate on that side. And that is this idea that the browning of America means that white people will lose their standing.
I want to ask you about something, a headline from NBC News. Trump just realigned the entire political map. Democrats have no easy path to fix it. Quote, in short, Trump has been able to engineer a near wholesale rightward shift in the electorate in ways that he couldn't in 2016 or 2020. The trends have blown up long-held Democratic and Republican narratives about how Americans vote. It's leading Democrats to sound the alarm about the party's future as Trump's Make America Great Again movement grew to become the most diverse GOP coalition in generations and gave Trump the most decisive victory for a GOP presidential nominee in 2 decades.
I think this is a...
And look at that. Very cogent, real argument, real article about this new coalition that Trump won. But, you know, it's going to fall on deaf ears, obviously, in the panel.
Yeah, of course. Isn't it like 60-70% of people are in favor of mass deportation now?
I don't know. It's a good question.
That's like super high. So I
Mass
just
deportation polling. I wouldn't
they're
be
like,
surprised.
and it's funny coming from people who are all in favor of like cultural balkanization, talking about people are worried about losing their cultural standing and saying that's a bad thing, right? Like if they were talking about, I mean, obviously it's a component of CRT, right? They're like, look, you've got to have like a black culture that you buy into and reigns supreme over any kind of white culture. And they think of assimilating into white culture as bad and embracing whiteness. I mean, that's basically the way he framed it. So,
Right.
but then people talk about how, look, isn't there a giant cultural shift when we let, 30% of the population change just from immigration? Isn't that like a giant cultural shift? Oh, well, that's fine. You should be totally cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
You can't complain about that because that's your culture.
So I
that's
see
your
one...
culture being erased.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because why I've kind of said that I think a lot of the far left who are not white are really right wingers in terms of their cultural protectiveness. So, but I found this poll on immigration. It says of respondents, they asked 1,100 or 1,100 people that said that they were likely voters. This was, I guess, before the election. Yeah, October 25th. 70% said that they were in favor of deporting someone who recently crossed the border illegally.
Okay.
But then when they asked them, do you think
well,
that...
that's not mass deportation at all.
Right. Then they said, do you think someone who's been living in the U.S. for 10 years and has no criminal record, only 24% said they should be deported.
Okay.
Majority, overwhelmingly, would not support that.
Yeah.
Which is what I would have expected in the results. So.
Right. I mean, we'll see what happens. January's right around the corner.
So then there was a poll. Let's see. Then Pew has a poll where they just said mass deportation of immigrants living in the country illegally. Do you support this? If you were a Trump supporter, 88% supported. If you were a Harris supporter, only 27% supported it. So obviously a massive divide depending on party. And also, what does mass deportation mean? That'd probably be a more important question.
What do you think it means? Means deporting
what do I think it
everyone
means, or what do
who's-
I think people think it means?
Both.
I think mass deportation, what it means is we want to start a program that will eventually deport every single person who's living in the country illegally, starting from obviously higher risk people who've committed crimes to people that are recent, and then kind of just slowly working your way up. Now, depending on the number of people, you might never, ever get to the people that have been living here for 5 to 10 years and not committed any crimes, just because, you don't have the resources to adjudicate all that. But, and I think
I agree. That's
right.
that's my perception of it as well.
I think most people, when they hear mass deportation, they just think, get rid of the undesirables, get rid of the criminals and the recent people.
Really? Wow.
I
Okay.
think that's what
so
most people think.
So that's that's way more acceptable, right?
Well, I mean, remember this was the whole big. Remember all the DACA drama that
Oh, yeah.
happened, when Obama was president?
I do.
The
yeah.
Dreamers.
The Dreamers. Yeah, Obama had to fight for the Dreamers for a long time.
Right.
And I don't think he achieved anything because the Republicans cock blocked him at every turn.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess we'll find. We'll see what happens.
Probably still mad about that.
Really shift a really important question, Mike, that we need to shift from why did Vice President Harris lose to what kind of country are we, right? And I think what we've seen over the last 40 to 50 years, and it's culminating in Trumpism and MAGA Republicanism, right, is this kind of toxic combination of selfishness, greed, and hatred.
Here he goes again.
And in some ways, it's all about an evisceration of any notion of the public good, an idea that my own concerns, my own well-being animates how I move about the world, that a notion of my relationship to my fellows, what is a notion of baseline understandings of who we are and our obligations to each other, all of that is just out the door, and people are just out for themselves. And so when you have portions of the electorate that are selfish, I don't care if he's a convict, he gave me a check. Right? Or you have folks who are greedy, that are the billionaires who want to control everything. And then you have folks who are...
It's so funny that, like, the left is supposed to be the party that is, oh, don't be biased against someone because they went to jail, right? And yet this Eddie here keeps going back to Trump as a convict, and people
The
don't care.
34 felonies. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they keep going back to that, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah. Really only one felony split into like 34 pieces, right?
Well, I
And
imagine
kind of bogus charges anyway. So
Well, that's what I would. I mean, the part that he's leaving out is that I think most Trump supporters, they're not like, oh, he's a convicted felon. I think that he committed rape, right? They just don't. They don't believe the charges. They think they're not true.
not at all. Yeah. He should incorporate that into his belief because he always says, oh, they know this. They know this is a fact and they voted for it.
How does he know they know this?
He doesn't know shit.
Listen, you don't know this. He goes back to Princeton, and he's got like the Professor X Cerebro in the back room. He puts on a little helmet and he's like reading all the minds of the Trump supporters.
I bet he's teaching undergraduate. He's like, they're fresh out of high school.
Mhm.
They barely know anything.
Mm.
They're politically illiterate. They probably know more from watching the show than they do watching in his class.
Scary.
Changing. And so what Donald Trump has done is he's, shall we say, exploited that. Now, I think we need to also say, in light of that shift, and we could call it neoliberalism and the crisis of it, or however we want to describe it, but the Obama coalition may very well be dead. But I do know this, too. The third way Democrat is dead. Now, the interesting thing about the conversation that we're having about the postmortem is that folk will want to lurch back to the right with regards to the Democratic Party. But when
I do think the Obama coalition is completely dead. They were talking about the same thing I was talking about on the All In podcast about Obama repeating the Fine People hoax, and they all were super triggered by it. They were like, look, Obama was the second coming of Jesus. What the fuck? Why is he out there spinning these lies?
Right.
Just, for Kamala Harris. Like, he lost a lot of status for that.
Right. But in terms of the Obama coalition, being dead, I mean, she's not talking about anything related to that. He just means the demographics of voters that Obama was able to wrangle together, especially for his first term where he had like historic turnout in 2008.
But look, I only bring it up because I was part of that coalition, and so were the guys on the All In podcast, right?
Right.
And there's like, oh man, I've lost all respect for Obama. Like I have zero respect left for Obama. Yeah.
Right.
So,
but
the idea that Obama would tell me, you should vote for some person, nah, not going to happen.
To me, the thing that's interesting when he talks about the Obama coalition being dead is, like, why doesn't he ask himself, okay,
why? Yeah.
why is it dead, right?
Yeah.
Like, why did I mean, I guess for him, he would say it's just racism. But it's like, okay, well, what magic thing happened between 2008 and 2016? But everyone just became racist again, right? You got all these white people that voted for Obama. Suddenly they're like, oh, I didn't like living under a black president for 8 years, so now I got to put my Klan hood back on. Like what changed?
He's probably written some book about this, about how Obama adopted whiteness to basically. Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
How Obama stepped into whiteness so that he could lead the country, but really, he's an Uncle Tom.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably written some book like that.
I hope not.
Yeah. It's so sad.
They're lurching back. They're lurching back to the right. They're going back to what the DLC did, which is in effect concede the ground to Reaganism, concede the ground to the philosophy that has produced this selfishness, this greed, and intensification of hatred in some ways. And so part of what we have to do, I think, and I'll be quick here, is to be honest about where we are. And if we're honest where we are, it's not about what Kamala Harris didn't do. It's about who we are.
Yes, that is it. It's not about, how can we... I've been very dismayed, actually, by this whole working class voter conversation, because are black people not working class?
Okay.
If you really want to boil it down, if it was really about the issues, if it was really about the message, how did the message break through to black working class people and it didn't break through to the majority of anybody else? And I see y'all white women and Hispanic voters out there that are in my inbox right now saying, but we voted for her. Yes, but let me explain this how this works, okay? As a black woman in America, if something happens and somebody does something, then it's like, I understand I didn't do it, but we got to address the things for everybody else. So this is the box that we're in. I understand there are white women out here that voted for Kamala Harris, but baby, 52% of y'all voted for Donald Trump, and this was not the first time. So now, for the third time, so
it's crazy. There's just a collective mindset. She's like, look, when black voters don't show up, I have to go out and explain why black voters didn't show up. Like,
right.
But what the fuck? Why are people asking you to do that? Like, you've got some sort of secret mind meld with all the black community.
Right.
So, but she flips it around. She's like, so white women, you got to explain, you got to employ your Borg-like connection to all white women and tell us, well, what the fuck? Why did some white women abandon the coalition? Why aren't you voting in lockstep?
I like that. You have, all white women are, all Karens are plugged together in the collective.
Yeah, it's so stupid. I hate the collectivist thinking. It's super rampant. I mean, oftentimes on the right and the left. It's just.
Well, listen,
you gotta come to.
You don't, you don't want anyone to throw she's going to take the collectivist approach here. You don't want anyone to throw some crime statistics at her.
Oh my God.
Trying to say that she should have to answer for that shit.
That's what I'm talking about the collectivist shit on the right.
Exactly.
Fuck, nobody wants that.
I know.
Jeez.
Simone, what are you doing?
You got to come out and explain.
Chill, Simone. Okay.
Together and address it internally. So I understand you didn't do it, but enough people did, but y'all got to have a conversation. So that's just how I'm just helping you understand. This is just how it works. But it is
that in the context of the black crime statistics.
I know it just makes just throw that lens on everything she's saying. You're like, what are you talking about?
That argument is not good.
I know.
Ugh.
The opportunity for the Democratic Party apparatus is actually within the base of the party and the people that did not come out. They were fighting the couch this entire election, the Democrats were. And so the question is, why is there this insatiable need, Bishop, to go to the immediate response was, oh, okay, well, the party is just, too progressive, too this, too that. I mean, you have Democratic lawmakers. Seth Moulton, got up there.
The immediate response is because it's true. The immediate response is that because of that ad that Republicans ran and was considered highly influential in them winning.
Right. They're saying whatever he thought he would say. My former boss, Bernie Sanders, said, the Democratic Party has abandoned working class people. That is actually not true. Now, we can talk about how we talk about it, right? We can, and this is probably not a popular conversation for Democrats to have, but perhaps maybe too.
It's funny that she started the conversation with how black workers are working class people. We haven't abandoned, we've only abandoned the white working class. We haven't abandoned the black working class. Jeez. Get it right.
Terrible.
Too much union, not enough worker. Okay, so to be clear.
It's so sad because if they just embraced the working class and got rid of all this fucking identity politics, everyone would be much happier and they'd be much more politically viable. That's a lesson that they're not going to learn. They're just like, oh man, demonizing Republicans is too effective. They're seriously addicted to the racist, sexist stick.
Yep.
Racist, sexist, homophobic stick. They can't stop. They just can't stop themselves. Like, this stick is too powerful. It's like the ring. Ah, precious.
Cast it into the fire.
Yeah, exactly. Look, and every single one of us is just like casted into the fire. We don't want this shit. Can't we get back to talking about issues? Let's build more fucking houses. Let's go to Mars, okay?
The fascists. The fascists.
Knock it off with the fascism.
Clear. I'm sorry, but I love the unions. I love them. They do good work. You better thank a union for the 40-hour work week and overtime pay. However, everybody in the country is not because of some of the laws that are in Republican governors in many places. Everybody, there not as many people are members of the union. So if you're talking about union members versus workers, there's another thing, and there are black and brown people in that category. This insatiable need to run towards people that have not voted that not voted for you in recent history since 1964 in mass, I don't understand.
He doesn't understand.
Back to the election here at home, Democratic New York Congressman Richie Torres, reelected overwhelmingly to another term this week. He's blaming his own party's progressive wing for Donald Trump's big victory. Torres says, quote,
look at Richie Torres over here being super based. Okay, listen to this tweet.
Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left, which has managed to alienate historic numbers of Latinos, blacks, Asians, and Jews from the Democratic Party with absurdities like defund the police or from the river to the sea or Latinx.
So true.
I know.
Richie Torres, tell it like it is.
He's also the one that the other day when I was reading that letter, he sent the letter to Twitch asking about, you know, why they allow Hassan to be super racist and why are they blocking everyone from Israel and everything.
Look, it makes him look bad. He doesn't want to have to defend that shit.
Well, no, and it's just so interesting because, you know, we had theorized, we said, okay, if there's like a Democrat, preferably a black person so that you don't get hit with the racism stick, right? If there was a Democrat who comes out there and jumps on the anti-woke train and hits it hard, just very curious how effective it would be politically. And it looks like Richie Torres maybe is going to be doing that. So we'll get to see what happens, I guess.
He's thinking, he's wondering about that JD Vance debate in 2028.
Right.
It's like, maybe I can line that up.
And Congressman Torres, whose district is in the Bronx, joins me now. Congressman, thank you. Congratulations on your reelection.
He's like, I know how Obama won. I'm ready.
What do you mean by Donald Trump has no greater friend than the far left?
You know, that's Alan Greenspan's wife there.
Really?
Yeah.
They kind of look the same, which is creepy.
She's married to Alan Greenspan.
Yeah, I mean, she's been on MSNBC forever.
The Fed chair. The old ex-Fed chair, yeah.
I had no idea. You know, that's...
Don't fact check me.
That's
Sitch is always fact checking.
No. I was gonna say that's so. I didn't know Andrea Mitchell was his wife. That's so funny because not only does she kind of look like Alan Greenspan, which is a little creepy when like couples look like each other, she also kind of looks like what's her face? The I don't know. She kind of looks a little bit like the objectivist lady, doesn't she? Ayn Rand.
Oh, she does. Yeah, and he's a huge Ayn Rand supporter. That's probably why he fell in love with her. He's like, oh my God, you're like Ayn Rand. I've been dreaming about you.
Well, I thought there was some like weird romance drama, I thought, between Ayn Rand and Alan Greenspan. Wasn't there?
Was there?
I feel like there was.
Wow.
I might just be headcanon. But I could have swore there was some weird, because wasn't she like a massive like slut? Didn't she want to like fuck a bunch of guys or something?
Right. Yeah, she did that like 1,000 guys in one day challenge, didn't she?
I bet she did.
The Ayn Rand porn.
That's how you become the Ubermensch, she said, if you just keep fucking guys.
Yeah. That's right. Anyway, Richie Torres. Back to the boring politics.
Back to Richie Torres, yeah.
Look, all of our
I didn't know
antics
it.
are what.
So interesting.
Look, the Republicans are masterful at weaponizing the words of the far left against the Democratic Party. And the losses among voters of color, particularly...
Or you could frame it as the Democrats are weak-willed and spineless at standing up to the...
You got to frame it to the left. To the left.
No,
okay.
look. Weak-willed and spineless standing up to the antics of the far left. Look, the right, nobody's blaming the left for the far right antics. Like it's a right's
That is
responsibility
true.
to stand up to the far right and fucking kick them out of CPAC and shit.
That is true.
Yeah, so what the fuck? Stop blaming. Look, if you continually fuck up, guess what? Republicans are going to take advantage of that. You fucked up.
Listen,
That's
it's
called
MSNBC.
politics.
You gotta take them by the hand. And you gotta walk them very gently into the shallow end, okay, before they can swim.
It's a Republican's fault. They keep pointing out all of our fuck ups. Where?
Okay.
Jesus.
Keep it going.
Latinos is nothing short of a catastrophe for the party, right? Take as an example Starr County, which is the most Latino county.
Latino, he's doing the thing.
60% of the county voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. In 2024, Donald Trump won nearly 60% of the vote. He won Latino men by more than 10 percentage points, right? There are reliably blue states where we've had real losses. Donald Trump came within 5 points of winning New Jersey, 12 points of winning New York. He won 30% of the vote in the Bronx, which is one of the most Democratic and Latino counties in America.
Because he went to the fucking Bronx.
Right. Well, these are great points that he's putting out. Donald
Of
Trump's making
course.
all these grounds in these places you would not expect.
He's like, I got to run up the scoreboard on the popular vote. I don't want to lose that again. I'm going to the Bronx, baby.
If that is not a wake-up call, then I'm not sure what would be. And we ignore those wake-up calls at our own peril.
Has the party woken up? I know people are agonizing. There's the blame game. A lot of people, saying President Biden shouldn't have run or he waited too long to get out. There's all of that, that the consultant class needs to be replaced. But is there really deep thinking, or is there deep thinking inside the Democratic Party after such a disastrous election?
Well, I cannot speak for the whole party, but I can only speak for myself. But we have to seriously reckon with the results of...
Oh my God, he just won me over completely. The one guy who's like, look, I'm not going to speak for everyone. I can only
there you
speak
go.
for
Right,
myself, right?
Listen, that's true.
Jeez, thank goodness. Finally.
I mean,
the election.
What he was really thinking was deep thinking the Democratic Party. What are you talking about?
And keep in mind the trends that are unfolding in 2024 long predate the 2024 election. Back in 2020, Donald Trump made historic inroads among voters of color during the public backlash against the defund the police movement. And he built on those gains decisively in the 2024 election. And so, look, if the goal is to win elections on Twitter, then you should embrace movements like defund the police. But if the goal is to win elections in the real world, where it matters, then you have to appeal to working class people of color who historically have been the base of the Democratic Party.
I don't know that it's a realignment as much as it is a wake-up call to...
Okay, so this person used to be I think they're a Democratic senator in the past.
All right.
The Democratic Party that your message is not a message that resonates with working class people. I mean, I think it's ironic that the Democratic Party identifies itself as somebody who cares about the little guy, invest in people. We'll all do better when we do that. Let's bring everybody up. But yet those people that we most think we're most protecting have said, no, that you do not speak for us. You do not speak about us. You don't understand us. And so whether this is a realignment, Andrea, I think completely depends on how the Democratic Party reacts. And if their reaction is we should have been more liberal, we should have opened up more borders, I mean, that is the wrong reaction. And so let's see what happens. But I don't think this is a realignment as much as what it is a continuation of the erosion that can in fact be stopped, especially if Donald Trump has 100% of Washington. He's got big problems to fix in terms of the economy for working class people. Let's see if it gets done.
We need more of them illegal voters.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, but it's interesting. Just the dichotomy that's forming in the on the same station on MSNBC between like the two movies now splitting between who exactly is at fault here and why.
Yeah.
So
well, we're going to be following it closely, and obviously, it's a very interesting debate. I still think the double down on wokeness crowd is going to win. They have too much power. They have way too much power.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think this could all theoretically they could be going in a good direction, like getting rid of wokeness, and then Trump can win. And then, then when Trump is actually president, that could all go in the trash can, and it could all be using wokeness again to hit Donald Trump.
Just because Donald Trump said something like innocuous that they're going to spin into a giant racism and offense to the entire black community or something.
Or he does the strategic ambiguity, which he's famous for at this point.
Is that like there is a big delineation between what you do, behaviors you engage in to get elected, and behaviors you engage in once you're elected. Like how you govern is far different than how you come to power. So I don't know that is strategic ambiguity something that's very useful in governing. I'm not certain that it is.
I don't I would say no. I wouldn't think it would be, but I'm not Donald Trump.
Right.
So we'll find out, I guess. We'll be looking for it.
You don't want to be ambiguous. You want to say, look, my big badass AG is going to throw you in the clink. Shifty shift. If you try any funny business with the Russia stuff. Okay. I'm trying to negotiate a deal to get this whole Ukraine war put to an end. I got my buddy Elon on it. We're working together, making some calls, trying to line things up.
I mean, if Trump can get some kind of good deal going between Russia and Ukraine that both sides can live with, in the first 100 days of his term. The same thing with Israel. I mean, that's going to be a massive win for him.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear the Houthis already threw their hands up in surrender and were like, oh, my God, don't come get us. We're done.
I don't think that happened.
We're done attacking ships.
That's right. They said, oh.
No, they did. You can look it up. Fact check me.
Houthis, 23 hours ago. U.S. carries out strikes against Houthis in Yemen, defense officials say.
Oh, look at that.
I guess they didn't accept their surrender. Blew them up anyway.
They're like, you surrender?
Right.
Try this. Surrender after this. Boom.
U.S. bombs numerous Houthi weapon storage sites in Yemen.
Oh, that's the old news.
Right.
Anyway.
No, that was 19 hours ago.
Are we going to read some super chats?
We're going to read some super chats, yeah.
There's a ton more stuff, but let's watch it on Tuesday. What do you think?
That was it for that I had.
Or unless you want to go all night or something.
No, that was it for what I had. I mean, I know there's a bunch of like Twitter clips and stuff, but.
Well, I sent you a couple things, but we can watch it on Tuesday.
Yeah, we can watch it on Tuesday. Okay.
What do we got here? Let me see.
Let's go to the top here.
Edward
Senior for $10. Thank you so much. Says, care to comment on speculation that roughly 5% of Trump voters were the result of fear that a Trump loss would trigger civil war? If true and planned, that's some 4D chess. I had not heard that.
I've not heard that either.
From? No. It's like
would it
interesting.
Could it, even if it, let's just imagine it is true, would people vote for Trump to avoid civil war? Possible, right? Definitely.
I'm scared. I mean, the question is like, would someone who would not vote for Trump vote for Trump just because they were afraid of a civil war because Trump wouldn't like accept the election results?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of skeptical. There could be someone like that, but they got to be less than 1% of the electorate. Like 0.01. Like that's got to be some tiny number of people. My gut tells me that. So, but I'm
Maybe.
not familiar with that story. Anonymous Cow for $10 says, I showed my progressive friend the exit polls by race, and he no longer thinks the issue is racism and sexism, but that the electorate is retarded. He's a Kyle Klinsky fan that ignores culture and wokeness.
Oh, shit.
There you go. There you go. I mean, is that an improvement, right? Going from everyone's racist and sexist to stupid? I feel like this, I mean, because everyone is stupid. So I guess that's like kind of an improvement, right? It's like a half of an improvement.
I don't like calling people stupid, but
it's true.
There's nothing immoral about being stupid.
I never said there. Well, that's not true.
People do moralize about stupidity.
Being stupid is an immoral thing. Okay, we need to purge ourselves of the stupid.
He's right. This guy, the reason why he says, look, first of all, he's doing the cardinal sin of saying people are stupid that disagree with him, right? Maybe he's a stupid one. Who knows?
That's
maybe
true.
Yeah. Who knows how smart this guy is? But just, I don't like, I like to understand people, Sitch. I like to figure people out. I don't like to just assume, oh, look, they disagree with me. They're retarded.
That's lame.
Yeah.
What a lame.
Most of my political awakening comes from that. I was like, just the strong desire to want to understand people, want to really, really understand them. I don't think most people don't have that. It's not like
you understand that
common.
everyone is stupid.
Oh my God. Sitch. This is not a good attitude to have, okay?
Oh, you should bring up the
No, I won't. No, what do you want me to bring up? I'll bring it up.
You should bring up the two
right now.
pictures, the microphone pictures of the wrapping.
Oh,
and
okay.
then the mic unboxed.
Sure. Let's do it.
Obviously, you don't need to bring up the one that's like the wrong orientation.
No, I'm going to bring that one up first. Look, and a bunch of people have backed the comic too since we started. I put the numbers up, and I think people like watching the numbers go up. So,
yeah, thank you, everyone. Make sure you get the comic before we run out.
Right. Yes, and we added. People wanted more of Sitch original art, so we added some to the campaign. People asked me about signed books, so I did put a signed book on, and I also put like a secret link at the top of the chat. If you've already backed and you want me to sign a book, you can pay for me to sign the book. So then I don't have to sign like 3,000 books, which I'm terrified of.
Yeah, right.
I've done print runs before where you have to sit and like sign all day and stuff, and it's just not fun.
Mm-hmm. Xerxes, Mr. Sage for $20 says, am I stupid, Sitch? No. You know why? Because you gave me and Adam $20. That makes you very smart. That makes you very, very 1% tip top of the IQ spectrum smart. Because for every dollar amount you give us, you get an equal amount of free will. So that's 20 free units of free will straight to you, Xerxes, to boost that IQ.
Look, Sitch heard me give me my oh my God, and he turned it around. He was going down the kind of sarcastic, no, you really are stupid.
No, I was never going down that route.
Oh, okay, good.
God, look at Adam over here.
It's not nice. People are, I believe in people.
All of our audience is smart. All of our audience that gives us money is like super smart. Okay. This is America. This is America. The more money you have, the more smart you have. Okay.
Sitch, have you not ever, let me, do I really want to ask this question? I have a feeling I'm going to be targeted.
Donald Trump is obviously a super genius because he has all that money, right?
Oh, yeah. Everyone always says, look, he's a bumbling fool and inherited all from his folks. So I don't think Trump is a bumbling fool, but I do think JD Vance is probably smarter than Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is smart enough to know that JD Vance is like
He's smarter than him.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't
Okay.
You think Trump is smarter than JD Vance? Really?
No, I think JD Vance is smarter than Trump. I don't know if Trump
Okay.
believes that.
Oh, you think Trump believes he's smarter than JD Vance?
He probably thinks Vance is smarter at certain things.
Right.
Walkington Can, thanks so much for joining the free Will Seeker.
Welcome.
Ethan W. Monster for 2 hours says they think Elon hacked the voting machines. Lol. Yeah, I'm glad there were some like weird people that were accusing the Trump of hacking voting machines or stealing votes or whatever, but I don't believe any of it has made it at all to mainstream. So it seems to be just like random, like weird accounts and stuff or blue and on shit. So. Renault Zero Heroes for $5 says, isn't it kind of ironic that both parties kind of undermine the spirit of their party's namesake? Dems with no primary and Trump with the false electors. That's a funny point. You're correct, I guess. Look at that. I feel like the names, though, the name Democrat and Republican, like those parties have lost any like meaning associated with those names long ago. So
Republicans came into being with Lincoln, though.
Yes.
Before that, they were the Whigs, which
Right.
is definitely a throwback to England, right?
Mm-hmm.
The wig wearers.
Right.
Doesn't get more elitist than a guy who's going to put on like an English wig, right?
That's true.
Nothing says aristocracy like that. Not the YouTuber, of course.
No.
Look at this. Here's the cool mic.
Oh, look at, yes. So
This is
Christian
the massive.
Baller had this really cool color changing mic, and I said, wow, it's really cool. So then J-Mac ran out and rubbed it in my face, and he got the mic too.
Mm-hmm.
And then, because I was talking about it, Donald Trump, I don't know if you know, Donald Trump, Adam, viewer, listener of the show, okay? He reached out. He's like, Sitch, I know that you like this mic so much. So Donald Trump, in order to win my vote, got me this microphone.
But you didn't vote for him.
Well, he doesn't know that.
When you're voting confidence.
Right. Yeah, look, bring up the picture.
Are you sure that Sammy G didn't write this letter? And
No.
just fake you out that it was Donald
this
Trump?
is, listen, it's signed by Donald Trump right at the bottom.
What's this? Why don't you read this letter to us so we can
this is the
share
letter
the fun.
From Donald Trump. Look, Donald Trump even posted a picture of himself on
dancing,
the packaging, dancing, right, as Donald Trump would do. He says, hey, PSA Sitch, I've been watching. Fantastic stuff, believe me. You got incredible energy, really terrific. But I think people need to hear more of you. I'm not saying you're not loud enough. Let's just say pretty soon your voice might be coming in crystal clear, better than ever before. And listen, I know it's early, but Merry Christmas. Now I know you don't celebrate it. The Jewish people, I'm big fans, you know. But still, it's going to be a fantastic holiday season for you, I can tell. Big things happening, you'll see. Keep up the amazing work. I think it's going to be huge. Best, Donald J. Trump. Look right there.
Look at
Donald
that.
Trump. Donald Trump signed.
I don't understand, Sitch. How can you think this guy is going to put Shifty Shift into handcuffs? He's like such a likable guy.
Listen, maybe he put a bug in the microphone so that he could
eavesdrop on you.
Yeah, so he eavesdrops on me.
Find out if you're working for the Russians.
Yes. So either Donald Trump sent this to me or Sammy G in her wonderful hilarity bought me this microphone because she's such a wonderful, wonderful human being.
God, it's so adorable. Look, this is too adorable. I can't take it.
Isn't it just the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life?
Look at this. Sammy G did all this.
I know.
Just to make you happy. Look at that.
She's a very sweet girl.
She pretended.
She's a beautiful woman. She's a sweet girl.
She pretended to be Donald Trump just for you, Sitch.
Is that to make me happy?
I have a tear in my eye.
Is that to rub it in my face?
I don't know how anyone can say you have TDS with this sitting on your desk. This is beautiful.
You can't see it, but because I unwrapped it carefully because I didn't want to rip up the little Donald Trump picture, so she just put it it's right next to me. She just put it on the desk. So the whole stream, Donald Trump's been staring at me.
I know people with TDS,
They couldn't
real
deal with it.
TDS.
Right.
And I mean, if somebody gave them this gift,
Mhm.
I mean, they would break up with it. They would be like, how dare you?
Uh-huh.
How dare you do this to my mental health?
Mm.
I mean, they would need a sick day after this gift.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Very sad. Very, very sad.
Very sad.
Oh, look. We need a gift that the microphone actually lights up when you talk.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
It's really cool. How does it sound, Chad? Does it sound any different? Sound better? Sounds worse? Sound the same? I mean, it looks cool.
Sounds identical.
Okay. Well, I like it.
No, it sounds great. I like it too.
Okay. And one day when I have a camera, you'll get to see my amazing color changing mic.
Right.
Distract you from my face, which is the goal.
You just put that mask on.
Oh, okay.
That would be so uncomfortable to wear a mask for the entire screen.
That would be horrible. Yeah. Okay. Red 473 for $5 says any DGG orbiters coming back anytime soon. They seem to be taking this week well, full of good faith and introspection.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed that.
I don't know if that's if they're being sarcastic or not, but Evil Bookman for 11 months says
somebody told me that Pisco got like chewed out on Destiny's stream.
Ooh, for what?
Yeah. Just by Destiny. Destiny was completely unhinged on Pisco.
Oh, it's well, what? What was the context?
I don't know.
Give me the details. Whoever told Adam that.
I wish I knew. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just majorly. But I didn't. It's word on the street.
Evil Bookman for 11 months says woman wants someone like Hillary, Tulsi, or my secret pick, Winsome Sears. Who's that?
This is for the presidential win, right?
Right. Lieutenant Governor of Virginia. I don't know anything about this person. I mean, that's a cool name, right? Winsome Sears.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a great name. That's a perfect name for a first female president, right?
Oh, actually, she's got 3 names. Winsome Earl Sears. Look at that. Earl.
Look, she's an
royalty.
Earl.
Yeah, look at that.
That's
I
great.
don't know if she actually is, but.
She's the Earl of Baseness.
Right. Don't know anything about her. Oh, she can't be president. How sad.
Why?
She was born in Jamaica.
Oh, not an American citizen.
Nope. Well, she's an American citizen, but not born here.
Not a natural born American citizen, right?
Yeah. J-Mac Arcegafar, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for the $10. Says Trump isn't Homer. He's a mix of Moe and Mr. Burns.
Devilish.
Moe.
Yeah.
Do I see that? There was a story. I don't remember who it was. I don't know if it was J.D. Vance. No. Maybe it was Scaramucci. He was telling the story of that they were in a plane, private plane, and with Trump, obviously. And there was some like women there that were not American and they're like models or something. And this was like a while ago. This was when he was running for president. And they were flying over Las Vegas and Trump made some comment like, oh, we should stop in Las Vegas and like have fun there. And so one of the other guys on the plane said, no, I don't want to do that. Vegas is just for white trash. And one of the women who wasn't from America was like, what does that mean? What is white trash? And then Donald Trump responded saying, white trash are people like me who just don't have money.
Wow.
And so it's interesting because that definitely plays into like part of what people on the left have difficulty wrapping their heads around is that they say, why do people on the right not see Donald Trump as an elitist, despite the fact that he's very wealthy, he's been born very wealthy. He's, not only is he wealthy, but he like puts all his stuff lined with gold and everything's like super gauche and everything. And it's just the vibe and the aesthetic and the way he talks and everything that he puts out there. The energy he puts out there is very, not that coastal elitist type of energy that people kind of expect. So
I've never heard this story, but this story is, I mean, it's moving. It definitely is moving.
Well, I don't know if it's moving, but
No, it is.
okay,
It
I'm glad you're
is.
moved by it.
I mean,
Satan,
that's kind of humbling, don't you think? He sees himself as white trash.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming he said it kind of jokingly, but yes. Satan for 2 hours says, "What a shame Zero Dems knew about his mental state." Oh yeah, with Biden, yes.
Oh yeah, of course. All totally innocent.
Well, I don't know. It's interesting because I don't know. I think they knew, but I don't know if they if Nancy knew that it was that bad, right? She would have been pushing him to drop out like a year ago, wouldn't she? She wouldn't have waited.
Nancy was banging Gavin Newsom.
That
was his in.
No,
that was his in. She
no
promised.
Way.
She promised him. She's like, you
Gavin,
just
you got to give me a new son.
You keep your powder dry, Newsom. You wait. Okay. We'll get that nomination cinched up.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as he steps aside, you're a shoo-in.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Drewski for $5 says, "Can't wait for the 2028 Democratic primary featuring Destiny Vosh and Hassan Piker." Oh God, horrifying. Sketch for $2 says, "It's truly Jover." No. Fondue for $5 says, "This feels like a comedy bit." Oh no, my subs are down. Look closer. Yeah, I know, it's completely preposterous. Just the fact that Dave Pakman is like, "Oh, my subs went barely down. I have to call every single person I know to freak out." So, but see, that's what I was talking about in terms of the lack of quote traditional masculinity. Is it a masculine move to do that? To do what Dave Pakman did? Is that traditionally masculine?
Hell no.
Right.
It's so weird. Can you imagine being forced to make the 30th Trump is cognitively declined video?
I mean, if I'm making millions of dollars, maybe.
Really? Wow. I mean, that makes it worse.
Right. Does it? Pisco went
sooner or later, you have to figure out that you're selling snake oil, right? He has to know he's selling snake oil.
I think he knows he's selling snake oil with the Trump is in mental decline thing, because all that's all the stuff about Trump being a fascist or destroying the country or whatever. People, I can understand people can have different opinions on all that stuff, but the Trump mental decline thing, it's all these, as you were saying, it's these 3-second clips with zero context that they just throw up there. And if you watch the context, it doesn't seem like it's a mental decline. So they have to know.
Of course.
Blaine's Escape Corner says, "Pisco went full federalist after the election. Quote, this is why we have states." Are you saying that when you say full federalist, what do you mean by that? That he wanted to break up the union or something? What does that mean? When he says this is why we have states.
He's going to secede?
Sitch, I don't know. You can scroll up, but I explained the Destiny thing. Oh.
Uh-oh. It's going to be explained. I need to run to the bathroom real quick.
You were in the bathroom.
Oh, but Destiny shit, I want to hear the Destiny. I better stick around.
Panzer says, "Destiny did not allow himself to say your guy's name correctly because he knew how fucking right you were and thus said you guys were Adam and Wick." What?
What? For real? He called us Adam and Wick?
That's funny. Is he confusing me for Wick?
Somebody left a comment on our video with Destiny from a year and a half ago, the debate, and said, "Oh, look, Adam and Sitch were completely right. Maybe it's not good to constantly hector conservatives. Maybe you should actually be nice to them. Maybe that would be a good electoral strategy."
Well, listen.
I was like, "Oh yeah, that's what we were talking about in there, winning people over through kindness." Oh, you guys are such snowflakes. Oh my God.
Right.
You got to beat people into submission. You got to go out there on the internet and talk about how innocent people dying is cool. That's how you win over voters, right?
Right. Okay.
Wrong.
So this is what Panzer Jew said. This is the correct order because I kind of read like backwards first. Panzer Jew says, the context is Pisco realizing there was no longer a path for Kamala said roughly, quote, guys, we might need to reflect a little, you know? Destiny chiding Pisco said, you're like if Adam and Wick had a gay baby. That's what you sound like right now. Oh, wait, did he actually
maybe
mean me,
he
or
did mean Wick?
Maybe he meant Wick. Yeah. That sounds like, I don't, maybe that's what maybe he actually meant Wick. I don't know why he meant you though. It would make more sense if he said Sitch and Wick, probably.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? I'm the one they're always giving a hard time because I'm like,
yeah, but they're saying that but they're like chiding you for being the secret Republican.
but I mean, I am talking about
Okay, maybe they
being
did mean
nice
him.
to Republicans.
Right. Destiny did not allow himself to say your guy's name correctly. Okay. Right. Instead, you guys were Adam and Wick. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if he probably meant Wick.
He probably meant Wick, yeah.
He probably did actually mean Wick. So, but it is kind of funnier if he meant me. He just said it wrong. So
we gotta have Wick on again.
He corrected.
Cool,
Panzer Jew says he corrected himself, then uncorrected himself. Oh, okay. Then I don't know. Then I don't know.
So he
That's
did
pretty
say
funny.
Adam and Sitch,
Right. I don't know.
but notice he never said Sitch and Adam.
There. No one ever does.
I
So
know.
sad. Blaine continues saying, no, not break up the union. That local state power is where the Dems need to focus. Oh, gotcha.
They lost that forever ago. Like,
right.
They don't even pay attention. All they care about is like these niche race issues, which you can't win a local election on that. Oh yeah, we're gonna get trans women in all these high schools.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. They're not even competitive.
Right. Very Dead Horse. Oh, you can go to the bathroom. Very Dead Horse. Thanks so much for the 27 months. Says, meant to send this as an earlier stream, but I spent election night in the inverted situation of Sitch. I didn't vote, but my girlfriend voted Harris. Not fun. That's pretty funny. Well, there you go. MAGA Man for $5 says, you guys have brought Jank, Anna, Jimmy Dore, Sam Cedar, Kyle Klinsky, and Destiny on. When is the long-awaited Deepak episode coming? So I don't remember when. I know we've definitely reached out to Dave Pakman to talk to him. It might have been about Kyle Klinsky. I don't remember. I mean, Kyle Klinsky, Kyle Rittenhouse. But I know we've reached out to him, and I don't know. I'll wait for Adam to get back because he usually handles that stuff. I don't know if we ever got a response. Stargate 404 for $10 says, Sitch, you let out option 3. The DI White House intern running Biden's Twitter went rogue and posted the endorsement, but by the time Biden found out, they were too embarrassed to admit it. Okay, you're right. That's a good option. Or that'd be option 4, but yes, that's a good option.
I'm back.
We reached out to try to get David Pakman on once, right?
Did we?
I feel like we did. Well, do you remember? I thought it was about the Rittenhouse stuff, but he didn't come on.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
David was never coming on.
Yeah. He doesn't usually do like debate stuff, does he?
Well, he's talked to Tim Pool and stuff.
That's true.
I'm trying to get Tim Pool to talk to us about generations theory. I think that would be like a good, because he believes in like so much of the Civil War stuff comes out of the generations theory, and I think everybody just thinks Tim wants to go to Civil War, but he really just thinks generations theory is on it.
Well, listen, we're gonna get to know who was right about the Civil War. Are we gonna get the Civil War that Rudyard thinks happens, or are we gonna get the chilling out period where nothing happens that I think's gonna happen? So.
We still, I mean, like a big stock market crash or something like that is not completely off the table.
That's not fair. If we have a gigantic stock market crash, he doesn't get points for that.
Why?
That's nonsense.
Look, I mean, they literally outline a stock market crash in the book.
Yeah, but he was talking about Civil War from like the political perspective, not like this some kind of massive
Rudyard totally believes in the like exploding debt and that we're all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Rudyard believes in the sound money shit.
Okay.
He
Well,
went
I
on
guess
that
we'll
one
find out.
guy's podcast, and oh god, it was painful to listen to. I'm like,
Oh,
Rudyard,
really? Talking about the debt? That's funny.
we have to talk to you about economics sometime.
Stargate
Yeah.
404 for $5 says breaking news: Democrat think tank discovers women have to pay for groceries too. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's
true.
That was, women they go to the grocery store and they try to buy shit and they go, this is really fucking expensive. And why women care about that more than the abortion topic? So
Women do a lot more of the grocery shopping.
right.
Mm-hmm. Inflation bad, or you hired a private taxi for your burrito.
Right.
A private taxi for my burrito.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that, do you, Sitch? Uh-oh. Long silence. He does it. Sitch does it. Sitch spends $45 for a burrito so he doesn't have to leave the house.
Back. I'm back.
Oh, sure. We
no,
knew you were here the whole time.
Listen, I do Uber Eats. Okay. It's not just for me, though. It's for at least two people. I've never done it just for myself.
2 burritos for $75, please.
Yes, 2 burritos. I need a burrito. I need a burrito for myself and Sammy.
Yeah,
okay, to have a private chauffeur. Okay.
So bad. God, what? The whole.
I didn't tell you. Okay, the other day when we were talking,
You're supposed to be the private chauffeur. Sitch.
Let me tell you.
You're the man. Go get the food.
Let me tell you an embarrassing story, but not embarrassing for. Well, it's kind of like the level of troll that Sammy is. All right.
Okay.
The other day where we were talking all about McDonald's fries.
Oh yeah.
That like was a few weeks ago. It was like midnight, and we're talking.
That was on the election stream. That was literally like a week ago.
That was on the election stream?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. The McDonald's fries was on the election stream. What are you talking about?
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was like the previous week.
Are you sure?
Chat, when did we talk about the damn fries? That was not on election night.
She went and got you fries on election night, right?
No, that's why. Okay, that's why it couldn't have been. Okay, was it election night? Okay, now I'm all confused.
She did, yeah. She went and got. No,
it was. This was not election night. No, chat says it was before election. Anyway, there was that night on stream. I was like,
chat's never right. Never listen to chat. Okay.
We were talking about fries. I don't even remember why.
That was this stream.
Okay, I've been gaslit. Okay, we were talking about McDonald's fries and all this stuff, and we're like, oh, I really want some fries. So while we're talking about this, all of a sudden I get a little ping, and I look. And Sammy has sent me a fucking message, and it's a picture of her eating McDonald's fries.
Oh my god!
Like fucking trolling me, like, yo, you better get off stream. I'm gonna eat all these fucking fries. And I was like, oh my god, you fucking asshole. And then I found out she fucking Ubered just to get some fucking fries.
No way. Well, at least she went on her own.
She had a private fucking taxi bring some fucking fries just so she could troll me with the picture.
Oh, so it was Uber Eats? So she didn't. Oh, wow.
She did. No, that's because hilarious. The troll was that she took a picture of eating the fries and then she took a picture of the empty fry box.
But she didn't even save you any? Oh, my God.
Well, no, but then she was just trolling me. She did save them. She just took them out of the box to take the picture.
Oh, I gotcha.
Right.
She did the thing. She surprised you.
Lethal Strain says, it was 2 weeks ago and I told you about the fry factory. Thank you. See, I knew it was like a while ago.
That was like 15 minutes ago. Sitch, how dare you?
I'm not the fucking guy from what the fuck? I can't remember the name of that movie.
Oh, yeah.
Now. From
the Memento guy.
Memento. Yeah, I'm not the Memento guy. Okay. Try to fuck with me.
We're trying.
I need a picture of Adam. Don't believe his lies.
Yeah, get that tattooed on your hand.
Exactly.
Let me tell you. Wait till we get more into the Trump administration. It's just going to be fact-checking me right and left.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Okay.
We only want truth.
I need a new laptop.
We only want truth on this channel.
My thing keeps freezing. It's crazy.
Get a new laptop. Stop fucking
I know,
around.
but this never this fucking either YouTube or
Jump onto
Chrome has just
Amazon.
taken such a shit recently. This
Look,
never, ever happened before.
I closed the tab. I can't have the stream tab open anymore. Now I'm completely blind. I don't know how many people are watching or anything. It's like,
Right.
I just can't take it. It's like too many resources.
What did they do?
I don't know.
It never used to have this problem.
It didn't. Well, it's all these, they're adding all these bells and whistles, right? There's like the goal thing and we want to insert your ads. And it's like all this extra stuff in there. That's what it is.
Yeah, but it has to be a fuck up. There has to be some kind of crazy memory leak that's going on in YouTube Creator Studio that they've just never fixed, or that they created and haven't fixed for like a couple months. Because it gets ridiculous.
No,
like the tab was using like 4 gigs of fucking RAM just now.
4 gigs of RAM? Jesus.
Yeah, on one tab.
I closed that tab.
Okay.
I closed that tab hours ago.
Yeah, but
now all I have open
refreshing.
is Twitter, my notes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try using Opera or something else for YouTube now. So.
Which I rarely even take any notes, but
or Brave or something.
You probably
Okay.
you should share your notes with everyone sometime.
No.
You probably have like a bunch of
I don't
notes.
have any other tabs open.
Mm-hmm.
It's just YouTube Studio Streamlabs. Okay. Stargate445 for $5 says breaking news. Oh, I read that one. Let's see. Slaglust for 5 Canadian. Thank you. Says Elon started talking like an uninformed right winger once he got some behind the scenes access. Think about that, Sitch.
What happened?
That makes sense.
What happened? Yeah, that was from Amber Heard.
What?
Elon Musk hooked up with Amber Heard, and all of a sudden he went fully crazy.
Oh, is that what you mean? Is that what behind the scenes access means?
I don't know.
Oh. Hold on. I literally just can't even open YouTube Studio. I gotta go to I can't even look at the chat anymore. I have to go to the monetization section because it's just it just keeps crashing.
Really?
Yeah, I can't even look in the YouTube Studio.
Maybe you should do it in Microsoft Edging. What?
Okay.
What?
Okay. Hold on. Let me look to. Gotta scroll to wherever we were in the monetization tab. Mr. Bacraus, thanks so much for the $5. Says, did you guys see the Trump Eminem video? It's pretty impressive editing. I DM'd it to Adam.
I saw it. Yeah, it was great. Very funny.
What? I didn't see it. No.
Trump does an Eminem song.
Oh. Okay.
Where he's like back. It's on back.
Oh, the Guess Who's Back? I have seen that video. Yes. It's pretty good. Lives in Des Los Italy for $10 says it's Pinocchio's Pleasure Island. They thought they could do whatever they wanted, became jackasses, ended up enslaved to the salt mines, became a real person instead. Invest in free will. I like it.
Hell yeah.
Avarice for $2 says they legit did that with the FEMA assistance. Ryan Uhl for $10 says, are you guys going to look into the Trump?
Are you missing the Cyborg for 31 months because you're
can't
in
see any.
the
I'd have to.
Okay.
I was going to go
Cyborg
back.
for 31 months. Long time no see. Can't believe the insane sweep by Evil Orange Man. Maybe I'll be more into political streams again now. More delusional lefties now. Yeah. Look at this. Nice. Cyborg's back. Welcome back. Yeah.
And thank you. 31 months, Cyborg. Thank you. It's amazing.
Look, you left and you still kept your membership. Now that's commitment right there. Right. Yes, it's going to be a lot of fun. No more boring Biden. It's all going to be exciting. Obviously, all of my predictions are going to come true. All of Sitch's predictions are going to crash and burn. We'll all want to be here to witness that because it's always fun. A lot of times people perceive Sitch as the smarter of the two of us. I'm the one that's always right, which is kind of ironic. But anyway.
Okay. Ryan Uhl for $10 says, are you guys going to look into the Trump New York case loophole? Apparently, there could be a way to make Trump have to be in prison for his entire presidency. Seems far-fetched.
No,
I
but I
mean,
can't wait for Sitch to look into that. That'd be. I mean, that's fascinating.
I mean, that's not going to happen. So, is that worth looking into?
We can
Something
dream.
That's just 100% not going to happen.
I think chances are, if they try to incarcerate Trump into a state prison, that he is going to throw them all in jail. It's going to be gloves off. Shifty Schiff's getting the handcuffs. Nancy Pelosi's getting the handcuffs. I mean, there's going to be a lot of handcuffs going around Washington.
I can't just start throwing everyone in jail.
Why not?
Okay, because then
Gotta
you
send
just
a
look
message.
bad. Oh, okay.
Some heads got to roll.
But yeah, that's not going to happen.
It's
So. I don't
just
know
like
anything
Art
about
of
this
War.
loophole, but it's not going to happen. Lethal Strain for $5 says it's a two-party system. MAGA is, as proven in the main cast, not Republican or Democrat. This is the third party that everyone wanted. I mean, that's not untrue.
People are saying that, yeah.
Right.
But the old Republican Party is dead, and this is the new Republican Party.
I
saw
mean,
Brett Weinstein tweeted out that he thinks the Democrat Party is dead, and that really there's only a one-party system right now. He was saying the libertarians need to take over.
That's not true. This is what I forget who it was. I saw a clip of someone, and it was very, very accurate, very true. It was like when Obama won, they're like, "Oh, the Republican Party's dead. Obama's gonna be, the Democrats are gonna be in control of everything forever." And I think there's kind of the same thing in when I don't remember if it was Bush's first term or second term. They're saying the same thing, like, "Oh my God, Democrats will never recover." So they always say this. It's never true.
Right. There you got too much power and influence, obviously.
Yeah.
Too many rich donors who are
invested. Again, Trump really, this was it's weird because on one hand, this was like a big win because everything shifted right or Republican. But on the other hand, Donald Trump only won the electoral vote by less than 2% margins in 4 swing states. So is that the death of the Democratic Party? I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
Harrison Jodit for $5 says, Minnesotian here. Tim Walz doesn't speak to us publicly. He has people to do that for him.
Wow. He's even too afraid to speak to his constituents.
Interesting.
Coach Walz.
Lethal Training for $10 says, if politicians are smart, they will build America first into the powerhouse third party. Groundwork is laid. Now kick out the establishment and build something new. I'm very, very skeptical. PC for $5 says, Tim Walz will be remembered just like Hillary's VP pick. Oh, that one guy from somewhere. Yeah, it's funny. Literally the other day I was having a conversation and I was like, yeah, Hillary's VP pick. Who was I couldn't think of his fucking name.
Who was it? I don't even remember.
It was Tim Kaine.
Oh yeah, Tim Kaine.
It was Tim Kaine, yeah.
Oh, fuck that guy.
But there was, I don't remember the exact weird tic-tac-toe connection, but there was some weird, because she picked Tim Kaine. Everyone was like, ooh, why? What? And then remember there was some weird thing where it seemed like it was a total political, not buy, what's the opposite of a buy-off? When you're a political reward, because it was Tim Kaine, I forget what the exact payoff. Yeah, I forget what the exact line was, but Tim Kaine had some connection to the DNC and had something to do with her getting the super delegates in 2016. You don't remember? I remember it seemed like that. We don't know, but it seemed like a total payoff. So
he purchased the VP spot
because everyone was like, "Why the Tim Kaine? What the fuck?" And
remember they threw Blagojevich in jail for that.
Oh, for trying to sell Obama's Senate seat. Yeah.
Trying to sell Obama's Senate seat.
Stargate 404 for $5 says, insiders baseball. Most governors and below are awful campaigners. I mean, there's definitely a big gulf between running for president and running for lower office. But still, I don't know. You still see a lot of governors, a lot of senators who have a level of have a normal level of political competency. And Harris is just again, she's the worst I've ever seen. I have not seen a politician on the the national scale, that was her level of shittiness, except for Sarah Palin, but I don't count Sarah Palin. She's in her own. She doesn't even really count.
Yeah.
Philip Kogan's for $10 says, in my opinion, a major problem she had was Trump was the star of every interview she did. Yeah,
True.
but that's her fault. That's her fault for not making herself. She doesn't have it. She doesn't have the, the vibe, the what is it? The French word, the je vais crois or whatever the fuck you say.
The je vais toi.
I don't know. That she doesn't have the spark, the thing.
The menage a trois.
She does not have the menage a trois. No.
I said that so much, and that was totally true. Like she couldn't get 5 seconds into anything without talking about Donald Trump, which I'm just like, why are you advertising for Donald Trump constantly?
Right.
We need to learn about you. We know about Donald Trump. He's amazing.
Right.
Everybody loves him.
Well, that's what Frank Lutz was saying. He's like, everyone knows about Donald Trump. They don't know about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. God, I can never say it right.
He's a known quantity. Everything is baked in with Donald Trump.
Sketch for $10 says, lefties don't understand that podcasts like JRE didn't start political. They were about stuff the host finds interesting or happens in their lives. Hence why it's called the Joe Rogan Experience. Correct.
I mean, we were interested in Jordan Peterson, which I guess there is kind of a political element to it, but the fascination was, hey, here's this normal guy that everybody keeps being completely afraid of. Like, what's going on here?
Well, Joe Rogan was always pretty anti-woke, but like he was pretty left-leaning, but anti-woke, like a left-leaning libertarian anti-woke guy.
Right.
Malik for $10 says, women listen to true crime so they can say, that would never happen to me. I'm too smart.
That's what I was saying.
No. You were saying women listen to it to learn how to avoid the situation.
Right.
Malik is saying they learn to it to be like, ho, 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 I would never fall for this.
So they can feel better than everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think that's it. I think they get off on it because they're all degenerates.
No.
Matrix
Mediator. So bad.
Matrix Mediator for $5 says, women watch true crime as some weird way to stir up drama, stimulating danger. It also gives conflict resolution, giving them peace of mind. I could buy that.
Is being murdered conflict resolution? Kind of, but in a fucked up way, right?
Ace for $5 says, guys, chicks have been scientifically proven to enjoy rape fantasies. They do this as a coping mechanism out of fear. So you're both right.
No, I was, Sitch, you're dancing so close to this line, which is just detestable.
That's what it said. I was just reading.
No, I know. Look, it's Ace's fault. It's not your fault, but I know. When you spin off into the degenerate talk, I think, oh, here it comes. He's going to walk right up there.
I didn't say anything. I just read it. How dare you, Ace? Stargate 404 for $10 says, lefty logic. Dads care about the well-being of their daughters, so they'll vote for abortion, but not care when trans people take their daughters' sports scholarship, medals, and safety in girls-only spaces.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ridiculous logic, right?
Yep. Leica 00000 for £5. Thank you. Says, women here. That's not true. There's no women on the internet.
Woman here.
Woman here.
One woman.
One woman. How do you know? There could be more than one in there.
Because it's singular.
Oh, here we go. We love the true crime genre because we love deconstructing motivation and solving real world puzzles, not a sex thing.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Look at that. Yeah, it's a mystery.
Okay.
Duh, Sitch.
That's fair. That's probably
women. Look, what kind of video games do women like, right? The puzzle
games. Yeah, that's okay. That's fair. That's a fair point.
What kind of video games do men like? The ones where you run around and look at the back of a girl's ass.
No, they like the ones where you shoot people in the face. Okay.
Right. Yes.
Right.
But preferably with some sexy
That's
avatar.
Fair. Deconstructing motivation and solving real world problems. Yeah. Girls got to be all emotional. Okay. Thank you, Leica. That's probably accurate. I'm going to still think you're degenerate like all women, but that's probably true too.
Look.
Lethal Strain for $5 says, Trump's generals lied about Syria and the mainstream media calls Trump Hitler. Trump replies, at least Hitler's generals did what he said. I can see that scenario.
Easily, yeah.
That's possible, I guess. We don't know the context of the accounting, so. Jason M for 5 Canadians says wokest and leftists have a key weakness. They really suck at Sun Tzu's adage to know your enemy, which can be exploited and was in the election.
I love that book. Art of War is a great book everyone should read. Since you read that, obviously, right?
No.
Really?
God.
So many good things in there.
Stargate 404 for $10 says an MSNBC host that said Florida is a fascist state. The left's takeaway is that Harris was too moderate. The left needs a Bill Clinton, but I think it'll take Vance winning in 2028 to get them there. We'll see. I mean, this is really in the early reaction days to Trump winning, so everything's still up in the air. I think we could definitely see a turnaround.
2028 is likely a full-blown return to normalcy because I think J.D. Vance is obviously going to run as a conventional politician. I think Newsom and Shapiro are going to run as conventional politicians. Like, it's going to be, everything's going to be normalized. Do you agree?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
No, I don't think anyone's going to try to follow in Trump's footsteps. I'm not sure I can see J.D. Vance coming up with cute little nicknames for everyone.
No, but so what they'll do if when Vance runs is that they'll say like, oh, he's like the evil Project 2025, like all the Trump policy stuff without the rhetoric, right? That's how they'll frame Vance running.
Right.
I'm curious to see. I don't remember what date it was. It was after the election. That book, the book that the Project 2025, the guy who's the head
it finally came out.
Yeah, the book that he wrote is supposed to come out with J.D. Vance's fucking introduction to the book.
Sitch is going to be pouring over that introduction looking for the monarchy connection.
No, I already read that. The introduction's online.
Oh, okay.
It's been online for a while.
It's not that bad?
Well, it's him saying like, this book is so awesome. Like, this is everything we need in America right now, which kind of hurts the whole Donald Trump trying to distance himself from Project 2025.
Chapter 1, Monarchy. We should return to...
I don't think it's going to say that in the book. But Boof Ski McGee, thank you so much for the $1. Lethal Strain for JR says, Adam, I sent you a video about the Olympic boxer.
I saw it.
What's in the video?
Well, I didn't watch the video. Obviously, I'm on stream, but they found that the boxer had internal testicles and a micro penis.
I had seen that. I didn't know. I didn't really do a deep dive to see how factually legitimate the claim was, but I had seen that claim being made. Wouldn't be surprised.
Wow.
The big old micro penis.
Well, supposedly Hitler had a micro penis too. I've heard
really?
That. Yeah.
Well, he didn't have internal testes because I mean he didn't look intersex.
Right. But
not
now you know why
Alferez.
he was so angry.
That's why I was so angry. Not Alferez for $10 says, actually, Sitch, the way to deal with the ring tape is to pass it on to someone else. So a more effective strategy for the left to deal with the demon girls is to pass their tapes to conservatives. Fair enough. Fair enough.
What would you do with the ring tape? Who would you give it to?
I would.
Anyone you know?
I would hire Mabakun to eliminate the spirit, to exercise the spirit.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, give it to me. I got a couple people to give it to first.
Oh, okay. Look at this guy. Alex Wright for $10 says, when 45% of union households in Pennsylvania voted for the guy that undermined the NLRB with his appointments and labor rights with his general counsel, Peter Robb, maybe you shouldn't be dying on the transsexual.
I didn't know that happened. That's
a fair point, yeah.
That sounds pretty bad.
Edward Senior for $5 says, should we offer orchidectomies to male prisoners? I mean, they want them, I guess.
What is an orchidectomy?
They have your testicles removed.
Oh, really? Oof.
Right. Is it gonna make them like chill the fuck out? Is it work like with dogs? Does it work on humans? I don't know.
If it works, sure.
If it works. All Souls Knights for $10 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, I had to clock out of my shift at the salt mines of Reddit to celebrate my mom's 70th birthday today. Well, that's good. Congratulations. As a heads up, the S class is the best class. An A-team wipes from back to front. That's terrible.
What?
Disgusting.
Untrue. Fake news. How dare you?
Obviously, 18 wipes from side to side. Okay.
Wow, that's even weirder.
Stargate 404 for $4.99. Thank you so much. Says weaponized empathy is a good term to describe what you're talking about, Adam.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh, if I'm missing any membership chaps, call them out because I don't see them currently in the window I'm looking at.
Oh, don't you worry. There's one coming up here.
Bell for $5 New Zealand says can't watch live, but looking forward to the VOD since Sitch thinks I'm donating in the 1940s Deutschmarks. SS class is the best class. Thank you for the New Zealand dollars. Bell.
The best class.
The best S class is the best class.
I guess we got Niagara Falls, another 31-month member. Wow.
Wow.
This may be my last month. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Deepak really seems like he needs my $5. Uh-oh. We're losing one. Jesus.
Oh, no. To Deepak.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And then he says S class is best class. So.
Well, thank you.
A lot of S's on there.
Angry Bell Sprout for $2 says, you seen Dems crying about your body, my choice? No. Your body, my choice? What does that mean?
I'm not sure. There was some videos going around, like there's a sex strike or something like that. I saw one video where some woman was talking about how she's so dry down there. It's like the Sahara Desert. And I was like, really? Is this like motivating for people? Like, do people really want to hear you talk about your vagina?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were supposed to make people, desire you. So the sex strike was actually working. I'm like, you're just driving people away. Okay.
No, it's the sex strike is retarded.
You're
it's like the most
undermining
retarded
the
thing I've ever
sex
heard in my
strike.
life. Yeah. It's just people that are upset and powerless about the situation. They want to feel some semblance of control.
Did you see the one of that? Oh God, it's probably the ugliest woman on the internet talking about how she was going to seduce conservative husbands away from their women. I was like, it's just insane. The level of insanity. Sometimes I wonder if people are like, I'm just going to make some crazy video and blow up and be a social media star. Like, that's the thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe it works.
I did see the tweet from, so Fuentes tweeted out, your body, my choice forever. When Trump won.
Oh,
it's so weird. Fuentes I don't know if there was ever an explanation for all this, because he was all like super anti-Trump. And then as soon as Trump won, he's like, oh, I'm super pro-Trump, MAGA all the way, baby. And I was like, what? the whiplash is like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I guess he's got to just grift on whatever, makes him money.
Yeah. Wow.
Terrible.
Doesn't I think he has money, doesn't he?
Yeah, we got to keep it going.
Right.
David Harrison for $5 says, Adam, I'm a big fan. To preface, what percentage of your time on politics do you think you spend on hating people? To be fair, most people is probably more than 50%.
Yeah, I don't think it's 50%. I mean, I do feel genuine disgust towards a lot of people, but it's mostly because I feel like either through incompetence or malice, mostly incompetence, that they're just taking advantage of people. They're basically tricking a lot of people into just hating people over politics. So, and I would only focus that at some of these commentators. Like, I don't look at the general, person on the left as a bad person, right? They want kind of the same things we all want, a safe environment, trans women to be able to compete in sports and take all the medals from all the women. I'm joking.
Right.
Even that, I think, what was it? Weaponized empathy. I think that's
weaponized empathy. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Too much empathy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Sitch, maybe you are better at answering this question. Like, how much of a hater am I towards people?
I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean on the show, or does that mean just in our entire lives? Because on the show, we probably spend a lot of time, the majority of our time, hating on people. No, not the majority of the time, but like at least 50-60% of the time we spend on hating people. Maybe 75% of the time.
They deserve it.
Which they do deserve it. But off air, I think both of us spend most of our political time not hating on people, just like reading, watching random political shit.
Yeah.
That's not like not built around like shitting on a person or something. So
I already started digging into like the tariff question because I'm like, I got to figure this out. So I went and looked at a bunch of books on tariffs. So I got a bunch of books on my Audible for tariffs. And as usual, like you can always tell from the book title, like, okay, this person's like a massive lefty. Okay, this person's like a massive righty. So
right.
You kind of have to, it's tough because there's like, generally most people have something valuable to say, but a lot of times they cloud it up with a bunch of bullshit. So you're like, okay, I can't really say this is like a good idea, but I can't really promote this idea because there's so much insane shit in this book that's just crazy. So, but I want to better understand the tariff situation. Like a lot of people point to how we didn't have at one time an income tax, and most of the government was paid for by tariffs, but that was when we were on the gold standard. They were paying in gold. They weren't paying in like paper coupons.
Right.
Yeah.
Inflation
I just think of
wasn't really the
fiat.
concern. Yeah.
I think of fiat, but fiat money is best conceptualized as an IOU. Okay. How can you run a government off of people giving us our IOUs? Like, what?
Right. Right.
IOU to build a battleship. Here's your IOU. Well, I need the fucking battleship. I don't need the IOU.
Did you watch the Mark Blythe video where he talks to the guy about why food prices are high?
I think I'm not sure I did. I think I started watching it, but then I watched something else. So,
and the guy wrote a book too. You might be interested in.
Yeah, I got to go back to that. What was who was the guy?
I don't know. I'll try to find it again. It's our DM somewhere.
I'm gonna bring it up right now. I love Mark Blythe. His book is amazing. His book on, everyone should read his book on, what do the Republicans always call it when they want to cut all government spending?
Austerity measures?
Austerity, yeah. Austerity, the dangerous idea. He makes a super compelling argument that austerity is what caused the Holocaust. So.
The Holocaust?
Yeah. World War II, all that shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
You haven't read that book?
I did. I read Angronomics. Or I listened to Angronomics.
Austerity, the dangerous idea is a good one.
Oh, he has a new book coming out next year. Off Inflation, a guide for users and losers. Interesting. Check that out. Yeah, Mark Blythe's great. Ostracy for $5 says, gotta be pro repeal the 19th. Find the woman who support it and call dibs on their vote. I already got one extra vote. Wow, look at that.
Why would you want to repeal the 19th if you're getting an extra vote? Jeez, sounds like you're already using custodial voting, Ostracy.
Right. WTF1A1A for Jar says, use the YouTube Revanced program and save money. I don't know what that is. Oh, look, Rob Noor, the actor Rob Noor. Hey, thanks so much for the $5, Rob. Rob says, we have disagreements, but always enjoy both your takes. Democrats would be smart to listen to you. Looking forward to golden age under Trump. Well, there it is.
We should have Rob on again. I think he wants to talk to us about whatever, so.
Sure. Sketch for $5 says, don't worry, the 19th will never be repealed. All the women who would support repealing it won't show up the vote out of a principle anyways. There it is.
Good.
I like it. Potentially criminal. Oh, hey, Sean. It's potentially criminal Sean. I've talked to him before.
Look at this.
For $5,
All the
thank you.
content creators.
There's 10 amendments 10 Commandments. Coincidence? Hope you guys are doing good. Where will you store all this excessive salt? In the minds and hearts of all of you guys watching. Okay.
I found it.
Nice.
Found the thing.
Right.
Why we ran out of everything during the pandemic. That's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says, help Sitch. I've taken an interest in Magic the Gathering, and I think I'm all in on Bloomborough. How can I keep my wallet safe?
Ooh, you can't.
You can't. Yes, that's a danger.
That's an
I'm gonna be.
expensive hobby.
I haven't played Magic. I haven't played / bought Magic cards in a while. It comes in waves. I'm off the wave train right now. What is this Bloomborough thing? This is weird. It's like Magic, but like Disney animal furries. I don't know how I feel about this. Like Jace is a little fox guy. Huh. Listen, you do you, okay? Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Nigel Huntley for 10 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says, OMG, Gus. We live in a Pokemon. Oh, maybe you meant guys. OMG, guys. We live in a Pokemon simulation. The Democrats simply don't have enough badges to train the electorate. Trump simply went away and got more badges. Pokemon trainers are autocratic fascists.
Ouch.
I like it. That's true. JB for $5 says, whenever I hear, quote, the Biden economy was a good economy, I always think about anyone who says I am a king is not a true king. Ah. I like that. That's a good point. And a good Game of Thrones reference. Ace for $5 says, guys, what is the chance that Destiny will wake up and acknowledge his behavior is making the Democrats lose and him being a centrist again is the way to win?
0%.
I haven't watched any of his content post the election, so I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm totally out of it. I don't know what's going on with Destiny post election. So
I watch so little Destiny content now.
yeah, me too. Well, is there? I mean, what happened? What happened, chat? Post election, is he like chilled off? Is he chilled off? Is he heated up? I have no clue. M8566 for $5 says, when are the Democrats going to divorce themselves from all these race grifters?
Hopefully soon, right?
Hopefully soon.
At least there should be in trial separation territory now, right? Now that they lost the election.
I think we should start grifting other people.
Oh, yeah. Look, I see what you did there. That was good.
When
Azrael
Trump's on
for
the
$2
ballot,
says Latinos left the Dems once they called those.
I don't know what you're getting at. He's captured something. I mean,
there's something about the Trump movement.
Secretly,
did you close? You must have closed the. You must have closed the window.
I did.
The watch together window.
I did.
Bring it up. Open it up. What are you doing? We're running a show here. How dare you?
I had to close it for the memory leaks.
Bring it back.
Okay, let me go.
Bring it back.
I'm gonna go. I'm going back. Back to the past, Samurai Jack. Watch it. Okay. Oh, someone got the clip of Pisco getting all that.
Aren't we underestimating Trump? He's captured something, hasn't he? He's the different. You know, in 2022, people were feeling worse kind of cost of living crisis than they are right now, in terms of the objective measurement. But when Trump's on the ballot, something changes.
I don't know what you're getting at. He's captured something. I mean,
there's something about the Trump movement, the person of Trump, that
it gives Destiny TDS. That's what it is. You're so close, Pisco. Just tell him. He's sitting right there.
Oh no!
Tell it to his face. Tell him. There's something about you, Steve, that changes when Trump is on the ballot. You're a fucking unhinged.
I think a lot of left-wing and Democrats have sort of underestimated, and
I don't think you can underestimate it. It's just how do you combat it? I don't know what you're getting at. If you're getting at there's some secret genius like way to appeal to the common voter, because I would agree with you, but the secret is like shameless ability to lie with impunity, to never live in a fact-based world, and then to take zero accountability for any issues you cause, and to take credit for every single thing anybody does, even if it's not you.
Oh man. Oh man. Zero ability to live in a
whatever works,
fact-based
right?
world.
Whatever works.
I guess immigration just isn't a problem. I guess crime isn't a problem. Trans women in sports isn't a problem. I get this. That's the way they look at it. They're like, all the issues that you care about, just completely non-fact based.
Is that an indictment of the electorate?
Yeah, of course. But I mean, like, the electorate is the electorate. They're who vote for you. So at the end of the day, you have to be able to appeal to them in order to win elections. So, yeah.
Oof. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching in the Democratic Party and among the elite. But shouldn't we? I mean, I for one think that there should be serious conversations about leadership. I mean, if the Democratic Party are going to pretend to be this, all about democracy people and the individuals who are trying to be a bulwark against some fascists, and they're failing at their job, don't we need to see some heads roll and some people be fired? Some people.
That would be nice. I'm sure none of that will probably happen. It'll just be more business as usual. It's like, it's.
Oh my God. Anyway, we don't have to watch this. We can watch it later. Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird that he's talking about, shouldn't some heads roll? Like, didn't we get this completely wrong? Yes, Pisco, your head should roll. You're the one that got it fucking wrong. Look,
Yeah,
you're
it's
sitting
like,
right next to a guy who's like the biggest, like, left-wing person on the internet. Maybe his head should roll, right? Maybe he fucking got it wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Destiny can follow. I don't know if he's talked about it, because wasn't he on the position that they shouldn't replace Biden?
Who knows? Who fucking
So that he
knows?
could kind of exist in the shadows of the unknown, right?
Who
Unknown
fucking knows?
futures.
Look, all of our arguments, look, you clearly articulated it. You said, when Kamala Harris makes this completely unhinged statement and then just sits on her hands and doesn't say anything to combat it, it kind of makes you think, what kind of person makes this statement? Do you really want them finding an answer for inflation? They're like insane, right?
Right.
Well, Destiny's done exactly the same thing. He said tons of completely insane shit. And we're supposed to go, oh yeah, this is a guy who's a good Democratic strategist here. What? What?
Yeah, I
No.
don't think it's weird, because like, obviously woke scolding isn't the answer. for the
Oh, you
to get-
think?
to get votes, right?
And
And
I was called a snowflake because I couldn't take a punch. Oh my
Right.
God.
but
You're a
then
snowflake, Adam. Woke scolding is great. Well,
But
I mean,
then
it's fun.
right, but then the sort of obviously it's not really woke scolding. Like the January 6th scolding, like I don't know, the democracy scolding, like that obviously didn't work either.
Of course.
To get a coalition of voters, or enough voters to get the election. So
I'm just morally inferior because I don't woke scold enough.
right. Secret Gray for $10 says 40 minutes behind but enjoying the copium. I think Adam doesn't take custodial voting far enough. Pregnant women should get 2 votes if they promise not to abort. 18 reigns supreme and S-class passed gas. There you go.
Well, no, look, I'm down with that. Like, if it's an incentive for them to keep their baby, sure, why not?
Wow.
Sitch is just Sitch, you gotta free your mind.
Okay.
You do. When I read Dictator's Handbook, I mean, I believed it. So much stuff in there. You just, I guess, didn't really affect you.
No.
Yeah.
It just taught me how to be a dictator. M8566 for $5 says, yeah, it's nice to see Hispanics welcomed into the white supremacy umbrella alongside whites and Asians. Yeah.
Welcome to the party, boys.
Madney85 for $5 says, if the left continues to prioritize identity, then as a straight white working class man in his late 30s, what incentives do I have to vote Democrat? That's the problem. That is the problem. That's why they need to expunge the toxic far left progressive identity politics from the movement, because then there isn't any.
That's just going to be so difficult because it's like they've been fighting with this one weapon for decades now. And it's
It hasn't
like,
been decades. It's been like 8 years.
Okay. Almost a decade.
Right.
For years now.
Okay.
I mean, other people would say that the race grifters have been around since the 60s, but
No, the race grifters have been around since the 60s, but
okay,
the
well, they're
Democrat
the people.
Party hasn't
Right.
been completely what's the word? Subservient to them.
We don't need to argue over how long it's been around. This is their go-to weapon, right?
Yes.
They don't know. They're like, what? You want to take my go-to weapon away from me? How am I going to engage politically if I can't call everyone around a racist?
Right. Well,
how am I going to win elections?
The race grifters will never give it up because they make their entire persona and money-making abilities is based around race grifting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's absolutely nothing. They're defenseless without it. So I don't know how they're going to, like, the idea that they're going to give up, they're going to turn over a new leaf and be like, oh my God, yeah, let's talk about issues.
Well, no one's talking about the race grifters, but the question is, will the politicians who have been subservient to the race grifters or listening to the race grifters, will they give it up because they need to win elections? Because as James Carville said, when you're in politics, all that matters is whether you win. Everything else comes secondary.
I mean, you have to go politician by politician, right?
Of course.
Like, I don't think AOC stands a chance in hell of giving it up because that's like her go-to move, right?
Well, and also because of the district that she's in. So
yeah,
right.
They want to hear it. They want to hear Republicans are racist. That's their whole ethos.
Right.
Not the Republicans that they're married to, but other Republican.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $10 says Republicans increase their Latin support by focusing on the issues they care about, such as increasing prices of bread and circuses, land reform, conquest of Gaul, and the Carthaginian question. Very true. Very true.
I always wondered about that Carthaginian.
I don't know
question.
how much the Latins care. Get it? The Latins.
Mm-hmm.
Devs Walls is very, very quick on the puns. I appreciate
Historically,
it.
yeah.
Yes. The Luigi Brother 77 for €2 says Naruto is greater than Dragon Ball. Oh.
You just stabbed Sitch in the heart.
Disgusting.
That was
Blasphemy.
the best €2 ever spent.
Oh my God. I remember when I don't remember how old I was. Like maybe it was like middle school or early high school when Naruto came on the air, and I'm like, oh, this looks cool, like ninjas and shit. And I watched like the first 10 episodes. I'm like, this is boring. This is trash.
I love Sitch. She's like, I watched 10 episodes.
Right. Well,
Like,
it's listen, there's like it's like 100+ episodes of anime. Okay, 10 is like baby steps.
But who watches through 10 boring episodes? I like give up halfway through the first episode if it's boring.
I was listening. You don't understand. Back in those days, okay, nowadays you have Crunchyroll, you have Netflix. There's like, and you're like overloaded with anime. There's so much anime available to you that you can just never finish it. But back in those days, there was like 3 or 4 anime on television, period. And Naruto was one of them. So I was going to give it a fucking shot. I was going to try. I was going to try to like it, damn it.
You tried.
I think Sammy's going to try to make me read it or watch it at some point.
Oh, wow. She likes it.
She does. God's Joke for $5 says, Sitch, she is just pronouncing Latino in the Spanish pronunciation. I sometimes switch between English and Spanish when saying PR's names. Well, it seems weird, like someone's talking and it's like total English pronunciation, and then they just say the one word Latino. Like just like add that like accent, the emphasis. I think it's weird. And I see people do it with just Latino. Well, if someone is saying something in Spanish, then it's like, oh, okay, they're saying something in Spanish. But is the word Latino, is that like, I mean, is that even like a Spanish word? Or is that an English word?
Latino? It's an English word.
Is it? I don't know. It seems weird to me.
I have no idea.
It seems weird to me.
Latina. Latino.
Voodoo for $5 says, as long as all this blame's going around, I want to blame the NFL for not letting Trump buy the Buffalo Bills in 2014. That's obviously the big problem.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Live Deswald specifically for $5 says, the more Adam talks about limbo rings, the more I suspect he has a jar somewhere.
True.
True.
Oh, I mean, what?
Watch out for Krapika. That's right. You stole the Scarlet Eyes, and now you're going to get shamed. Jared for $5 says, are you going to watch the Michael Cohen video?
What's a Michael Cohen video?
I don't know. What is the
Maybe.
Michael Cohen video? Michael Cohen backtracks plan to flee U.S. following Trump victory.
Oh, shit. That's hilarious. Why do
Donald
people do that?
Donald
So
Trump's
weird.
ex-lawyer Michael Cohen trolled as TikTok turkey filter hijacks live stream. Oh my god.
Oh, I did see that.
That's funny.
How are they doing that?
Somebody how's that even possible? Someone hacked the live stream and put like a filter on?
Yeah,
Okay. That's pretty funny.
it is hilarious.
Someone was like, click this link if you want Donald Trump to be president. He's like, oh gee, definitely not a phishing link. Oh, what? I don't have control over my Insta filters. Oh no.
Why would he click that?
Right. BW85 for $5 says doing accents is not racist. Not racist. Accent has nothing to do with race, just your first language. White kid raised in China will speak English with an accent. That is true.
True, yeah. Joey Not Nice, a member for 31 months, says, sup, boys?
Hey, what's up? And Joey Not Nice for $20. Thank you, Joey. Says, I try hard not to listen to the stolen election stuff, but Trump currently has the same number of votes as the last election, and this time it was a blowout for him. Like, what do I do with that? Well, but that actually, since population increases and usually turnout increases, unless there's like a very specific reason for a big turnout, like there was for Obama's first one, and then there was a drop off. In normal seasons, you just see it kind of keep going up and up and up. And so the fact that Trump's turnout so far seems to be almost exactly the same as it was before, that actually should show a somewhat of a decline. So that means he couldn't pull any of the new voters, or he pulled new voters to replace not enough new voters, or to increase with the population increase. So that's how you should
I have an answer. I have an answer too. Cheating.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Adam.
Lives in Deswall specifically, member for 18 months, says, now that the comic is finished, the new question is whether Dev will finish a trucker video before Arizona finishes counting. Well, guess what? I think Arizona already finished counting, didn't they?
I don't think fucking California's still counting.
Well, they called it because I used in the video the actual finish.
Arizona's
totals.
at what's called, but Arizona's at 92%. So I guess they still got 8% coming.
Dev, you have time. Get working.
Currently, it's Harris has 71.2 million, and Trump has 74.8, according to the current count. So you need 8% from Arizona, you need 14% from Utah, 4% from Nevada, you need 28% from California, 13% from Oregon, 9% from Washington. And I think that's it. Has everyone else got it? 3% from New York, 6% from New Jersey, and 2% from Maine. Get with the program. Jesus. Terrible.
Skinnerian, for a member for 31 months, says, How to Kill a Franchise is still not on YouTube Music, and I will continue to pester you about this. Well, I screenshotted your super and put it in my DMs with Sitch, so I'll remember to take a look at that tomorrow. I think I have to click something in the account to make sure that like it's podcast enabled or whatever, so I'll take a look at that. You have to read Phil's though. Philip
Heisler is based at.
And we'll send this to you.
Well, you've got it on your computer now.
Yeah.
And if you need any
here. Did you do that? Why'd you do that for?
Do what? What happened?
Turn on the watch together.
Oh no, the tab refreshed, so I guess it auto.
Okay, I silenced them.
Okay. Fast and Bulbous for $20. Thanks so much. Says, if God is real and a good God, why were there only 2 Ace Ventura movies made? Why were we robbed of the greatest theoretical comedy duo in Chris Farley and Will Ferrell? Bonus meme, Tim Walz is Farley in Black Sheep. So I guess the real question is, if God is real and good, why were there even 2 Ace Ventura movies? Why were we as Americans subjected to, or the world subjected to, the blight that was Ace Ventura?
You didn't like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective?
Jesus Christ.
Wow, Sitch.
I haven't watched the
It's
fucking...
true, you are an elitist.
I liked it when I was a child. I was like, oh. But
okay.
when
So
I was
everyone
like
who likes Ace Ventura is a child now.
Yes. Yes. And then
So
one day I
mean.
saw it when I was older and I was like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Well,
so
to be fair,
weird.
listen, to be fair, the second one is significantly worse than the first one.
Is it?
Yeah. But I remember...
think the takeaway is you can't trust trans people, right? That's the takeaway of that movie.
That is true. That was the takeaway of Ace Ventura, yeah. Inkle is fine. What was it? The guy's name? Inkle is Feinhorn? Feinhorn is Inkle? I don't know, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I even remember there was a fucking cartoon that was like really bad. That was on.
Wowzers.
That I watched, unfortunately. So there's a scene in Ace Ventura in the beginning of the movie. I don't know if you remember this, where he like finds some woman's dog or something and she doesn't have any money. So she gives him a blowjob as payment. Do you remember this?
She blows him?
Yes.
To pay for the finding the dog?
Yes. And I remember as a kid, I'm watching this movie with my parents and I was like really
What's
young.
happening?
I say, what's happening? What's he doing?
And what did your parents say?
My mom said like, oh, she's tying his shoe.
No way. No way.
And I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. But I was like, okay, whatever. I had no concept.
A free shoe tie.
Yes. He's like, he's tying his shoe. I was like, what? All right.
Oh my
I don't
God.
get what's happening. But I just shrugged and it just went right over my head.
That's
So,
amazing. She was quick on the draw. She's like, yeah, son.
right. She was
She's helping him with his shoes.
like, I understood
Watch
in the
the
scene.
movie.
I understood in the scene where like where he like fucks the main woman. I don't remember who the actress was, and like all the animals are watching him. I understood like that was sex. but
Is
I
that
didn't
the
get...
trans woman?
No, he has sex with the... I don't remember who was the woman in Ace Ventura. There's like the main lady in the movie.
Does he have sex with a trans woman?
He does not. He kisses her and then he
Oh, okay.
bleaches his mouth afterwards. But
Oh, right. Jim
Beyond.
Carrey. How come they haven't tried to cancel Jim Carrey? Oh, because he's like a giant lefty.
that was Courtney Cox. I totally forgot that she was in that movie.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
The Friends girl.
The Friends girl, yeah.
Memories.
Yep. Okay. Anyway. Rico Zoro for $5 says, love the conflation of immigration with illegal immigration. No wonder they fail to understand the normie voter.
True. But
Captain
that's because
Solo-
they can't step away from the racist stick.
Captain Solo 24 for $2 says, that was her husband. Michael for $5 says, I don't have anything to add to the conversation. Just want to say that's criminal. You guys don't have double the subs. Thanks for the great content. Well, thank you, Michael.
Yeah,
is criminal.
thanks.
Everyone should be thrown in jail.
Yeah. Hopefully Trump will get on that. Arrest some of these people who aren't subscribing to our channel.
True. Lethal Shane for Joy says, have you not seen Trump's videos the last 2 days?
I have, yeah. I've seen those.
I've seen some of them. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Him talking about the executive orders.
Mm-hmm.
What are your take on those?
I think it came from Trump, and I think it's evil and bad.
No, come on. He had some good executive orders.
No, they're all evil and bad.
We'll listen to him on Tuesday.
Okay.
We'll...
Liz and Deswell specifically for $2 says opportunism is better than optimism, which is better than pessimism.
Opportunism.
Yeah. Asterion Moloch for $5 says it's genuinely insane the mental gymnastics they pull to intentionally not get it.
Yeah. Well, their whole worldview is at stake, so we're in tough territory.
Photo Provider says, sent Sitch a good breakdown on the CNN clip about using the words boys by Coleman Hughes. Does a good job explaining how academia isolates itself.
That is true. And Coleman Hughes tweeted out that he knows the lingo so he can get around these traps. We do too. We constantly say that. You got to say biological males. Oh, you're in big trouble now, buddy. You said boys. How dare you? But it is just language games to get you in trouble, which I think a lot of people like Trump because he's like, I'm not going to play your language games. They're like, hell yeah, I wish I didn't have to play these language games.
Right. So Coleman Hughes says in response to that clip where the guy was like, they got all triggered about saying boys playing girl sports. I would have said, quote, biological males instead of, quote, boys, but I'm an Ivy League elite who knows all the progressive tripwires by heart, which is the real point. Elites have 1,000 tripwire words and phrases that needlessly alienate everybody else. Instead of demanding that everyone speak in your novel dialect, why not assume good faith?
Yeah, exactly right. Since you're targeting me.
Right. I got to find
so
that
good.
That full episode.
It's so true. He was targeting him. Nobody's targeting you. Well, yes, he is targeting me.
Well, it sounds like there was a fight right before that too, doesn't it? Like the way that they're interacting with each other. Like they're already on it. They're already on edge.
Right.
I want to see that fight.
We got the white savior over here.
There you go.
Martini Cordy is a member for 11 months. Welcome to Free Will Seekers. Says, everybody relax. S-class, I think greater than A-team.
Nice.
Unfortunate.
And true. Lives and does Wall Street for $5 says, will state issue girlfriends also be produced by Skillcraft? I might just go on the free market for this one. Yeah. Christian Baller for $5 says, screw the shopping cart test. Do you bag your groceries for the cashier if there isn't a bagger there? That's the real litmus test for a moral citizen. Is it? I feel like that's the litmus test for if you want to stand there for an extra 5 to 10 minutes or not.
Yeah. I obviously bag my own groceries if there's no bagger there. So I think everyone does just to save time. I mean, if you go screaming, where's the manager? You're going to be there all fucking night, right?
Right. Well, nowadays they have the self-checkout, which is great. So you do everything yourself. Take jobs away from people, right?
Fair and Practical Progress is a member for 5 months.
Thank you.
Welcome. Says, very impressed with Sitch and Adams' research of the current breadth of the reactions, including the TYT debate. Thank you for not simply salt mining. So
you're welcome.
Look, it's appreciative. Sitch had to throw some good clips in there. So
right. Fondue for $5 says, this lady's loud breathing after every sentence is triggering.
Yeah.
Nice. Eagle Shit Ox for $2 says, quote, we finally beat Kamala Biden on November 5th, 2024.
Right.
Yep. Leslie Does Wall Street for $5 says, quote, black people are working class. I'm wondering what her position was when Trump mentioned black jobs being threatened by immigration.
How dare you? What do you mean by black jobs?
Right.
The low wage jobs?
Lives and Does Wall Street for $2 says, it makes sense Trump would run for the Whig Party.
That's his real hair. He insists that you know that.
I think what is, but it's like a crazy comb over.
Yeah.
Right?
He's talked about it.
Yeah. It's very weird.
He's got the weave and the weave over the
right high level comb over game. Rico Zorro for $5 says, rumor has it that Sitch wooed Sammy singing his karaoke version of Sunglasses at Night because you got it made with the guy in the shadows. Is this true?
Wow.
That is not true. So you guys don't know this. So Sammy knows a lot about anime, but she doesn't know like anything about movies or music that were made before like the year 2000. That's just a void for her. So she doesn't know the song Sunglasses. It actually came up recently in a conversation I had. She didn't know that that song even was. Because I don't remember why we were talking about the there's the Miley Cyrus song that they accuse her of stealing the music of Sunglasses at Night.
Was that Corey Hart? The Sunglasses at Night song.
Yes, that is Corey Hart. I'll listen. Remind me later. I'll tell you in another day how I wooed Sammy. Okay, it's quite the tale.
We
right?
want
It's gonna
look.
really show you the insight into the female mind. Okay,
Let's do that on Wednesday. That'd be
maybe
good.
we'll do that on Wednesday.
Good Wednesday show.
Streaking, keep stringing you guys along in that one. Sodoge for $5 says, I don't know if I can trust the Sitch and Adams show anymore. They've obviously become so audience captured that they date the audience. Shaking my head. Can't trust anyone.
Not only that, she's like a full-on Trump supporter too.
I know.
That's
I know.
crazy. Talk about audience capture. Jeez.
Hey, I still want to vote for Trump.
Right. Well, look, I think with the parental situation, I'm sure Sammy can understand.
What?
Oh, can you imagine the betrayal?
I wouldn't tell my parents if I voted for Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't tell
See,
them.
look, you know, you know.
No.
They'd be like, "What happened? We raised you better than this."
Listen, if Sammy voted for Harris, I don't think she could tell her parents either.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
I'd freak. I'd flip out. So.
Oh, it's so weird. I want to go back to normal politics where it's like your parents don't think you're a fascist enabler because you voted for the other party.
Right.
Yeah. It's just so weird. We're in such a weird fucking place. But look, this is one of the good things. This is why I like the generations theory stuff, because after this nightmare, there's gonna be some sort of cultural consensus that evolves out of this, and we can go back to just being normal people for at least 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait. Then I can rub it in Sitch's face. Look, there's no culture war. We have to talk about movies again.
Oh.
Because it was right.
Mm-hmm.
It's correct. Look,
Okay.
I'm always correct. I'm always right.
Except when you're
not. Can't think of any examples, but PC for $2. Sitch, just borrow Sammy's camera. Look at this. He's got an idea. What's going on here?
There you go.
Didn't Sammy have a camera?
She did have a camera, yeah.
What happened there?
What do you mean? She was using it.
Oh, okay. It was a very narrow camera.
Yes. Very narrow. I definitely couldn't fit on frame with her. I'm a respecter of the Wyman. I respect their space. So, you need like a 10-foot buffer at all times.
You don't want to
lives in
get accused
Deswalls.
of grabbing anyone by the pussy. That's for sure.
Exactly. Lives in Deswalls specifically for $2 says, Adam, stop imitating Bushnell. It's bad for your skin.
Oh, I had my fire filter
You had the
on.
fire filter on? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was fun.
Lethal Strain for George says, Newsom is Pelosi's nephew.
Yeah, I knew it. Look at that.
Wait, is that true? That's not true.
Yeah. So all those videos are true.
Wait a minute.
All those incest videos.
The Wincest is true? Oh God. Are
That's
Gavin
funny.
Newsom and Nancy Pelosi related? How did I never heard about this before?
You know she was set. Look, you know she put her money on her nephew.
Oh, wait a minute. It says Governor Gavin Newsom's aunt was once married to Nancy Pelosi's brother-in-law.
Oh, so it's by marriage.
Well, but it's by marriage on... Oh, no, it's by marriage on her side. Him is his actual aunt. But then they got divorced in 1977. Oh, okay. That's like...
But that means they could still bang.
Well, yeah, they're not actually related. So
Yeah. That was my accusation.
right.
That Newsom was wooing Nancy Pelosi so that he could get close to that nomination.
Right. Listen, he saw that picture from 1977 when he just couldn't get out of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a good picture of Pelosi?
I don't think so.
I don't know if I've ever seen Pelosi.
I don't know. I mean, it was funny. We were looking up. So me and Sammy were having this conversation before the stream about who is the ugliest president in our lifetime,
Mm-hmm.
and
Holy shit! You search
What- yeah.
Nancy.
Yeah.
You search Nancy Pelosi young, and they're all black and white.
Oh God,
What does that tell you?
that tells you something, right? But and then we were kind of talking about who would be the ugliest president since. So my lifetime would be since Clinton,
Mm-hmm.
and we're talking about, and they kind of went into this subject of like, how come we haven't seen a lot of male presidents with facial hair like ever?
Mm-hmm.
And she looked up pictures of Joe Biden with facial hair, and there's like a lot of these photoshops of like what Joe Biden would look like now with facial hair. And she's like, "Oh my God, he looks so much better. I'd actually vote for him if he had a beard."
No way. That's what Lincoln did. Lincoln totally rebranded. It
He
was
did,
like he went for the beard and top hat thing.
She showed me a picture, and I was like, "Oh wow, he would have looked a lot better with a beard." It's true. So
So crazy.
it's kind of weird because you say, "Yeah, if he could grow, I don't know, maybe he can't. I don't can grow in a beard, like, but if he could, it would make sense. You should do it." I just turned on YouTube to see if I get the YouTube Studio, and like the recommended video right in the front is an Asmongold clip, and it's a screenshot of Destiny yelling, and the title of it is "Asmongold is a fucking retard."
Is it Destiny? That's like a Destiny clip?
Apparently Destiny calling Asmongold a fucking retard.
Wow.
Okay. Oh wait, shit. I lost the window, everybody. Read the next super chat, Adam.
Well, I can do that. Drew the Dogman for $2. Sammy G knows that Trump will incite an erection.
That's terrible.
Is that for you?
Ew, definitely not.
Is that what he's trying to?
That's disgusting.
Well, no, Trump is trying to incite an erection in you
Ew.
that Sammy G can take advantage of. So
Oh, okay. I don't think
That's
Trump's
what Drew
gonna
the
incite
Dogman
any
means.
erection in me.
Ace for $5. Guys,
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, right.
You go.
Guys, I think Destiny hates you too because he thought he treated you guys well and that you backstabbed him.
Really?
Weird.
Look, it's so weird because all he's ever done is like talk shit, and he casts that as like free clout or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Like my perception of it is we had that one conversation, which I kind of walked into. I think we both walked into is just like, oh, we're just gonna be talking, and then we walked into
we
it like
didn't.
debates mode, and it was like this really, I felt very bad faith conversation from Destiny's side, and he was talking, and also who was on
Destiny? Look, Destiny was not that bad in that conversation. It was really pandering politics.
Oh, was it
that wanted
pandering?
to frame everything as like we were dishonest pieces of shit.
Right, and then
Which, look, I don't give a if that's what you want to think, fine, but
right. Well, I could be combining both of them into one thing in my mind. But the thought from that conversation was that there was like a bunch of people because of that conversation in Destiny's audience that became obsessed with dishonestly clipping us and posting it on Destiny's subreddit and just like
Right.
trying to cultivate his audience against us. So
yes.
and then
yeah.
obviously you had Pisco and all the other orbiters running to Destiny to tattle on us.
Yeah, which was kind of a funny thing. You
Which was
know,
funny,
maybe I don't know that Destiny's really talked a lot of shit about us other than I guess the misunderstanding of the names. I guess there have been little things here and there. So
So
I don't know, whatever. I do think, and I said this, that he doesn't like he thinks we're out to get him, and I don't necessarily know how to like dial that back. Like we would constantly bring up the Nick Fuentes stuff, and he would think that those were like attacks on him.
You don't constantly bring it up. I brought it up like once, and he flipped out.
Well, I brought it up in the live stream. That live stream that fell apart, I brought up the Nick Fuentes stuff in that. Yeah.
I don't remember.
So, look, I would always bring up Nick Fuentes in the context of, dude, you give Nick Fuentes more good faith than you do us, which is like ridiculous to me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right.
He's like an avowed white nationalist. Neither Sitch nor I have ever done like anything crazy or insane. And like, we're like total normies, basically. What's the big deal? Why are you coming at us like we're like king of trying to deceive people and shit? Like, what is all the fucking paranoia with us?
He got so burned on that one, on the Fuentes thing.
Yeah, totally.
That was all like, oh, let me argue with Fuentes, but then also argue with people about whether he's a Nazi. And then it was like, and it's funny because Fuentes was maybe trying to do some kind of rebranding arc or something. And then it was like, oh, he jumped on the Kanye train. Kanye saying he loves Hitler. Like that all went right out the window, like instantly. It totally blew up in Destiny's face. So you can see why he's not happy about the end result of that.
Look, Mr. Girl, who I fucking totally hate, he went on a tirade about Destiny hanging out and talking to Nick Fuentes, but I always thought Destiny did a good job of pushing back on Nick Fuentes. So neither one of us even gave him a hard time for talking to Nick Fuentes.
I think we actually covered that conversation, and we both defended Destiny in that conversation.
Yes, totally. So anytime I bring up, and this is like a complete miscommunication, because every time I bring up Nick Fuentes, like he thinks Destiny thinks I'm bringing up Nick Fuentes in like a Mr. Girl way, that I want to attack him to say, look, you shouldn't have platformed Nick Fuentes, when I don't give a fuck about Destiny platforming Nick Fuentes. I thought like he actually did a good job of exposing Nick Fuentes. And the only reason I'm bringing Nick Fuentes up, and this is the miscommunication here, is to say, dude, what the fuck? Why are you giving him so much good faith? And you're treating us like we're freaking Nazis.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? Pull your head out, dude.
Right.
We're just we're just fucking normies, for heaven's sakes. Like that like to talk about politics, okay? And we're not going to lose our minds because one candidate wins the election or the other. That's you. And I actually think all this crazy partisanship where people are fucking losing their minds and crying, oh my God, like pandering politics is probably knocked 5 years off his life in the last 5 days. How's that healthy?
Right.
Who's that helping, right?
Well, I remember with that conversation, going back to the Aces super chat about feeling backstabbed. I mean, I felt wronged. I don't know. Backstab is the word, because
Sitch
like
got thrown under the bus,
right? Because in that we'd been doing. I mean, we've done a lot of positive coverage of Destiny, and then not only do I think that conversation, because I don't remember exactly, what Destiny said versus what Pondering said in the conversation, but not only that conversation spawned off into like all the Destiny, or not all but like a good chunk of the Destiny subreddit just constantly clipping
They're
us very
still
dishonestly
talking about this. It's been a
attacking about
fucking
us.
year and a half.
I know. It's still going on, right? But then I felt like really like pissed off because in the conversation, I made some claim, and then Destiny challenged me on the claim, and then I said, oh, okay, well, I was wrong about this. I acknowledge that. And then Destiny's editor put that like right at the beginning of the video to make me look like a fucking piece of shit for acknowledging that I was wrong in the conversation. And I was like, well, that just basically is what incentivizes people in these internet conversations to never admit that they're wrong, because the other person is not going to just accept it and be like, oh, well, that's good. You I'm glad that, you admitted that you were wrong about something. They're just going to use it to dunk on you, which is what
destroy
Destiny's
your
editor did.
reputation.
Right.
To
Which is what Destiny's
destroy your
editor did
reputation. Yeah.
in that video. So I was like, what the fuck? But then that was also the conversation where Destiny had that pretty crazy clip about the whole, I asked him that question about the whole,
If Trump,
the Civil War thing. Yeah. The Civil War question. So anyway, it's all old news. It's like a year ago.
I don't care. And it's funny to me that there is this kind of miscommunication, but I don't think we're ever going to get past this miscommunication, because just Destiny, it constantly has it in his head that we're out to get it. Look, even like Gay says in the super chat, he thinks we backstabbed him, which like, what the fuck? When did we backstab him?
Right.
And first of all, we're like a tiny channel by comparison to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has 10 times the audience of us. What the fuck is the mortal wound that we've done to Destiny?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
SB Elite for $5 says, was going to super chat before the election to say everything feels like it shifted rightward culturally, so it would have been weird to see Kamala win, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's why I said I felt like my gut was telling me Trump was going to win. So,
well, and everybody, I thought the ground game, like the Democrats are always talking about their ground game, but I did finally hear someone talking about they did have kind of a secret ground game going, which it is smarter just to keep it to yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Trump, their goal was to identify people who have kind of a conservative profile. And there's so much data out there through social media and stuff like that. This has to be completely easy to do. And then to contact the people who've never voted before and just kind of say, why haven't you voted? Maybe you should vote for Trump, which that's a good tactic. How is that not?
Mm-hmm.
So they brought in a bunch of people who never voted before, first-time voters in Pennsylvania, and basically got Trump the state.
Zoke for $5 says, does being Mexican and being around Starr County that flipped red make me a double traitor to the Democrats? Yes, it does. SB Elite for $5 says, also inject in all the leftoid cope directly into my veins. Yes, very cathartic. Seems like they're demoralized at the moment, to be honest, too. Oh, of course. Of course they are.
Yeah, Trump is their ultimate nightmare.
Right.
But they just believe their own hype.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, cope doesn't explain serial killer fan letters. Ooh, it's a good point. It's a good point. Insensitive for $5 says, now that Republicans have taken power, it's time to start talking about adding 7 new 30-year-olds to the Supreme Court for the next 4 years.
Oh, God. Wow.
Terrible.
Is that even, I don't know, is anyone on the verge of death or retirement?
I know there's some rumor about Thomas and I forget some other person wanting to jump off.
Can you imagine if they are like, oh, you guys want to pack the court? That's a good idea.
Oh, God.
They fucking pack the court with conservatives.
Equal for $5 says, rich men north of Richmond really is the anthem of a neglected majority of America. It crystallized the sentiment that rocks Trump back to office.
It's true. Yeah.
That's true.
They do feel neglected. J-Mac, our surrogate father for 31 months outside the simulation. So base.
Thank you.
31 monthers. Rise up.
Wow.
Current research shows there's a correlation to excessive free will and sex appeal. Wow.
True.
Become a member today.
True.
Look at this. Did you guys know that it will make you sexy?
That is true.
Irresistible to the opposite sex.
Or the same sex, if that's what you
Look
want.
at that. Isn't free will kind of an aphrodisiac? It really is.
It is.
Yeah.
Damus for $5 says, the Bloomburrow Magic the Gathering animal set, I believe, is based off of the Red Wall Abbey books by Brian Jacques.
Fascinating.
Oh, you are correct. That makes sense. I've never read the Red Wall series, but interesting. Fondue for $5 says advice on Magic the Gathering. Dollar rares are great. You need to get creative when building decks, and people will find it interesting when you win. True. It's very boring to. I find it boring and also pointless. Defeats the whole point of Magic if you just like look up, what is the best deck for this season or the sets, and you just buy those cards, and everyone uses the same like 3 decks or whatever. That's really boring and stupid. So
It is.
Listen, does Wall Street for $5 says I can't buy into Magic anymore. I have some old EDH decks I play with friends with. I just hate wizards. They are poor stewards of the game. Yeah, a lot of people feel like that. So Rico Zoro for $5 says Destiny spent a ton of energy on January 6th and
nobody cared. That's so funny.
That is true and sad.
I was surprised. Look, I was going to tweet out about January 6th because people kept saying, look, you have to watch Destiny's videos. And I thought, well, we covered this months before Destiny. And I looked up and I'm like, holy shit, we covered this 2 fucking years before Destiny.
Right.
That's like crazy.
Because we watched, I think we watched the entire, was it the entire, or like 3 hours?
We watched one day of it, the most interesting day.
It was when it was the guy with the bat on his wall. It was the White House counsel guy. I forget his name.
The stream is 10 hours long. So
yeah, it's like a 3 or 4 hour video that we watched. It was super fascinating, and they went all through the elector scheme and everything. Why it was fucking absurd.
We watched the rules, the CGP Gray video rules for rulers at the beginning of it, because that was our connection. We were like, look, Trump is trying to form a winning coalition here on the fly.
Right.
Which is super fascinating. Look, Destiny, I guarantee you, did not tie any of that stuff into it. Like the interesting things that you can learn about politics from it. It was all Trump bad. Oh my God, evil, democracy's on the line. Yeah.
Well, listen, I feel bad for him. I understand where he's coming from. He stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back into him on that one. So
Sitch has showed more charity to Destiny than he ever deserves. That's for sure.
That's true. That's true. I'm a very charitable guy. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, if someone were to hardcore fund Richard Garfield and the blitz scaling period required to catch on, I would go broke playing whatever game he made.
That's like a historical event that would be a good game.
I don't know. Muggy for 6 MYR says, I love One Piece. You should too, Sitch. Yeah, I think they're I tried to watch the original anime, which is like, at least it's pretty horrible. At least the first part of it is horrible. I couldn't get into it. I watched live action. I did like it. I've been told that they're remaking the anime where they're gonna like fix it and cut out all the bullshit filler and everything. So once they do that, I'll definitely watch it again, because I think the old anime is like, I don't know, astronomically long. So
Stony for 17 months says, debate me on Naruto, Sitch, unless you're chicken.
Naruto.
What is it?
Naruto.
Naruto.
Yeah.
Naruto, whatever.
Naruto. Yeah.
Lame.
Soda. It's kind of hard to debate it because I haven't watched it, so just was boring, dumb, and they'll end up on the moon. Soda for $2 says Sitch's movie taste is as out of touch as MSNBC host.
Not true.
Because I don't like Ace Ventura.
So. Not true.
J Mac or Sega Fall, thanks so much for $20. Says Penguin season finale tonight. You guys should really watch it. It's been a solid show. Also, season 2 of Arcane released first few episodes. Hopefully, entertainment is healing. Yeah, I've actually fallen behind. I've watched, I think, like the first 5 episodes of Penguin, and then I haven't finished it. So, but yeah, it's actually pretty good. So,
I'm so far behind. Damn it.
Yep. Max Rudin for $2 says people didn't want the president with pronouns in the bio. Shocking.
Oh yeah, Kamala.
Very shocking.
Kamala was definitely pronouns in the bio president. I think the DE, they should have taken the DEI president accusations seriously instead of just hand waving them away.
Right. Angry Bells for Friday says, think anything will happen on January 6th over Democrat election denials running rampant, or will everything wait until January 19th or 20th? I don't think
20th.
it. I think there'll be people protesting on January 19th or 20th. I don't think anything's going to happen on January 6th.
19th and 20th is going to be crazy.
Right.
There may be fires. There may be overturned cars. People are going to lose their minds.
Kyle
right
Petty
now, they're in denial.
Right. Kyle Petty for
$20.
Thank you, Kyle. Says my wife is from the PH. Was that the Philippines? What is the PH?
I don't know.
Your
Maybe
wife is
Philippines.
pH balanced. Does she have a good pH balance?
Maybe we'll learn more.
I think
Keep
it's from the
going.
Philippines. And is in a Facebook group to help others try to come with the immigration process. The head of the group is fear-mongering, saying those in the U.S. awaiting their green card will be deported. Pure scum.
Well, look, I'm
wait,
not
how do you get here? What does that mean? Right.
I'm not sure that's fear mongering. Well, if they're coming through legitimate means,
Right.
then they shouldn't
Then it
have a
is.
problem, right?
Right, yeah.
But
if you come in illegally, then you have a problem.
right, that's the whole purpose of doing saying that they're going to do mass deportations is to incentivize people to come in the right way. So
right.
But yeah, if he's saying, look, even legal immigrants are not going to be welcome, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah. Human Flourishing for $20 says, guys, you go follow the All In podcast. They have had the smartest take on the election I've seen. Expand MAGA to horizons beyond clickbait right wing. They want a Twitter files for the entire government bureaucracy.
Yeah, I do watch All In podcast. I brought up them talking about Obama overstepping the line by signaling the Fine People hoax. So it was a good show. You should watch it. The election show is pretty good.
Okay. I haven't seen it. I
You
just
never
saw
watch
David
All In
Sachs in that
podcast?
one conversation, and what he was saying was so fucking stupid that I was like, really, like, I couldn't fucking. I was like having a hard time listening to anything he was saying seriously.
I'm not a
after
big
that
David
moment.
Sachs
So,
fan,
I was like, holy shit.
but it is. I mean, they have the David Sachs perspective is interesting, and they always push back on David Sachs, so it's not like he's unopposed.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
good.
So they have lefties, and David Sachs is probably the furthest right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. It was
David. I think it was David Sachs. David Sachs, I think, debated Vivek on.
Really?
Yeah, it was super interesting because look it up, see if you can find it. It was when that bank, that Silicon Valley bank went bust, and Vivek was saying that the share or the depositors just need to lose all their money. And David Sachs was like, what the fuck? That would cause like a massive chain reaction in the banking system. There'd be like huge exodus. It would cause mass panic. Like, why the fuck would you do that? So it's one of the
I
things
agree
that made
with
me.
that. That's a,
Yeah,
agree with that take,
exactly.
yeah.
So look, it was. I'm like, wow, I'm so conflicted because I hate David Sachs, but everything he's saying, I totally agree with. And that's the thing. That was one of the first things I ever saw with Vivek, and I was like, wow, this Vivek guy is just fucking brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how fucking messed up is that?
Mm-hmm.
He does understand that we just print the money, right?
Right. He does
That
not.
we're not. It's not like we lost a bunch of gold in a ship at the bottom of the ocean that we can never recover. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We just print that money.
Ace for $5 says, how do you guys feel about Erudite and Loner Box? Would you guys be willing to talk to them even though they're DGGers? Sure. I don't have any.
Erudite's
bad
been on
feelings towards
before. I don't think
either of them.
Lonerbox has ever been on. So
Yeah.
I do think Erudite has kind of been hypnotized by Destiny a bit. So She seemed far more reasonable before she started running in those crazy circles.
Right.
Do you agree or disagree, or do you?
I haven't really been following her enough to comment on that. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, she was talking. She's like a huge Jonathan Haidt fan and stuff. So
based.
And they were talking about getting Jonathan Haidt on their show.
That'd be good.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm curious if Destiny's read The Righteous Mind, or at least looked at the Wikipedia page.
Right. Human Flourishing, thanks so much for $2. Says, sorry, my spelling sucks. It's okay.
Yeah. Sitch's spelling sucks too. So does mine. I'm terrible.
Alex Wright for $5 says, isn't Musk just a deficit hawk now, like Ron Paul? Didn't he say he was going to cut $2 trillion? All discretionary spending in fiscal year 24 was 1.6 trillion. Well, I believe he said that he wants to head up some kind of government efficiency thing for Trump. So if that's what you're referring to, that is what. But I don't like him promoting a bunch of retarded conspiracy theories on X, but that's a different issue. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously there could be more efficiency in the government, but I also think of it as the private sector needs money. So
we'll see
the government
if he can pull
shouldn't be
anything out.
The government shouldn't be super stingy, right?
Dr. Diller for $4 says, in light of the Sammy G. Sitch news, I will unfortunately have to find someone else to bully for no particular reason. Now accepting applications for people to start pointless.
Really?
conflicts
Look at
with.
this.
Wow.
Look at this. She's
Listen,
untouchable now.
listen, in order to not show favoritism, okay, to S-Class, you have full permission, Dr. Diller, to continue to make fun of Sammy.
Oh,
Okay.
that's bad. You're going to get in trouble for that one later.
We'll see. She just hit the door.
Oh, did she really? Holy shit. Look at this. You're already getting feedback.
I'm already in trouble. She's always like, muted the bad Dr. Diller.
Oh, wow. Don't enable people, Sitch. You shouldn't enable bad behavior for anything.
Okay. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I've been keeping my eyes out, but so far I haven't seen any of the infamous right-wing death squads around here hunting down minorities and LGBT. Any news from the south of Florida? Not yet. Not yet either. So have you thought of looking in the mirror? Dr. Diddler for $2 says, climate change is very real and will kill us all, but rather than take any little bit we can get towards solving it, let's instead throw temper tantrums if we can't get communism as a solution to it.
So true. So true.
Dr. Dill for $2 says, I have heard, but didn't see personally, mind you, that Destiny has brought into the, quote, Democrats try to appeal to too many people narrative. Weird thought for the party that lost the popular vote. Interesting. Double D for $2 says, you can't wave off the trans thing as a non-issue. People have concerns. Climate change has no daily impact on people and has no confirmed effect, but has been a lefty sticking point for 40 years. Right.
Man, if I had kids, I'd be worried some crazy grade school teacher is going to be like, you could be born in the wrong body.
Going to trans your kids, and then they're going to have to get gills to live underwater because of climate change.
People, kids are so easy to gaslight. And these stupid fucking people, like, they have no concept of that. They're sending messages. They're like, oh, look, I'm a school teacher and this kid's in love with me. He'll do anything. You think you might be born in the wrong body?
Oh, God.
Anything for teacher attention.
True. Dr. Diller for $2 says, one thing I think we can all agree on from this election is that Donald Trump is really good at beating women. He should have run on that, to be honest.
Right.
True. Dill's Usurper Elephant for $2 says, interception cryptid message. Well done, Sammy. Tisk, you have successfully infiltrated the enemy camp. Tisk, Sitch making a video? Haha, make sure he sticks to it. Use your annoying woman traits if need be. There you go, Sammy. You have to use your annoying woman traits to
I think
make
Sitch
sure I
has the
stick to
idea.
it.
Once you actually talk about doing something, you lose a lot of motivation. You're like, well, I already told him about the video, so that's good
true.
enough.
That's
Yeah.
true. It's all gone now.
Got to learn
forever.
to keep it just
Keep
to
it
yourself.
secret.
You're like, I'm
Keep it
working on
safe.
this very secret project.
Right.
It's going to be very revolutionary.
Lemur Wrench, thanks so much for the $4. Says the most interesting data I saw from the exit poll was number one, all of Trump's advantage came from the 7% of voters who decided their vote in the last 7 days before the election. Number two, 65% of Native Americans voted for Trump, a higher percentage than white voters. I didn't know about that. That's interesting. Three, apparently 2% of the voters had a favorable opinion of both Trump and Kamala. I would like to meet those people. Yeah, well, that's very interesting. People who decided to vote in the last 7 days. I mean, I guess Harris should have done fucking Joe Rogan then. People were saying it was too close to make a difference, but maybe not.
Wow.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, I make a joke about Trump beating women, and 30 minutes later, Sitch says something similar. You don't need to refund my super chat. I'll see you in court for my royalties check. Well, there you go. Listen, big brains think alike. Okay. Arithmetic for $2 says, Adam, quote, all my predictions are correct. Also, Adam on Tuesday, Kamala's going to win because women care about abortions too much.
I mean, that's the only one that I could think of that.
It's a pretty big one.
And look,
right?
that was just
locker room talk.
Yeah, locker room talk. No, I just like, I mean, I wasn't like I did some sort of deep analysis or anything like that.
Right.
I was just
It's a vibe
saying,
check.
yeah. So, but I think I've been overwhelmingly right on most things. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we were talking about, I mean, we were completely correct that Biden was going to be forced out or drop out. That was like 100% right. I was 100% right about Trump running. Some people
That's
thought
true.
Trump wouldn't even run.
That is true.
He was
You
going to
got me on that
retire at
one.
Mar-a-Lago. Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, look, maybe I'll be right about Trump having better people around him now and not going down a dark path because he's only surrounded by these crazy fucking bootlickers who are just there to suck up to power, right? He's surrounded by people who already have a taste of power themselves, right? Elon Musk is not going to like, oh my God, I have to get Donald Trump's phone call 5 times a day. Right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of confidence.
I know. Look, you didn't think he was going to run either.
That's true.
Yeah.
But then again, we can check the tape. Weren't you like, all Donald Trump's going to use the assassination to become the great unifier? And I said, I'll believe it when I see it.
I didn't make any strong predictions on that. I hoped that would be the strategy that he engaged in.
Okay. That was
and I
thinking.
thought it was an opportunity, but I didn't say, oh, this is exactly what Donald Trump is going to do. That would be kind of a crazy prediction because it is Donald Trump, right?
Well, that's this prediction you're making. You're just making it for his presidency now.
Yeah, but I just based on
I understand the different
incentives.
Different incentives. I understand.
Yeah, completely different incentives.
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. Liv for $2 says, wish your body, my choice thing came from anyone else because that is a legendary troll line and has made all the most annoying people extremely angry. Yes, unfortunately.
That's a Fuentes line. Your body, my choice.
Yeah, I don't know if
it sounds a little rapey to me.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a great tagline. I don't think going out and telling people that. I mean, they're going to think, oh, this guy's a rapist.
Right.
Yeah.
But if it makes the right people angry.
No.
No? Okay. Look at that.
Well, I mean, if you're an anonymous account on Twitter, sure, fine. But if you're using your real name or can be tracked down, it's probably not good to send rapey vibes out on the internet.
I wouldn't even your body, my choice.
I mean,
I wouldn't even my choice your body. I don't know.
Carl has spent his entire internet career trying to walk that tweet back. Wouldn't it be easier just not to make that tweet? This is a thing. And look, this is kind of the situation with Destiny too. Like, how do you make the transition from you look, you can't be an internet edgelord when you're in your 40s, right? Sooner or later you got to like make the transition to being a regular person. So
Do you? Come on, that's a quitter's attitude.
It doesn't look good on someone that age. It really doesn't.
Okay.
Like, I'm out there on Twitter trying to like hector people into debating me online.
I mean, you do some trolling on Twitter.
Not like that.
Oh, okay.
Not near like that. And I don't go to people. Look, I'm not trying to hector people into debating us, for heaven's sakes.
Speaking of that, I gotta read this. I gotta read a tweet.
What the fuck? That's what people are doing to us constantly. And it's like weird.
There was this very funny Brianna Joy Gray tweet.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was
I
pretty
think
funny.
I sent that to you.
Yeah, so Nicole Hannah Jones, I'm not going to read her. She made this really long thread. I'm not going to read it. I'll just read one of the tweets. She said, the economic anxiety argument is the exact same rationalization for Trump winning that we saw in 2016. The exact same. I wrote about this then, and it took too long to listen. Now here we are again when we absolutely should have known better. It is part of the process of justifying the country to itself, and the majority of white American voters who choose a man who said he would be a dictator on day one, who has threatened to round millions in camps, who has targeted transgender people, who ran a racist and misogynistic campaign, who has threatened to jail his political opponents and shutter news organizations as promoted violence against media and adversaries. This comes from a deep need to absolve and normalize, and this, too, is dangerous. America has the strongest economy in the world and doesn't mean people aren't struggling. They are. The polling is already showing its perception of the economy, not the actual economy, that led people to vote for Trump. And then she continues, basically saying, fuck the economic argument. To which Brianna Greyjoy quote tweeted that and said, you were wrong then, and you're wrong now. Your thinking contributed to a second Trump term. I'm begging you to take a moment to reflect. I reached out to talk to you before I wrote this article. You declined. I still love to have you discuss this offline. To which Nicole Hannah Jones actually responded and said, yes, I'm always interested in the type of discussion that begins with you were wrong then and you are wrong now by a person telling me to take a moment to reflect. I strongly urge you to do the same.
Wow. That is not a good tactic.
That's hilarious. It's not a good tactic, but it's also not a good response either. It's a very too catty response. So,
right.
How dare you say I'm wrong? Expect me to talk to you.
How dare you do it publicly on Twitter?
Dr. Dealer for no $2 says, significant pixel analysis of Sitch's arms reveal he cannot be working out. When you lift for a while, the tendons in your arms will get thicker so you can pick up more weight. You are correct. I have been a very bad boy. And despite our surrogate father, J-Mac, creating an amazing workout plan for me, I have not yet utilized it.
What are you doing? What's going on?
I'm being a piece of shit.
You just lazing out?
Yeah.
Don't laze out, Sitch.
Okay. Human Flourishing for $5 says, dudes, your election coverage was very entertaining. Enlightened centrism will win out in the end. Please stay safe, guys. Be well. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Do
thanks.
you as well.
You know you can watch videos and stuff while you're working out, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Look, get a whole episode of Penguin in.
First of all, what about you? Why are you fucking flacking me?
What do you mean? I work out every day.
Yeah, okay.
I do.
Okay.
I mean, I literally do, but
Show us your gains, Adam.
I
left them at home. The dog ate them.
Are we done?
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, sent Adam the best Anna/TYT election night clip. Ooh, what's that?
Well, I think we watched it. Yeah, it was
Oh,
great.
did we? Oh.
Yeah, it was the one with the rant, right? I sent it to you. Would Jenks rant? I don't. Why do they got to put that zany music in? I hate that zany music, but so distracting. Feels like a laugh-in clip.
Oh, I did watch this. It was like people talking about. It was like people talking about like Anna being hotter now that she's.
Oh, I did
become,
like
quote,
that part.
conservative,
Yeah.
even though she's not conservative.
Somebody made Anna blush because they said
pretty funny.
They super chatted. Anna's 10 times hotter now that she became conservative.
Right.
And Anna was like, I'm not conservative, but I am. You could tell she's like, but I am hot.
Right, right. Ace for $5 says Destiny's become so dishonest no matter what, he won't make a concession in politics. It's his way or the highway. Wow. Unfortunate if true.
Yeah, that's kind of my read too. Yeah.
Anyways.
Oh my God. It's that time. We made it, guys.
We made it, everybody.
We made it to the end of the stream when all the isekai protagonists get to learn something about themselves.
That's right. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists for the tasteful animes, not the creepy ones with the 1,000-year-old lollies. No, no, no. That's for the Vosh fans. You have the tasteful. You are the tasteful isekai protagonists, okay? And you who made it to the stream, you are the true colorblind heroes of the world who will never give into the disgusting race-based nationalism talking points of the far left or the far right. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.